Wu Shaochen, go to the finance office to settle your salary. You don't need to come to work tomorrow. In the office, a middle-aged man with thinning hair and a protruding beer belly lounged in a wide leather chair, addressing the young man standing before him. On what grounds? Wu Shaochen demanded, fury written all over his face. Deep down, he already had a rough idea. Wasn't it just because he had walked in on the boss and the secretary last night? Such a trivial matter, did it really have to come to this? Because I'm the boss, the middle-aged man said smugly. Wu Shaochen thought inwardly, he's probably just afraid I'll start talking. He wanted to explain that he was not the type to gossip, but after a moment's thought he decided it was unnecessary. With a boss like this, even if he stayed, he would likely be targeted and made to suffer in countless petty ways. You can fire me if you want, but according to labor law, if the company unilaterally dismisses an employee, it must compensate 3 months' salary, Wu Shaochen said calmly. Since he was leaving anyway, he might as well maximize his own benefit. You're thinking. The middle-aged man was about to curse, but suddenly remembered that if this matter really blew up and his fierce wife at home found out, he would be in serious trouble. Swallowing his anger, he forced out, "You think I care about that bit of money? Hurry up, get your money from finance, and get lost." Soon after settling his wages with finance and packing his things, Wu Shaochen walked out of the company. He stared at the bustling crowds on the street, yet for a moment he had no idea where to go. 2 years after graduation, he had achieved nothing, and now he had even lost his job. In a city like SC, you needed money the moment you opened your eyes each day. Without an income, you would even think twice about adding a slice of sausage to your instant noodles. Forget it, I'll go look for another job, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Just then a poster was blown straight into his face. He pulled it off and saw that it was a promotional image for the game that had recently taken the world by storm, Oracle. For the past month, advertisements for Oracle had been everywhere, flooding every possible space. Rumor had it that the game's main brain did not belong to any known civilization, but was a product of a new era altogether. How that main brain had come into existence had never been revealed. The game was jointly developed through this main brain by the world's 5 top online gaming giants, and it could achieve 100% realism, meaning that within the game all 5 senses would be exactly the same as in reality. It really is a game ahead of its time, Wu Shaochen sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, it couldn't be played on an ordinary computer. You had to buy a special game helmet to access it. Damn, one helmet costs 10,000. In my 2 years of working, my savings have never even reached 5 digits. Wait, that's not right. I just got 3 months' salary. It's exactly 10,500. Maybe I could. Temptation stirred in Wu Shaochen's heart. This game was completely different from traditional games and seemed to possess limitless possibilities. As an avid gamer, he could see that clearly. He had confidence in the game, but not in himself. This game would be open to players from all over the world. The legendary masters of online games and those wealthy tycoons with money to burn would definitely flock to it from day one. Although he had played plenty of games, his own skill was in any case nothing compared to those people. This is a high-stakes gamble, Wu Shaochen murmured. To him, 10,000 yuan was like hollowing out his very body. With only a few hundred left, he could barely last a few days in a city like SC. Besides the salary he had just received, his card held only 200 yuan. That meant that if he didn't earn money in the game by the end of the month, he wouldn't even be able to pay his rent. Damn it, I'll bet on this. At worst, I can sleep under a bridge. If it really doesn't work out, I can just find another job. Besides, I've always loved playing games. Now that I've got this chance, I can't let it slip by. Once he decided, he acted. Wu Shaochen extravagantly hailed a cab to the nearest helmet sales point. Why take a taxi when he was this broke? Because Oracle would officially launch at noon today, and it was already close to 10. How could he not be anxious? Since he had decided to play, he certainly couldn't fall behind others. When he arrived at the sales point and saw the long snaking queue, Wu Shaochen once again marveled at the game's popularity. Helmets had been on sale for a month already, and it was said that every day crowds lined up in droves. Now that the servers were about to open, there were still so many people. Wu Shaochen queued for more than an hour before finally buying a game helmet. He checked the time, 1125. He hurriedly flagged down another taxi and headed home, urging the driver to go faster the entire way. By the time he finally rushed through his front door, it was already 1150. Suddenly, he felt a pang of hunger in his stomach and remembered that he hadn't eaten breakfast. Once he entered the game, he wouldn't be coming out for a while. His body definitely wouldn't hold up like this. There was no time to cook or go out to eat, so he rummaged frantically through his place. At last, he found a packet of bread that had somehow fallen under the bed at some unknown time. Seeing that the packaging was still sealed, Wu Shaochen didn't think too much about it. He tore it open and polished it off in a few quick bites. After a satisfied burp, Wu Shaochen leisurely put on the game helmet. The time was 1155. Why does my stomach feel a bit painful? He muttered. Wu Shaochen's consciousness swiftly entered the game. Before his eyes unfolded a vast monumental scene, a battlefield. Countless monstrous beasts blotted out the sky as they descended upon the tiny humans below. On the ground, hordes of beasts also pursued fleeing people. Those who were caught were almost all torn into shreds. Among the humans, numerous powerhouses were resisting the onslaught. High above, mages in ornate robes hovered in midair, manipulating elemental forces to unleash large-scale attacks upon the beasts below. Archers loosed volley after volley at the monsters in the sky. Shield guards stood at the front lines, shields raised, holding the line alone against thousands. Warriors wielding battle axes charged in and out of the beast hordes time and again. Assassins appeared and vanished like ghosts, reaping weakened beasts in an instant. In the rear ranks, priests dressed in pure white, like holy angels, continuously healed their comrades. These were the 6 great classes of Oracle, Mage, Archer, Shield Guard, Warrior, Assassin, and Priest. Though humanity boasted many strong fighters, they still could not withstand the endless sky-darkening beast legion. In the end, every human on the battlefield fell. Countless beasts roared amid the carnage as if flaunting their victory. Wu Shaochen stared at the scene before him in utter shock. The sense of immersion made his hair stand on end. It was terrifying, nothing like an ordinary game at all, but as if it were truly happening. Just as he was reeling in shock, the scene shifted, and he suddenly found himself standing within a grand hall. At that moment, a system voice sounded, brainwave scan in progress. Scan complete. Blood sample extraction in progress. Wu Shaochen suddenly felt a sharp sting on his scalp. What the hell, this game helmet even pricks you? He waited for quite a while before hearing the next system prompts. Blood sample extraction complete. DNA binding in progress. Binding complete. Identity verification in progress. Name Wu Shaochen. ID number 328,517. Age 24. Nationality Huaxia. Your bank card has been linked, allowing cash transactions within the game. This is supposed to be a game. Wu Shaochen stared at the space before him as if he had seen a ghost. With just one scan, it had dug up his personal information as clearly as a household registration file. How could it be this terrifying? There is 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining before the game begins. Please name your character. Hearing the system prompt chime again, Wu Shaochen shook his head, forcing himself not to overthink it. After all, this was a cross-era game. There were bound to be many things beyond his understanding. He steadied his mind and said, Chen Feng. Name confirmed. The game will use the player's original appearance and cannot be altered. After entering the game, you may purchase masks or veils in the shop to conceal your features. To help players quickly adapt, initial pain feedback in the game is set to 5. Every 10 levels, the system will automatically increase pain feedback by 5. All other senses are identical to the real world. After each player enters the game, the system will randomly generate a lifelong talent based on the player's overall characteristics. Every talent has its own unique traits. Please make good use of your talent, and when choosing a class, try to select one that matches it as closely as possible. Alright, wish you an enjoyable game. The game is about to begin. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. As the voice fell, a flash of light swept past, and Wu Shaochen discovered that he was already standing in the novice village. Blinding white light flickered constantly at his side as people materialized one after another. In no time, the place was so crowded it was bursting at the seams. Damn, this is the game. No way, this feels way too real. It's exactly the same as reality. Who just grabbed my butt? Sorry, I just wanted to test how it felt. I thought I was dreaming. It really is 100% realism. Then let me grab you once and see just how real it is. No, that's not necessary. I've already verified it. It's very real. Countless voices rose around him in a chaotic roar until Wu Shaochen could barely tell whether this was reality or the game anymore. Welcome to Oracle. You have been born in Novice Village now. 8,365. The system grants you a rookie gift pack. Your talent has been generated. Your talent is Source of Deadly Poison. Please check it on your character panel. Source of Deadly Poison. What the hell? How does a righteous guy like me have anything to do with poison? Wu Shaochen was completely baffled. He knew that each person's talent was determined by their own body and nature, and he truly could not fathom what connection he had with poison. Rewinding to the real world, after Wu Shaochen's consciousness entered the game, his skin gradually turned pale as toxins seeped into his bloodstream. A short while later, when the game helmet performed a blood sample test, it detected the presence of poison in his blood. Through the sampling process, the helmet ultimately absorbed most of the toxins from Wu Shaochen's body. Open character interface, Wu Shaochen silently intoned. Name Shinfeng level 0, HP 50 MP 50 physical attack, 10 magic attack, 10 physical defense, 5 magic defense, 5 movement speed, 5 EXP 0, 100 strength, 5 effects physical attack, 1 point of strength, 2 points of physical attack intelligence, 5 effects magic attack, 1 point of intelligence, 2 points of magic attack constitution, 5 effects, HP 1 point of constitution, 10 points of HP physique, 5 effects defense, 1 point of physique, 1 point of physical defense, and 1 point of magic defense. Spirit, 5 effects MP, 1 point of spirit, 10 points of MP agility, 5 effects movement speed and attack speed, 1 point of agility, 1 point of movement speed, and 2 attack speed. Every new player starts with all attributes at 5. This design is remarkably fair, unless one has a talent that directly increases attributes. Skills Insight Technique can view information on monsters up to 10 levels higher than oneself. Talent source of deadly poison. Normal attacks or melee skills inflict deadly poison on the target. Ranged attacks cannot trigger this. The poison deals 1 point of true damage per second, stacks by 1 layer with each application, lasts 60 seconds, and prevents any HP regeneration for the duration. Trait for every target 5 levels above your own that you kill, the poison damage increases by 1. For every boss of a realm not lower than your own that you slay, the maximum stack count of the poison increases by 1. Each realm's boss can only trigger this once. Wu Shaochen stared blankly at his talent. At first glance it seemed utterly trash, but after reading the trait his heart began pounding uncontrollably. With his understanding of games, he could clearly sense just how terrifying this talent would become once its stacks were built up later on. He felt as though he were about to take off. Houses, cars, money, girls. Everything seemed to be beckoning to him. At this point he no longer bothered to struggle over whether he had anything to do with poison. All he knew was that this talent was truly fragrant. He quickly opened his backpack and unsealed the rookie gift pack. Just as expected, it contained a wooden sword and a cloth tunic. Wooden sword, physical attack, 2 rookie equipment. Cloth tunic, physical defense, 1 rookie equipment. Barely better than nothing, but he immediately equipped them. His attack rose to 12 and his defense to 6. He glanced at the noisy crowd around him and the incessant flashes of white light. Conservatively, this novice village alone must already hold nearly 10,000 people. According to official data, the Huaxiao region alone had 10,000 novice villages. If every village was like this, it meant that the moment the game launched, the player count in Huaxiao alone had broken 100 million. Truly terrifying. After finally squeezing free of the mass of people, he tried to find an NPC to see if there were any quests, only to discover that the village had just over a dozen NPCs in total, each one surrounded 3 or 4 layers deep by players. Forget it. Even if there are quests early on, the rewards won't be great. No point wasting time here. Grinding monsters will be better, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Beyond the village entrance stretched a vast grassland where countless rabbits hopped about. By now the entire plain was also crammed with players, yet white light occasionally flared, evidence that some players were dying. Can such adorable little bunnies really kill people? Wu Shaochen was stunned. He walked up to a rabbit and cast an insight technique on it. Little white rabbit, level 1, HP 100, physical attack, 12 physical defense, 7 speed, 6 skills, none. After checking the little white rabbit's stats, then comparing them with his own, Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched. He finally understood why people were dying. Without forming a party, an average person couldn't even beat the lowest level rabbit. Before class transfer at level 10, players' attributes were basically identical. With the wooden sword his attack was 12, with the cloth tunic his defense was only 6. That meant each strike he dealt to the rabbit would shave off 5 HP, while each swipe from the rabbit would cost him 6 HP. The key point: the rabbit had 100 HP, while players only had 50. Early on, attack speed was the same for both sides. 1 slash from you, 1 claw from the rabbit. The outcome was obvious. The most infuriating part was that the rabbit's speed was slightly higher than a player's, meaning that once you realized you couldn't win, you still couldn't run away. Was this game even serious? Damn it, the game designers are absolute dogs. I've already been killed by a rabbit twice. Can you believe that? I've got it worse than you. I was the first one out here, and I've already died 3 times. I've played games for so many years, and this is the first time I've been unable to beat a rabbit. It's humiliating. Although many people were dying, the sheer number of players made up for it. Whenever a rabbit spawned, several people would gang up on it at once. Without forming a party, the experience went to whoever landed the last hit, while any loot depended entirely on who was quick enough to snatch it. By now, plenty of rabbits had been slain, but only the occasional copper coin or tuft of rabbit fur dropped. Not a single piece of equipment had been seen. The drop rate in Oracle was truly heartbreaking. Damn it, killing a single rabbit only gives 1 point of experience. I finally managed to steal 1 kill. How long is it going to take to kill 100 of these? Someone complained. Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched again. Was this game really that hard? Watching the players around him fighting with feverish enthusiasm, he realized that there was simply no way to grind here effectively. The rabbit he had just inspected was already being hacked to pieces by a crowd. Forget it, I'll look for another spot, Wu Shaochen thought. As Wu Shaochen advanced, he found himself utterly unable to act. Everywhere was crowded chaos reigned. The moment a rabbit spawned, a mob would swarm it and hack wildly. Yet Wu Shaochen, ever observant, noticed several tightly coordinated groups. Disciplined, synchronized, patiently, staking out spawn points, with clear division of labor. Some rotated the final blow among members, the others deliberately weakened targets, so one designated player could secure all rewards. Either way, their efficiency dwarfed the disorganized rabble. This, he mused, must be the power of a guild. Anxiety tightened in Wu Shaochen's chest. He hadn't even touched a single rabbit's fur, and at this rate he'd fall hopelessly behind. Yet he recoiled from joining the scramble. Not only was success uncertain, but even an occasional lucky kill would yield negligible efficiency. Could I venture into the level 2 wilds? Wu Shaochen pondered briefly, then pressed forward. Better to explore than stand idle. Monsters at level 5 and below posed no threat, unless provoked, they would not attack unbidden. Nearby players waiting for rabbits to respawn watched Wu Shaochen stride alone toward the level 2 zone. A short young man gestured. Look, doesn't that guy plan to enter the level 2 wilds? Looks like it. Probably thinks he'll find easier prey inside. Huh. Once he enters, despair will greet him. I thought the same at first, chimed in a slightly plump youth. But after seeing those level 2 monsters' stats, I scurried right back. You've been there? Are they truly that formidable? Asked the short youth. Yes, replied the plump youth. They're beyond current players' capacity, unless swarmed by a dozen, and even then the cost outweighs the gain. Better stick to rabbits, he added, still visibly unsettled. After walking some distance, Wu Shaochen finally encountered unfamiliar creatures, a herd of goats grazing serenely. Surveying the area, he saw no other players, yet dozens of goats stood untouched. He approached and cast Insight. Goat in level 2 in HP, 300 in physical attack, 21 in physical defense, 8 in speed, 7 in skill. Headbutt. Lowers head and strikes target with horns, dealing 120 of physical attack damage. Cooldown 5 seconds. Staring at the goat's attributes, Wu Shaochen's lips twitched again. Now he understood why no one ventured here. Was this truly a level 2 monster? A level 2 creature with a skill? What was the Divine Edict thinking? With these stats, who among current players could possibly withstand it? Then he recalled his unique talent. Each kill of a monster 5 levels above himself granted 1 toxin damage. He'd once imagined it effortless, wealth, status, romance, triumph, all awaiting him. Now that fantasy seemed laughably naive. If monster stats scaled like this, how could he possibly grind his talent? Unwilling to concede, Wu Shaochen pressed onward until he reached a fork ahead, a bamboo grove, a leftward dense forest, rightward sunlit sand, likely the coast. Surprised to find ocean within the game, he turned right, not to fight, but simply to behold the sea. Soon a vast beach unfolded before him, stretching to the horizon where sea met sky. The scenery was breathtaking, so vivid, so real, it defied belief that this was merely a game. Beneath the salt-kissed breeze, Wu Shaochen spread his arms wide and drew deep breaths. In the real-world air, this pure vanished long ago. This game draws you in completely. In holy, what a colossal crab. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a basin-sized crab erupting from the sand, scuttling sideways with massive pincers raised. He cast Insight, then fled, feet flying faster than any rabbit. Giant crab level 4 in HP, 800 in physical attack, 45 in physical defense, 15 in speed, 8 in skill, twin pincer strike. Lashes target twice, each dealing 70 of physical attack damage. Cooldown 10 seconds. Only after bolting far away did he glance back, heart pounding. Damn designers. Do you honestly believe humans can play this? One crab could erase a player in an instant. Is survival even possible? Fine. Back to the rabbit trush it is. Just as he turned to leave, a massive turtle lumbered slowly across the sand. Curious, Wu Shaochen cast Insight once more. Sea turtle level 5 in HP, 1800 in physical attack, 50 in physical defense, 40 in speed, 3 in skill, thorny shield. Absorbs the next incoming attack and reflects 50 of its damage to the attacker. Cooldown 10 seconds. To most players, this turtle would be an immediate reason to flee, a fortress of defense and endurance. With 40 defense and 1800 HP, even seasoned players would deem it unworthy of effort, too costly, too unrewarding. Yet Wu Shaochen's eyes gleamed, not with fear, but calculation. True, this turtle was invincible to ordinary attacks for all level 0 players. Its 40 defense rendered them utterly incapable of penetration. But Wu Shaochen's toxin damage ignored attack thresholds entirely. What captivated him was the turtle's speed, merely 3. He could kite it effortlessly. Even if struck, the turtle's 50 attack would barely graze him. His 6 defense reduced the blow to a mere 44 damage. Its sole skill held no terror for him since it couldn't pierce his defense. The forced 1-point damage, and even its full reflection, meant nothing. His toxin dealt 60 damage per minute. With no healing, the turtle would succumb precisely in 30 minutes, far more reliably than racing back to the village square for a single contested rabbit. Most crucially, he was level 0, the turtle level 5. Perfect alignment for his talent's trigger. A quiet laugh escaped him. Let's do this. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen strode toward the turtle. As expected, the level 5 creature made no move to attack. He stepped beside it and swung his wooden sword against its shell. 1 in 1 Na Crimson 1 floated above the turtle's head, non-penetrating damage forcing minimal loss. Then a white 1, true damage, appeared beside it. Though slow to move, the turtle reacted swiftly. The moment Wu Shaochen struck it, snapped its head forward and clamped down on him. 44 in with only 50 HP, Wu Shaochen dropped to near death, panic spurring him into flight. His superior speed now proved decisive. The turtle plodded after him, growing smaller and smaller in the distance, while white 1 numerals rose steadily above its head, its health bar receding. Imperceptibly, yet inevitably. Once far enough, Wu Shaochen paused and taunted the distant lumbering figure. Come on, little one. Try and catch me. The poor turtle, undeterred, trudged onward, one slow, stubborn step at a time. 10 seconds later, Wu Shaochen began regenerating health at 1 point per second. He mocked the turtle relentlessly. In the Divine Edict, both players and monsters exited combat after 10 seconds without attack or damage taken, and HP regenerated at 1 per second. Below 100 HP, regeneration defaulted to 1 point per second. Without potions, this was the only path to recovery. Thus began Wu Shaochen's unorthodox siege. Calculating intervals precisely, he returned just before toxin duration expired to land another strike, then fled anew. With 60 seconds of poison effect, he had ample time to heal fully between each hit. For a full half hour, Wu Shaochen excitedly watched as the critically wounded sea turtle slowly approached its demise after his final strike. With the last drop of blood vanishing, the massive body of the sea turtle finally collapsed to the ground, unwilling to accept its fate. A system notification sound followed. Ding, you have killed the sea turtle, gaining 15 experience points. Killing it at level 5 grants an additional 50 experience. Of 7 points, less than 1 point is ignored. Ding, talent trait triggered, poison damage increased by 1 point, inflicting 2 points of true damage per second to the target. Awesome. Hearing the system notification, Wu Shaochen exclaimed in excitement, instantly gaining 22 experience points, much faster than stealing rabbits at the village entrance. The most important part was that his talent had leveled up. Now fighting sea turtles would take half the time. Hastily approaching the corpse of the giant sea turtle, he noticed 2 copper coins lying on the ground along with a piece of equipment. Wu Shaochen excitedly picked it up, having unexpectedly obtained equipment. Although the drop rate increases by 50 for monsters killed at level 5, given the pitifully low drop rate in Divine Oracle, getting a piece of equipment from the first monster was a stroke of incredible luck. Upon inspecting the equipment, it turned out to be a pair of shoes. Canvas shoes, quality, whiteboard, movement speed, 3 physical defense, 2 requirement, none, not bad, perfect for use. Quickly putting them on, his speed reached 8 points and defense also reached 8 points. In Divine Oracle, equipment quality ranks from low to high as follows: whiteboard, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, platinum, diamond, star, glory, celestial artifact, sacred artifact, divine artifact, ultra divine artifact. Early stage whiteboard equipment has no wearing requirements, while black iron and above have additional attributes. Black iron equipment begins to have bonus properties, and golden equipment starts to possess additional skills. Wearing the shoes made him feel slightly faster. In a good mood, Wu Shaochen continued to search for the next sea turtle. This sea turtle was definitely a monster tailored for him, although their numbers were limited. After circling around for a while, he finally spotted a sea turtle basking on the beach. Wu Shaochen directly approached and struck the turtle's shell with his sword, then turned to run. However, he still got bitten. In the early stages, without overwhelming attack speed and movement speed, it was tough to dodge the opponent's damage. 2. Two white indicators kept popping above the turtle's head as it struggled to chase after Wu Shaochen. This time the speed was noticeably faster. In just 15 minutes, the poor sea turtle fell down in tears. Wu Shaochen quickly picked up the two dropped copper coins and continued searching for the next target. Thus, Wu Shaochen continuously searched for and killed sea turtles. Due to his talent upgrade, the time taken to kill sea turtles decreased further. The third one took 10 minutes, the fourth took 7.5 minutes, and the fifth was completed in 6 minutes. Meanwhile, the system notification came promptly. Ding, you have killed the sea turtle and gained 22 experience points. Experience is full. Congratulations on leveling up. Health 20, magic 10, gained 5 free attribute points. Please allocate wisely. Finally leveled up. My speed should be considered fast, right? Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Looking at the 5 free attribute points, he hesitated for a moment before decisively allocating all points to agility. The reason he could kill the level 5 sea turtles was entirely because they were slower than him. To fully leverage his talent's advantage, increasing agility to boost his speed was undoubtedly the right choice. After leveling up and allocating attribute points, his stats changed. Health increased from 50 to 70, magic from 50 to 60, agility from 5 to 10, and movement speed from 8 to 13, with other attributes remaining unchanged. Checking his experience points, experience 10300. It requires 300 points to level from 1 to level 2, which feels manageable, just about 10 more sea turtles. Wu Shaochen contemplated whether to continue grinding sea turtles or head to other areas to hunt level 6 monsters. Although grinding sea turtles was more stable and the leveling speed was not slow, he could no longer trigger his talent traits with the level 5 sea turtles. It's a pity that dying in the novice village doesn't penalize levels. Otherwise, I would really want this turtle to kill me so I could drop back to level 0 and continue grinding my talent. That would be so satisfying, Wu Shaochen mused. Forget it, let's check out other places first. With my current movement speed of 13 points, I should be faster than many monsters. Maybe I'll encounter a monster suitable for grinding my talents passive. If not, I can always return to grind sea turtles. That won't take too much time. Wu Shaochen thought this and turned to head back. This area had reached its end. Beyond this was the sea, so he could only return and once again reach the fork in the road. Wu Shaochen directly headed into the left forest, as the visibility in the bamboo forest ahead was poor and it was easy to be ambushed. Monsters level 5 and above would attack proactively, and with his current frail body, he definitely couldn't withstand them. The light in the forest was actually quite good as the trees were spaced far apart. Wu Shaochen walked cautiously when suddenly a pitch-black wild boar burst out from behind a tree. Its two tusks gleamed ominously and its eyes fixed intently on Wu Shaochen, scraping its front hooves on the ground before charging directly at him with lightning speed. Chow, this isn't fair play. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Just as the wild boar was about to crash into him, he narrowly sidestepped to the side. The wild boar brushed past his clothing and crashed into the tree ahead, a dazed indicator appearing above its head. Wu Shaochen patted his chest, relieved that he had allocated all his points to agility. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have dodged that blow. He quickly cast a detection spell. Wild boar level 6 health, 2000 physical attack, 70 physical defense, 30 speed, 11 skill. Wild charge charges forward in a straight line at high speed, dealing 150 physical damage to targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen twitched his mouth. This is a level 6 monster. Divine Oracle always disregards human limitations. Luckily, he had just dodged. If he had been hit, he would definitely be teleported back to town. Should I engage? Or should I return to bully the little sea turtles? Wu Shaochen was torn. If he really wanted to fight, it was possible. The wild boar's attack was 70, while he had 70 health and 8 points of defense, so he could withstand a normal attack. Its movement speed was also not faster than his, allowing for some distance. However, the issue lay with the boar's skill. If he got hit, it would send him home. Wu Shaochen wasn't confident he could dodge every time. Just now he had dodged because the boar was at a distance, giving him reaction time. If it happened while he was attacking, he would be done for. MB, let's go for it. With my talent's poison, I can deal 6 points of damage per second. Killing a wild boar would only take about 5 minutes, so this risk is worth taking. With this thought, Wu Shaochen dashed towards the wild boar. After it used its skill, it had a 10-second cooldown. If he wasn't careful, he could get hit. He struck the wild boar's back with his sword. 1 no defense break, forced health deduction, 6 poison damage. The wild boar wasn't easy to deal with. It charged forward fiercely, dealing 62 damage. Wu Shaochen quickly ran away, suddenly realizing he had overlooked a serious problem. His health regeneration couldn't keep up. It took 10 seconds to exit combat, meaning he could only recover 50 health points in the remaining 50 seconds. To withstand the wild boar's counterattack, his health needed to be above 63 points. If he waited for his health to recover to 63 points before going into attack, there would be a gap of 13 seconds where the boar would be free of poison. After exiting combat, the wild boar would recover 1 of its health per second. That means the wild boar could recover 60 health points in just 3 seconds. This would significantly extend the time needed to kill it. Sai's expected level 6 monsters aren't easy to kill, but since he started, he could only push through. Fearing the savage charge of the wild boar, Shaochen led it around some large trees. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the wild boar, unable to catch up with the tiny human in front of it, stopped scratching the ground with its front hooves before suddenly charging towards Shaochen. Shaochen, who had been nervously watching the wild boar, instantly dodged to the side just in time. Phew, that was close. Shaochen exhaled. It seemed not too difficult as the wild boar had a clear wind-up before launching its skill, the front hooves scratching twice. As long as it wasn't directly in front of him and his speed wasn't too slow, it was relatively easy to dodge. After all, if such a high damage skill with displacement and stun had no wind-up, it would be far more difficult to deal with. After the wild boar charged past Shaochen, it quickly came to a halt and paused for almost a second before turning around to chase him again. Shaochen stroked his chin, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He continued to lead the wild boar in circles, easily dodging when it used its skill again. During the wild boar's 1-second pause, he swiftly slashed at its rear and then quickly retreated. By the time the wild boar turned around, Shaochen had already distanced himself by 2 body lengths. Indeed, this way he need not worry about the wild boar healing when not poisoned, as each time he applied poison would refresh the poison duration. He also need not worry about it suddenly launching a skill while he was close for a finishing blow. Thus, a few minutes later, the wild boar was nearly dead. Just as he was about to reap the rewards, another wild boar suddenly sprang out from a nearby thicket, charging straight at Shaochen. Damn it, are you serious? Shaochen narrowly dodged. He knew there were definitely plenty of wild boars around, so he kept leading the wild boar in circles, not daring to venture too far. He didn't expect another wild boar to come looking for him. Monsters that actively attacked were truly troublesome. Furrowing his brows, he thought it was time to decisively retreat. Each of the 2 wild boars would mean death if they touched him, but looking at the one that only needed 1 more hit to finish off Shaochen was reluctant to leave. Licking his lips, Shaochen fixed a sharp gaze on the 2 wild boars following him and said, "Then let's try dancing on the edge of the blade." His talent ensured that such thrilling affairs would frequently occur in the future, so it was better to adapt early. Continuing to circle with the 2 wild boars, it was impossible to go for a finishing blow at this moment, otherwise he would definitely be gored by both. He could only slowly look for opportunities. Suddenly, the nearly dead wild boar scratched the ground with its front hooves and quickly charged at him. Shaochen calmly dodged, preparing to strike, but the other wild boar launched its skill at that moment, forcing him to give up on the finishing blow and dodge again. These bastards know how to cooperate, what the hell? Shaochen was furious. He saw that the poison on the nearly dead wild boar was about to wear off, and if he didn't act soon, it would regain health. Observing the 2 wild boars walking side by side, Shaochen began to analyze seriously. My agility is 13, the wild boar's agility is 11, and their attack speed is the same. If I hit it once, it can hit me back. The interval will not exceed 0.01 seconds, which means I can't create an attacking distance. But what if I don't attack first, dodge when they attempt to hit me, and then strike back? That doesn't seem feasible either. With his current movement speed, 1 second isn't enough for a full back and forth, at most just a single body length. Then what if I don't create distance? Shaochen suddenly thought. If I move to the side of the nearly dead wild boar, while both are attacking me, I can avoid the healthy wild boar's attack, take a hit from the nearly dead one, then counterattack and run. In that case, I would only have to endure 1 attack, and I can definitely withstand that. Thinking of this, he acted quickly. Shaochen slowly approached the 2 wild boars, his heart racing with tension. Although theoretically it made sense, it required strict precision in execution. Missing the timing would mean a free trip back to town. He soon reached the wild boar's attack range. As he saw the sharp fangs of the 2 wild boars rushing towards him, he thought, now's the time. Shaocheng's eyes flashed with brilliance as he sidestepped to the side of the nearly dead wild boar. Its fangs just grazed him while the other wild boar's attack missed. Shaochen quickly turned and slashed, then swiftly ran away, creating a distance of 1 body length before the wild boar's second attack could hit, narrowly avoiding the second strike from the 2 wild boars. Phew, that was close. This game nearly made my heart jump out of my chest. But the operability of this game is really high, and it seems I need to practice my skills more and adapt to this game quickly. Next, he just needed to wait for the nearly dead wild boar to die slowly from the poison, as long as he was careful not to be hit by their simultaneous skills. Soon the nearly dead wild boar fell to the ground unwillingly as a system notification sounded. Ding, you have killed a wild boar and gained 20 experience points. Killing a creature 5 levels higher grants an additional 10 experience points. Ding, talent feature triggered toxin damage increased by 1 point. Phew. Finally killed one that was tough. Wu Shaochen exhaled, glancing at the corpse of the wild boar. He noticed that besides a few copper coins there was also a wild boar tooth. He swiftly avoided the other wild boar and ran over to pick up 2 copper coins and a wild boar tooth. Fong is a type of material, perhaps some villagers need it, or he could sell it to a general store for 1 copper coin. TCH, just this. I thought it would be something valuable. Wu Shaochen disdainfully glanced at it before tossing it into his backpack. 1 copper coin is still a copper coin. Money is hard to earn in this game. Up to now, he only had 12 copper coins, and every monster he killed at level 5 only dropped 2 copper coins. Watching those people hunting rabbits for a long time without seeing a single copper coin shows how low the drop rate is in this game. After quickly dealing with the remaining wild boar, Wu Shaochen began searching for other wild boars. After finding them, he would lure them to this spot to kill. He was truly afraid of encountering several wild boars again. Thanks to the increase in his talent, the speed of killing wild boars was getting faster. Finally, upon killing the 8th wild boar, he generously received a piece of equipment as a drop. Wild boar leather armor, quality common life, 40 physical defense 2, where requirement none. He quickly replaced his cloth armor, increasing his health to 110 and physical defense to 9, giving him a bit more assurance for survival. Continuing killing 2 more would level him up. At this moment, Wu Shaochen's toxic talent had stacked up to 14 points, beginning to reveal its terrifying potential. 14 points of damage per second means 840 points of real damage in a minute. A wild boar has 2,000 health. Now he only needs a little over 2 minutes to kill one, which means just 3 hits. Before long, he killed another 2 wild boars, and the long-awaited upgrade glow flashed around him, followed by a system notification. Ding, congratulations on leveling up. Health 20, mana 10, gained 5 free attribute points. Please distribute them wisely. He allocated all 5 attribute points to agility, and Wu Shaochen's attributes changed accordingly. Name Chin Feng level 2 health 90-40 including equipment bonuses total will be listed henceforth. Mana 70 physical attack, 102 spell attack, 10 physical defense, 54 spell defense, 5 movement speed, 153 experience, 10500 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 5 bone quality, 5 spirit, 5 agility, 15 skill insight. Can view information of monsters up to 10 levels lower than self-talent. Source of venom. Normal attacks or melee skills will apply venom to the target. Ranged attacks cannot. Trigger dealing 16 points of real damage per second, stackable for 1 layer, lasting 60 seconds. During the poisoned period, the target cannot recover health. Characteristics: for every high-level target killed 5 levels above, toxin damage increases by 1 point. For every boss of the same realm level defeated, the toxin stackable layers increase by 1. Each realm boss can only trigger once. Equipment: wooden sword, beginner equipment, physical attack 2, wild boar leather armor, common equipment, health 40, physical defense 2, canvas shoes, common equipment, movement speed 3, physical defense 2. Leveling up is a good thing, but after reaching a new level, I have to face the awkwardness of not being able to farm talents. Wu Shaochen is even starting to feel that leveling up too quickly is a burden. If the other players who are still scrambling for rabbits found out, they would probably gang up on him. Let's see if I can take on a level 7 monster. If not, I can always go back to killing pigs. With that thought, Wu Shaochen continued deeper into the wild boar forest. It was vast, and after a long while he finally made it out. Along the way, he encountered several wild boars, but easily shook them off as he now had 18 points of movement speed, far superior to the 11 points of the wild boars. Upon exiting the forest, he found himself in a vast plain where he saw groups of gray wolves wandering in the grass. While there are so many, Wu Shaochen felt a chill run down his spine. This was probably impossible to fight. However, since he was already here, he might as well check their attributes. He spotted the nearest wolf and cast an insight spell. Fortunately, the range of the spell was far enough that he didn't have to enter the aggro zone to use it. Wild wolf, level 9, health 4000, attack 115, defense 55. Speed 20. The monsters in the novice village do not have magical attacks or defenses, so I want specifically mention physical attack and defense. The speed refers to movement speed. Skills Bite opens its jaws wide to bite the target, dealing 150 physical damage with a 50 chance to inflict bleeding, causing a loss of 5 health per second for 10 seconds. Damn, every time I check a new monster it feels like a challenge for my heart. After seeing this, my only thought is to curse the game designers. Although this game has nothing to do with them, everything is controlled by the main brain. However, I heard that the main brain is omnipotent in the game, so I dare not curse them directly. So I just curse the designers. What the hell is this? The attribute of a regular monster. This is definitely the attribute of a boss. How this is a level 9 monster. Then the level 7 and 8 monsters must be on that middle path. I should check that out instead. I can't handle this one. Wu Shaochen turned around and walked back feeling cowardly. He returned to the wild boar forest and continued his way out. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of golden light out of the corner of his eye and curiously walked towards where the light had flashed. After walking for a while, he parted the bushes in front of him, revealing an enormous wild boar, at least twice the size of the wild boars he had fought before. Beneath the giant wild boar was a circle of golden light, the distinctive halo of a boss. Wow, I encountered a boss! Wu Shaochen exclaimed in delight and quickly cast an insight spell. Wild Boar King Black Iron level BOSS. Level 6. Health 50,000. Attack 250. Defense 120. Speed 30. Skill 1. Charges forward at high speed, dealing 150 physical damage to targets in its path and stunning them for 1 second with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Skill 2. Rage. When the Wild Boar King stands up, it increases its attack power and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 3. Recovery triggers when the Wild Boar King's health drops below 10, doubling its defense and recovering its health to 30 within 10 seconds, during which it cannot move or attack, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. Just a moment ago I said that the Wild Wolf's attributes were BOS level, and now I've been slapped in the face. This is the real boss. Is the attribute of a level 6 Black Iron boss really this terrifying? The attributes are explosive enough, but the skills are even more disgusting. If my damage isn't high enough, I simply can't take it down. The final skill has a cooldown of 5 minutes, meaning if I can't deal 30 of its health within that time, I might as well forget about defeating this boss. Forget it, no need to complain. I should get used to it. This boss may be unbeatable for others, but not for me. After all, my poison can prevent the target from recovering health. It seems this boss is destined to be mine. Wu Shaochen thought to himself. He tagged this Wild Boar King with his own label. Seeing a BOSS, how could he let it go? He remembered that his talent feature allowed him to accumulate poison levels by killing a boss that was no lower than his own level. Adding 1 layer of poison is equivalent to doubling the damage. However, he definitely couldn't handle it now. He needed to level up a few more times. At the very least, he needed to be faster than it and be able to withstand its attacks. Wu Shaochen noted the boss's location, then exited the area and headed back out. He knew there wouldn't be anyone coming here for a while, so he wanted to check if there were any level 7 monsters to farm. After all, improving his talents was the priority. This way his damage could be even higher. Returning to the fork in the road, Wu Shaochen headed towards the middle path leading to the bamboo forest. Upon entering the bamboo forest, he felt a dark and damp atmosphere. The light was poor, and Wu Shaochen advanced cautiously. Suddenly, he saw several green snakes slithering on the bamboo ahead, flicking their tongues at him. Wu Shaochen felt goosebumps all over. He cast an insight spell. Green Snake. Level 3. Health 550. Attack 32. Defense 12. Speed 7. Skill Snake Venom. Targets attacked by the green snake have a 50 chance of being poisoned, losing 2 health per second for 30 seconds. So there are level 3 monsters here. No wonder I haven't encountered any. However, these green snakes are probably going to annoy a lot of people. I'd rather fight crabs than deal with them. The snake venom is too troublesome. But then he suddenly thought of his talent. Poison is a good thing, how could I say it's annoying? Continuing forward, he exited the bamboo forest and found himself in a dense thicket. The trees were small, but very thick, completely different from the previous forest. The light was still dim, and after walking for a while, he finally spotted some monsters. He saw giant spiders crawling on the trees and the ground. Wu Shaochen suppressed his disgust and cast an insight spell. Giant Spider. Level 7. Health 2,500. Attack 90. Defense 40. Speed 13. Skill Web throws a giant web in a 2-meter radius in front, trapping the target. A trapped target cannot attack or move for 3 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Damn it, I can't fight this. Wu Shaochen said gloomily. He felt that he shouldn't have taken this path. It seemed like all the monsters here were counters to him. Forget it, I can't improve my talents for now. I should go back to killing pigs, aim to level up a few times, and then take down that wild boar king. With that, Shaochen returned to the wild boar forest and began his journey of killing pigs. With his current poison damage of 16 per second, he could take down a wild boar in just 2 minutes. It was still quite fast. A wild boar provided 20 base experience, and after reaching level 2, the extra experience was only 40, which is 8 points. Each wild boar could yield 28 points of experience, meaning he just needed to kill 18 more wild boars to reach level 3. Shaochen was alone in the wild boar forest, hunting wild boars, while on the grassy plains in front of the novice village, countless players were competing for rabbits. Honestly, in such a vast area, there were probably thousands of rabbits spawning each time, but it was just too crowded, leading to a situation of too many monks and too few meat. Among the crowd, a group of over 10 people surrounded several rabbit spawn points, skillfully weakening the rabbits for a young man in the middle who had an arrogant expression to deliver the final blow. After killing another rabbit, golden light flashed beneath the young man's feet, signaling his level up. Congratulations, Huang Xiao, on leveling up. The people around him congratulated. Huang Xiao is definitely the first player to level up in our novice village. I've been watching nearby and haven't seen anyone else flash the golden light of leveling up. Huang Xiao nodded in satisfaction and immediately allocated all his free attribute points to strength. Looking at his impressive 22 points of attack, he smiled and said, I now have 22 points of attack. Defeating these rabbits is easy. Shall we check out the level 2 area? No, Huang Xiao. Some of our people have been to the level 2 area, and the goats there are ferocious. We're not strong enough to handle them right now unless everyone reaches level 1 and only a few with full health points lead the charge. Otherwise, we wouldn't stand a chance. Damn, why is this broken game so hard? And we can't even spend money. It's so frustrating, Huang Xiao complained. He thought for a moment and continued, do any of our people have dropped equipment? Get them to hand it over so I can gather my gear and hopefully enter the level 2 areas soon. I'm getting sick of these rabbits. So far, none of us have found any equipment. The drop rate in this game is really low. With so many of us, we haven't seen a single piece of equipment yet. One person replied, I haven't seen anyone put equipment up for auction either. Damn, Huang Xiao cursed. Keep an eye on the auction house. If anyone lists equipment, buy it immediately. Understood. Shaochen was harvesting wild boars at a speed of 2 minutes per boar, with each boar dropping at least 2 copper coins and a tusk, which was quite good. That's the 13th one. After poisoning another wild boar, Shaochen leisurely walked over to the corpse to collect his spoils. Oh, another piece of equipment has dropped. Shaochen happily picked up the equipment next to the corpse to examine it. Butcher's knife, quality common, physical attack 12, equipment requirement none. Well, is this it? It seems useless to me. Whether I have a few more or fewer points of attack makes no difference since it won't break through defenses. Looking at the butcher's knife in his hand, which was quite ugly and even less appealing than a novice wooden sword, Shaochen couldn't be bothered to equip it. Should I just put it up for auction to see if anyone wants it? The divine auction system was very convenient. Players could summon the auction interface to see the items available in the auction house and search for what they wanted by category. If they found something they liked, they could buy it directly without returning to town. Unwanted items could also be listed for sale with options for cash transactions or in-game currency. After a successful cash transaction, the amount would be automatically transferred to the linked bank card. Players could not directly recharge. They could only purchase gold and equipment from other players using real money, which greatly limited the rise of many wealthy players. Shaochen opened the auction interface and was momentarily bewildered by the empty screen. Why was no one selling anything? How much should I list this butcher's knife for? There isn't a single reference price. What about listing it for 500? After all, it's the only piece of equipment in the auction house. I should be able to sell it for 500, right? After all, this game has such a low drop rate, Shaochen muttered. He urgently needed money, so he wasn't considering in-game currency. He listed the butcher's knife, selecting cash for the auction currency, choosing the auction method. Oh, I can choose between fixed price or bidding modes. Since I don't know the market price, why not just choose the bidding mode? This works well, Shaochen praised for once. Wait, the fixed price mode has a 10 fee and the bidding mode has a 15 fee. How greedy is that? Having just praised, Shaochen started complaining again. Sigh, let them be greedy, after all they are the developers. Anonymous listing, choosing the bidding mode with a bidding time of 10 minutes, confirming and continuing to hunt wild boars. At the entrance of the novice village in the rabbit grassland. Huang Xiao, a weapon has been listed in the auction house, adding 12 points of physical attack. A young boy excitedly ran over to Huang Xiao. What are we waiting for? Let's buy it immediately. Is it going to be a cash transaction? Huang Xiao anxiously asked. Not exactly, it's a cash transaction, but the other party has set it to bidding mode. Bidding time is 10 minutes, the boy replied. Since it's a cash transaction, it doesn't matter. Make sure to win it for me, Huang Xiao calmly stated. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not an issue. Yes. Meanwhile, 5 young men were methodically hunting rabbits when suddenly one of them frowned. Junlin equipment has been listed in the auction house. Oh, based on our observation and analysis during this time, the rabbits in the novice village should not drop equipment. Could someone have killed a level 2 goat? The handsome man named Junlin asked in confusion. That seems impossible. With our current strength, we still can't deal with those goats unless we wait until all of us reach level 1 to try. It's probably just luck that someone managed to get equipment while hunting rabbits. Another young man said. Can we contact the seller? We can pay more to buy some information, Junlin suggested. No, the other party is listed anonymously. The young man replied. All right, then there's nothing we can do. This piece of equipment, we must bid on it when necessary. Although it's a common item, 12 points of attack is still significant in the early game. Junlin said seriously. On another side, a middle-aged man walked up to a tall, elegantly dressed woman wearing a white veil and said, Miss Equipment has appeared in the auction house. Finally, someone is selling equipment. The woman's eyes lit up as she opened the auction house to see the only piece of equipment there. She nodded and said, a common item with 12 points of attack. It seems equipment enhancement is quite significant in this game. Let's see if we can win it. Good. Meanwhile, in every corner of the 8,365 novice village, discussions were buzzing about the first piece of equipment in the auction house. Just a common item had caused an uproar in the entire novice village. Items in the auction house are only displayed to players in the same area. Right now, it's the same novice village and later the same main city. Wow, someone has listed equipment in the auction house. Finally, I've seen equipment. What kind of drop rate is this game? It's been over an hour, and I haven't even seen a single piece of equipment, or I thought this game didn't drop any gear. The lowest level common equipment can actually add 12 points of attack. Equipping this would double my attack. Wake up, dude. Look at the current price. It's already over 10,000. It's just a common item, and rich people really don't treat money as money at all, another player exclaimed. Wow, really? I better hurry up and grind. Who knows, the next rabbit might drop a piece of equipment for me. Over 10,000 is enough for me to spend for several months. Sir, the price has risen to 12,000. Do you want to continue bidding? The middle-aged man approached the exquisite woman and whispered, Let's bid 15,000. Oh, anything higher than that isn't worth it. A common item isn't worth it, and everyone should be able to get it soon, the woman said. All right, Junlin, a lot of people are eyeing this piece of equipment. The price has already soared to 15,000, which is completely beyond its value. A young man said, that's normal. After all, it's the first piece of equipment, and it's a weapon, but it's still very important in the early game, especially since the drop rate in this game is just too low. Otherwise, a common item wouldn't have been driven up to such a high price. Junlin said, Let's add another 2,000. If it exceeds this price, let it go. It won't be long before we can farm a ton of such equipment ourselves. Once Xiao Bei and Lindsay reach level 1, we can go hunt goats. On another side, Huang Xiao's companion asked, Are we still going to bid? Yes, I may not have much of anything else, but I have plenty of money. How could these people even think they can compete with me? Huang Xiao scoffed. To him, it didn't matter whether it was worth it, as long as it was something that could be solved with money, it was not a problem. What he sought was the thrill of being stronger than others. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, who was the cause of it all, was blissfully unaware, continuing to farm wild boars with his unscrupulous methods. Sigh, it would be nice if the poison damage could increase a bit, then I would only need 2 strikes to kill. Now I still need 3 strikes to finish one off. How annoying. It's all that damn spider's fault. What kind of skill is that? It made it so I couldn't even farm my talents properly, Wu Shaochen complained. That was the 18th one. If I kill this one, I can level up. As Wu Shaochen leads the wild boar around, he watches its health steadily decrease. With his speed reaching 18 points, taking down wild boars had become effortless. Soon this wild boar fell unwillingly. Ding, congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 20, mana 10, gained 5 free attribute points, please allocate them wisely. His level rose to level 3, and he allocated all 5 points to agility, bringing his agility to 20, speed to 23, health 150, mana 80, while the others remained unchanged. Experience 141,000. To reach level 4, I need 1,000 experience. At level 3, killing wild boars gives 26 experience each, meaning I need to kill 38 to level up, Wu Shaochen complained. Just then, ding, the item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 200 yuan. After deducting a 3,000 yuan fee, the remaining 17,000 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. What? 2,000. Wu Shaochen was stunned, quickly checking the transaction record to confirm the 2,000. He then opened his bank card to check the balance, seeing 17,700 yuan displayed. He gulped hard, pinched himself to ensure he wasn't dreaming. Wu Shaochen wore a silly grin, through just this broken item was nearly equivalent to half a year of his salary. Who would believe it if he told them? Wow, there are really so many rich people in this game. Wu Shaochen was in an excellent mood, looking at the wild boars ahead and feeling a sense of fondness. With this equipment, he had already paid for the game helmet and even made 7,000 yuan profit. Finally, he didn't have to worry about sleeping in a bridge hole. He continued to farm wild boars as they were all money. After spending over an hour, I killed 38 wild boars, leveling up to level 4, gaining 20 health points and 10 magic points, and allocated all my attribute points to agility. During this time, I finally obtained a piece of equipment, which was a helmet. Wild boar skin helmet. Quality, ordinary. Health 30. Defense 3. Wearing requirement, none. In the Divine Revelation, clothing, pants, belts, and helmets are categorized as defensive gear, primarily enhancing health and defense, while weapons, rings, bracelets, and necklaces are categorized as offensive gear, mainly boosting attack and critical strike, and shoes mainly enhance speed. Of course, this is relative, not absolute. I can directly equip this item. Although selling these items would surely earn me a significant amount of money, I should first arm myself to deal with that wild boar king. Only then will I truly reap the rewards. After equipping the items, Wu Shaochen's health reached 200, defense increased to 12, and agility reached 25. With the addition of shoes, the movement speed reached 28. When I level up again, my speed will reach 33, surpassing the wild boar king. Then I can consider tackling it, Wu Shaochen mused. Should I go hunt wild wolves now? It would be a good opportunity to farm talents. I can't afford to miss any chance to farm talents. After all, this is the core of my ascent to greatness. After some thought, I shook my head. The wild wolves have an attack power of 150, dealing up to 172 damage. Subtracting my defense, they would still inflict 160 damage. Their bleeding effect deals 50 damage, which could easily kill me. I should focus on acquiring more equipment. I glanced at my experience, 42,000. Fighting a level 6 wild boar at level 4 grants a 20 experience bonus, meaning I gain 24 experience points for each wild boar killed. I need to kill 84 wild boars to level up. If I can acquire 2 more pieces of defensive equipment before leveling up, I might be able to hunt wild wolves, so I continued to farm wild boars. At this moment, several groups of players were already farming level 2 goats in the area. Nanfeng fall back to recover health, let Hao Ran take the lead, and the others continue the attack. Junlin calmly commanded the battle, and soon this goat was killed by the combined efforts of several players. Junlin equipment dropped. Hao Ran, a sunny and handsome young man, excitedly held up a helmet. Phew. Finally dropped a piece of equipment. Junlin let out a sigh. This was already the 30-something goat they had killed. Despite their years of experience across various online games, this was the first time they felt so beleaguered. The game's difficulty had left even these online gaming veterans questioning their very existence. Why are the attributes so poor? Hao Ran said, looking at the helmet in front of him, frustrated. What are the attributes? Junlin asked. 10 health, 1 defense, Hao Ran replied, speechless. It's probably because the helmet's attributes are lackluster. Since it adds health and defense, Hao Ran, you should equip it directly. Let's keep going, as long as we can drop equipment, we will gradually get better gear. Junlin stated calmly. The situation of the other teams was much worse than that of Junlin's group. Their skills and awareness were simply on different levels, making it exceedingly difficult to kill level 2 goats, and deaths were often seen as white lights flashing. Wu Shaochen spent over an hour killing exactly 32 wild boars, and finally dropped another piece of equipment. Wild boar belt. Quality, ordinary. Health 30. Defense 3. Wearing requirement, none. Putting on the belt, my health reached 230 points and defense rose to 15 points. Not bad. I'll get another piece of defensive gear before heading to hunt wild wolves. I looked at the 3 small red potions that dropped into my bag, which restored 10 health points per second for 10 seconds. If necessary, I could waste some potions to farm a few more talents. Otherwise, once I reach level 5, I would need to find level 10 monsters to farm talents, which would be even more challenging. I realized that the higher the monster's level, the greater the difference in attributes between levels. Let's continue farming. After another hour, I killed 28 wild boars and finally dropped equipment again, but to my dismay, it was a wild boar skin armor I already had. So I can only put it up for auction. However, thinking about the large sum of money that would come in made my previous frustration vanish. I listed the wild boar skin armor in the auction house following the usual rules: bidding mode, 10 minutes of bidding time, anonymous, to avoid being flooded with private messages. At this moment, I needed to keep a low profile. Making silent profits is the way to go. As Wu Shaochen listed the wild boar skin armor, the entire novice village became active again, with various factions competing to bid. At this time, Junlin frowned at the attributes of the wild boar skin armor in the auction house. What's wrong, Junlin? Is there an issue with that equipment? Haoran asked. What are the attributes of your helmet? Junlin inquired. Health 10, a defense 1, Haoran answered. Xiaobei, what are the attributes of the shoes we just acquired? Junlin asked another player. Xiaobei. Speed 1, defense 1, Xiaobei replied. As he finished speaking, the others began to react as well. As elite figures in the online gaming world, their understanding of the game far surpassed that of ordinary players. The attributes of our equipment are all 2 points, while the attributes of the equipment in the auction house are 6 points, including the previously acquired butcher knife, equivalent to 6 points of strength. These 2 pieces of equipment must have dropped from the same kind of monster, so they were probably listed by the same person. The attributes of this equipment couldn't have dropped from rabbits. If we speculate, it's likely that they dropped from a level 6 monster. Junlin said with a serious expression. Are you kidding me? A level 6 monster? We've been mercilessly killed by level 2 monsters, and you expect me to believe someone can kill a level 6 monster? Haoran exclaimed in disbelief. Exactly, unless they're cheating, how could anyone kill a level 6 monster? Given the nature of this game, a level 6 monster would likely wipe us out effortlessly. Lin Zi interjected. There shouldn't be any cheats in this game. Xiaobei, go find out if there are any wild boar monsters around, and check their levels and attributes. This equipment, judging by its name, should have dropped from wild boars. At the upcoming fork in the road, head left first. If it's wild boars, they are likely in the left forest. Nanfeng said. All right. On the other side, a woman wearing a white veil held the clothing she had just obtained and gazed thoughtfully at the equipment in the auction house. Initially, she thought the attributes of the white gear obtainable in the early game were similar, but now she realized she had underestimated the person who put up the auction. Their white gear certainly wasn't dropped from level 12 monsters. Uncle Lu, can you help me find if there are any wild boar monsters? Please check their attributes and let me know, the woman said to a middle-aged man behind her. Yes, miss. Xiaobei quickly returned to the group, looking serious as he shared the attributes of the wild boars he discovered through his insight skill. Damn, 2000 health, 70 attack, and a defense of 30 points. You tell me at this stage if anyone can kill that. Haoran exclaimed dramatically. Junlin remained silent. If someone could indeed kill that, even he would question whether they were cheating. Such overwhelming attributes can't be surpassed by mere skill and awareness. Forget it, I won't think about it. Since we're in the same novice village, we will inevitably cross paths one day, and then I will see what cards they hold. Given that this piece of equipment likely dropped from a level 6 monster, and we can't obtain it for now, I will see if I can grab it later. A boost of 6 attributes is quite significant. Junlin said solemnly. On the other side, the woman looked at the attributes of the wild boars shared by the middle-aged man. After a long silence, she finally said, do your best to acquire this equipment. At this moment, Huang Xiao raised his bid to 200. Noticing that no one was competing with him, he scoffed. Humph, only 200, and no one is bidding. They are all poor people. As the bidding time was about to end, Huang Xiao calmly awaited the transaction notification. Suddenly, in the last second, 2 bids appeared simultaneously, one for 2500 and another for 3000. The player who bid 3000 successfully purchased the item. Damn, what a steal! Huang Xiao exclaimed, spitting blood. Holding the wild boar skin armor, Haoran admired. You are clever, Junlin, to think that someone would have the same idea as us. I was originally planning to bid 2100. If that were the case, I would have lost out on this equipment. Ding, bidding failed. The amount has been refunded to your linked bank account. Hearing the system notification, the woman in white furrowed her brow. She had initially thought that raising her bid by 5000 at the last second would secure the item, but unexpectedly someone had predicted her prediction. Ding. The item you listed at the auction house has been purchased by a player for 300 yuan. After deducting the service fee of 4500 yuan, the remaining 25500 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank account. What the heck, why did the price go up? Wu Shaochen exclaimed in surprise as he opened the transaction record. This doesn't make sense. Logically, the second piece of equipment shouldn't be worth as much as the first, especially since the first was a weapon. How could it have increased in value? Wu Shaochen just couldn't understand. He was about to list it for 1500 yuan, but thankfully he didn't. He quickly checked his bank balance and saw the 4320 yuan, breaking into a silly grin. To be honest, he had never seen so much money in his life, but felt just like a dream. Bang! Just as Wu Shaochen was daydreaming, he suddenly heard a bang, and his entire body was sent flying, colliding with the tree stars appearing in his vision, leaving him dizzy for a moment. What the hell were you trying to ambush me? Wu Shaochen cursed. He had just been dazed by the money and completely forgot he was fighting monsters. After battling so many wild boars, he finally experienced the taste of a brutal charge. During Wu Shaochen's days, he was once again shoved by a wild boar. Fortunately, Wu Shaochen's health was high at 230. Once he reached level 3, he would have already returned to town. Dying in the novice village wouldn't cause him to lose a level, but he would lose equipment. Moreover, in the prophecy, dying would definitely result in losing equipment, and now that equipment was so valuable, losing even one piece would break his heart. Wu Shaochen turned around and slashed at the wild boar, running away while cursing, "Damn it, that hurt. Even 5 pain feels so intense. Did I just get hit in the kidney?" He glared hatefully at the wild boar following him. "You're dead meat." Under the torment of Wu Shaochen's poison and insults, the wild boar finally found relief after 2 minutes. It dropped 2 copper coins, a tusk, and a piece of equipment. While the equipment came out quite fast this time, it seems like a compensation for me. He picked it up and took a look. Wild boar leather pants. Quality whiteboard. Health 40. Defense 2. Wearing requirement none. Hastily equipping it, Wu Shaochen opened his character interface again. Name Chen Feng. Level 4. Health 270. Magic points 90. Physical attack 12. Magical attack 10. Physical defense 17. Magical defense 5. Movement speed 28. Experience 1564200. Strength 5. Intelligence 5. Constitution 5. Bone 5. Spirit 5. Agility 25. Skill insight technique. Talent source of poison deals 16 points of true damage per second to the target, lasting 60 seconds. Can stack 1 layer. Equipment. Wooden sword novice equipment, physical attack 2. Wild boar leather armor whiteboard equipment, health 40, defense 2. Canvas shoes whiteboard equipment, speed 3, a defense 2. Wild boar leather helmet whiteboard equipment, health 30, defense 3. Wild boar belt whiteboard equipment, health 30, defense 3. Wild boar leather pants whiteboard equipment, health 40, defense 2. Most of the defensive gear is complete, the full wild boar set, but it's too bad it's not a set. It seems wild boars don't drop accessories, but it doesn't matter. For Wu Shaochen, attack is useless, a defense is what he really needs. Looking at his attributes, Wu Shaochen frowned. These stats aren't enough to fight wild wolves. However, now that he has equipped the defensive gear, the only way to improve is to level up, but that would be pointless. Wu Shaochen calculated again. Wild wolves have 4,000 health points, and his poison damage is 16 points. He would need to apply poison 5 times to kill a wild wolf, which means taking 5 hits. If it were a normal attack, it wouldn't matter. After deducting defense, he would only take 98 points of damage. With his current recovery rate of 2 points per second, 50 seconds would be sufficient. But if he took skill damage, that would be 155 points, which is manageable. The main concern is triggering the bleeding effect, as one doesn't exit combat while bleeding. After the bleeding ends, he would have to wait another 10 seconds to start recovering health, meaning he could only recover 80 points of health within 40 seconds. In that case, he would have to use potions. Looking at the 6 small red potions in his backpack, Wu Shaochen made up his mind. Let's do it. Worst case, I'll drink a potion. If I can kill one, that's a win. Even a point of talent will help. Since he had made up his mind, Wu Shaochen immediately got up and headed towards the wild wolf area. Soon he crossed the wild boar forest and arrived at the wild wolf plains, feeling anxious seeing groups of wild wolves. Drawing aggro is a skill too. Because he didn't know the aggro distance of the monsters, it was quite challenging to draw just one out. However, Wu Shaochen's speed was significantly faster than that of the wild wolves. If he attracted too many, he could just run back to the wild boar forest, as they wouldn't chase him once he crossed their territory. Wu Shaochen gradually approached the closest wild wolves, trying to lure one out. Soon he was within their aggro range, and 4 or 5 wild wolves charged towards him simultaneously. What the heck? So many. Wu Shaochen hurriedly ran back to the wild boar forest, and after a while the wild wolves slowly returned. Thus Wu Shaochen kept trying. After more than 10 minutes and countless attempts, he finally encountered a foolish wolf that followed him out on its own. Wu Shaochen revealed a nightmarish smile as he looked at the approaching wild wolf, raising his hand and striking. 1:16. Perhaps Wu Shaochen's smile made the wild wolf feel insulted, and it directly lunged at him with a bite. 155. Ding. You have suffered from a bleeding effect, losing 5 health points per second for 10 seconds. What the hell? Wu Shaochen felt like cursing. What kind of luck is this getting hit immediately? Wu Shaochen hurriedly ran away, leading the wild wolf in circles while he took out a red potion from his backpack, drinking it with a pained expression. The drop rate for this item is so low, using one means losing one. Timing it just right, he struck the wild wolf again, just as the poison was about to wear off. The wild wolf clawed back at him, but thankfully, it wasn't a skill attack. Wu Shaochen felt relieved. Unfortunately, he hadn't been happy for long. On the third attack, he was bitten again, and unfortunately the bleeding effect was triggered once more. What the heck, isn't it supposed to be a 50 chance for bleeding? Why am I always getting hit? Gritting his teeth, he drank another red potion. Using 2 potions on one wild wolf is too inefficient. On the 4th attack, a normal strike passed without incident, but on the 5th attack, he got bitten again. Thankfully, the bleeding effect didn't trigger. Even if it did on the last hit, he wouldn't need to drink another potion. He could just wait a bit longer to lure the next one. Soon, the first wild wolf fell to the ground in defeat. Ding! You have killed a wild wolf and gained 40 experience points. Since you are 5 levels above it, you receive an additional 20 experience points. Ding! Talent trait activated, poison damage increased by 1 point. It's been so long since I heard that prompt, it feels nostalgic. Although I wasted 2 red potions, hearing that notification made it all worthwhile. Running to the wild wolf's corpse, he found that it was surprisingly generous, dropping 4 copper coins and a wolf claw with a description similar to that of the wild boar tusk. When I get back to the village, I'll see if there are any quests to turn in. However, the experience from this wild wolf is a bit high. At this rate, if I kill 6 more, I'll level up again, which means I can only increase my talent by a maximum of 6 points. It's frustrating. Why make the experience so high? Once again, I started my monster drawing journey. Fortunately, it was quick this time because a gap appeared when the previous wild wolves were drawn away, making it easy to lure another one out. After my talent reached 17 points, I only needed to attack 4 times to take down a wild wolf, saving 1 attack. Unfortunately, Wu Shaochen's luck wasn't great. Out of 4 attacks, 3 were skill attacks, and 2 triggered bleeding. Wu Shaochen could only feel heartache as he drank 2 more red potions, cursing the entire wild wolf family under his breath. The wild wolf fell, and his talent increased by another point to reach 18 points. But looking at the 2 potions left in his backpack, Wu Shaochen didn't dare to continue. If out of 4 attacks, 3 were skill attacks that caused bleeding, that would be disastrous. Although the chances of that happening are low, Wu Shaochen felt that the likelihood of it happening to him was quite high. He sensed a great deal of malice from the main brain. Forget it, I'll head back to the village and buy some potions. He was no longer interested in farming wild boars. If he was going to farm, it had to be wild wolves. Looking at the more than 200 copper coins in his backpack, Wu Shaochen thought, once I buy more potions, I'll farm here. Having money gives me the freedom to act. As Wu Shaochen made his way back, he thought to himself and removed all his gear, donning a novice cloth armor and taking up a wooden sword as he headed towards the village. He was unaware of how much equipment other players had acquired, but he was certain it was less than his, considering he was fighting monsters beyond his level with great efficiency. It was better to keep a low profile, or being watched by others would not bode well. Upon returning to the goat area, he saw countless players clustered together hunting goats. Their gear consisted entirely of novice cloth armor and wooden swords. Occasionally, he noticed a few players with different equipment, but they were in the minority. As expected, the game's drop rate was quite disheartening. Fortunately, he had removed his gear before returning, otherwise he would have drawn attention. Wu Shaochen quickly exited the goat area. After he left, a woman wearing a white mask furrowed her brow as she watched him depart. That person seems to move differently. The woman thought to herself. Even if everyone has distributed their points into agility, at level 2 no one should be that much faster. What's wrong, miss? Is there something off about that person? Uncle Lu asked, glancing in the direction his lady was looking, but the figure had already disappeared from sight. It's nothing. The woman shook her head. Perhaps she was just being too sensitive. Wu Shaochen quickly returned to the village where there were very few people left. Everyone had gone out to hunt monsters. First, let's see what tasks are available. Wu Shaochen thought to himself. He then ran directly to the white-haired elder standing at the village entrance. He figured this must be the village chief. Hello, village chief. Is there anything I can help you with? Wu Shaochen asked politely. Adventurer, your strength is too low to assist me. Why don't you go to Grandma Lu north of the village and see if she needs your help, the village chief said. With that, Wu Shaochen dashed to the north of the village where he saw an elderly woman sitting in a chair, soaking up the sun, and hurried over to her. Hello, Grandma Lu. Is there anything you need my help with? Oh, adventurer, hello. I do have a bit of a situation. Recently, rabbits have been overrunning the area outside the village and have devoured all the carrots I planted. Could you help me by eliminating those pesky rabbits? The old woman said. Ding. Grandma Lu has issued you a task. Task details: go to the grasslands and kill the little white rabbits, then bring back 10 rabbit furs to Grandma Lu. Task rewards: experience 10, copper coins 10. Would you like to accept? Oh, is this it? Can I say I'm not interested? Wouldn't it be more worthwhile to go hunt wolves instead? He decisively chose to decline. He quickly ran away under Grandma Lu's reproachful gaze. Was the reward for tasks in this game really that low? Or was this just the lowest level task? After wandering around the novice village for a while, Shaochen suddenly noticed a farmer sitting at his doorstep, sighing heavily. He looked like he had a task. Shaochen hurried over and politely said, "Hello, uncle. Is there anything I can help you with?" Adventurer: hello. I am indeed facing some difficulties. It would be wonderful if you could help me. Recently, wild boars have been frequently appearing in the forest, ruining my crops. Could you help me eliminate those troublesome wild boars? The farmer said. Ding. The farmer has issued you a task. Task details: go to the forest and kill wild boars, then bring back 50 wild boar tusks to the farmer. Task rewards: experience 500, copper coins 200. Would you like to accept? How isn't this convenient? Seeing over 100 wild boar tusks in his backpack, Shaochen clicked accept without hesitation. Just as he was about to submit the task, he suddenly stopped. Wait a minute, if I submit this, won't I just level up instantly? How would I then farm my talents? He quickly put away the wild boar tusks he was about to take out. That old man is quite cunning, trying to undermine my talents. Forget it, there's no time limit on the task anyway. I'll wait until I can't farm talents in the novice village anymore, and then submit it. At that time, I can complete all the tasks again. No experience doesn't matter. The main thing is the copper coin rewards. After making his decision, Shaochen turned and headed towards the apothecary. There was no need to search for other tasks now. Farming talents was the top priority. Upon arriving at the apothecary, he checked the goods and saw that a small red potion was priced at 20 copper coins. Shaochen's face darkened. Was it this expensive? He had thought this basic potion would only cost 1 or 2 copper coins at most. With over 200 copper coins, he could have easily bought more than 100 bottles. Now he could only buy 10 bottles. This is outrageous. Shaochen said with a grim face, ultimately gritting his teeth to buy 10 bottles. Looking at the 16 copper coins left in his pouch, he felt a stab of pain. He had collected each one painstakingly from the ground. He rushed to the general store to sell the extra 81 wild boar tusks. Since the task only required 50, he had 131 in hand. The extras had to be sold. A player could only complete the same task once unless it was a chain task. He earned 81 copper coins and returned to the apothecary to replenish 4 bottles of red potion before heading out of the village. As he walked, Shaochen opened the chat channel. To be honest, he had been playing this game for several hours, mostly hunting monsters, without even checking the chat channel. He felt out of touch with society and decided it was time to see what everyone was chatting about. Currently, the chat channel only had regional and private chat options. Opening the regional channel revealed a flurry of activity. Looking for a party to hunt goats, preferably level 1 and above with full strength or full agility builds. Need 2 full strength players to help take down goats. Is there anyone who can take me to hunt goats? I just reached level 1. Damn, I've been killed again. Thankfully, you don't lose a level before level 10, otherwise I'd have to go back to hunting rabbits. The damage from these goats is too high. Seeing that the chat channel was filled with discussions about hunting goats, Shaochen shook his head. Luckily, his talent allowed him to fight monsters beyond his level. Otherwise, he would probably be competing with everyone else for kills. I heard a few level 2 players want to fight level 3 monsters, but they all returned shortly after. Are level 3 monsters really that terrifying? Of course they are terrifying. I specifically checked the attributes of the green snake. Its poison is disgusting. Without potions, you can't handle it at all. The potions in the store are also ridiculously expensive, so the experts probably don't plan on fighting the green snake. At this moment, Junlin and his friends who had just exited the bamboo forest all had grim expressions. Let's go back and farm goats. We won't fight the green snake. Let's level up and get some gear before taking on the level 4 crabs. We're giving up on the green snake. That's right, fighting the green snake isn't worth it. It consumes too many potions, Ninfeng replied. Sigh, but at this rate, the gap between us and that person will only widen. That's right, Haoran added. Our talents are more suited for the late game. We lack advantages early on, so there's no need to compete with him. That person's talents likely play a significant role early on, but it won't necessarily be the case later, so it's not something we need to worry about too much. With our strength, it won't be difficult to surpass him later on. Exactly, Junlin said. Shaochen quickly returned to the wolf area. Looking at the 16 bottles of potions in his backpack, his confidence surged. He spent a few minutes luring a wild wolf and engaged it directly. Ding! Defeated a wild wolf. Gained 40 experience points. Bonus 20 experience for defeating an enemy 5 levels above you. Ding. Innate talent activated. Poison damage increased by 1 point. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health increased by 20, mana by 10. You have gained 5 free attribute points. Allocate them wisely. After consuming 7 potions and slaying 5 more wild wolves, the level up notification appeared as expected, yet Wu Shaochen sighed wistfully. Another missed chance to trigger my talent. He allocated all attribute points to agility. His stats updated accordingly: level 4, level 5, health 270, 290, mana 90, 100, agility 25, 30, movement speed 28, 33. Poison damage rose to 23. Experience 03000. Approaching the carcass of a slain wolf, he collected 4 copper coins and a wolf's claw. Then unexpectedly discovered an item, a piece of jewelry he had never seen before. Wolf Fong necklace. Rarity common. Physical attack 10. Critical strike rate 1. Requirement none. Wu Shaochen blinked in mild surprise. Not bad. This is truly exceptional for a commandeer item. A 1 critical strike rate. That was extraordinary. Yet this gear offered him little practical value. Poison damage could not critically strike, and early game attack-oriented equipment held no real utility for him. Only skill-imbued gear would matter later. Since it served no purpose, selling it was the logical choice, and a profitable one at that. The thought alone brought him quiet delight. Listed anonymously via auction with a 10-minute bidding window. Confirmed. Holy, check the auction house. A sharp-eyed player spotted the listing instantly and shouted across the regional channel. Damn, a necklace granting 10 physical attack and 1 critical strike. I just spent ages farming mountain goats for a weapon. Only 4 attack. How can 2 commandeer items differ so drastically? Exactly. The armor I dropped doesn't compare to that boarhide cuirass previously listed in the auction house. Could it be that higher-level monsters yield superior loot? Respected seller, could you reveal where this necklace drops? I'll camp there immediately. Same here. This item must be mine. Huang Xiao stared intently at the auction house listing. His expression hardened. The previous incident where someone had snatched his prize still burned in his memory. For a build focused entirely on a single stat, this necklace represented a transformative upgrade. Its value already surpassed the 200 coin weapon he'd purchased, and the 1 critical strike rate, though modest, marked a pivotal breakthrough from 0 possibility to tangible potential. Once a critical strike became possible, it could occur at any moment. Meanwhile, Junlin gazed upon the same necklace in the auction house, and for the first time a rare spark of fervor flickered in his eyes. Junlin, this gear aligns perfectly with your talent. Nanfeng spoke seriously. They all knew Junlin's innate ability: critical strike damage 100. Where others dealt double damage on a critical hit, he dealt triple, but only if a critical strike occurred. Without that trigger, the talent remained dormant, utterly inert. We cannot let this slip away, Junlin declared resolute. Likewise, the masked woman regarded the item with unwavering determination. From the moment it appeared, its price surged relentlessly, evidence of fierce demand. Yet in this starter village, only 3 major factions truly wielded influence. This time Wu Shaochen monitored the auction closely, not merely for thrill, but to observe precisely how the price climbed. Within 5 minutes, the bid soared past 2,000 coins. Wu Shaochen's heart swelled with quiet elation. At 9 minutes, and counting, the price froze at 3,000 coins. Bidding stalled, not for lack of funds, but because most deemed the sum excessive. Young Master Huang, no one else is bidding. This necklace is yours for certain. No. Have you forgotten what happened last time? At the final second, someone will strike. When the clock hits 0, raise your bid directly to 5,000. Let those thieves find nothing left to steal. Huang Xiao sneered coldly. In the final second, multiple bids erupted simultaneously, until one final offer of 6,000 coins secured the item. Damn, underhanded tactics. Huang Xiao raged, nearly striking down his attendant. He hadn't lost for lack of coin, but for miscalculating psychological timing. The masked woman exhaled softly upon seeing the failed bid notification. She too had bid 5,000, believing that figure already stretched beyond the item's rational ceiling. Yet someone had paid 6,000 for a commoner necklace. To her, the logic defied comprehension. Didn't every object possess an intrinsic value limit? Even with superior stats, even if vital in the early game, it remained disposable gear destined for obsolescence within a day or two. Uncle Lu, is my understanding of this game fundamentally flawed? She asked the middle-aged man beside her. Miss, I've never played games before. Do you know why your father asked me to enter this one? Uncle Lu replied. Is it because father plans to invest in game businesses? You possess unmatched insight, so he sent you to assess whether investment is warranted. She asked. Indeed, miss. You've always been brilliant. You grasp complex matters instantly. Would you like to hear my interpretation of this world? Uncle Lou said. She nodded silently. Uncle Lou spoke gravely. I believe this is no longer a game. It is humanity's second world, a spiritual realm destined to house all facets of human inner life. Upon returning, I will advise your father to shift the majority of our real-world enterprises into this digital domain. Her eyes narrowed slightly. After a long silence, she murmured, I understand what must be done. Elsewhere, Junlin fastened the necklace around his neck, and a faint knowing smile touched his lips. 60,000 coins. Junlin, is a commandeer item truly worth that much? Howard winced. Absolutely. Jewelry drops are exceedingly rare, and critical strike bonuses rarer still. This piece will carry me through the entire starter village. Such an investment will repay itself manifold in the future. This game is unlike any that came before. It is our opportunity. We must seize it, Junlin affirmed solemnly. Understood. Ding. Your auctioned item has been purchased. Final price, 60000 coins. After a 9000 coin commission, 51000 coins have been deposited into your linked bank account. Wu Shaochen stood momentarily stunned. He'd anticipated the necklace would fetch more than his prior listings, but never imagined it would reach 600. When the price plateaued at 300, he assumed that was the ceiling, only to receive a staggering surprise in the final second. Truly, there are many wealthy players, he mused aloud. Just hours earlier, he'd entered the game with only 700 coins, worried about rent. Now, in under 6 hours, his balance neared 6 figures, a reality he'd once considered pure fantasy. Keep going. I won't rent anymore. I have dreams now. I'm going to buy a home. Haha. Next, let's check the attributes of the level 10 monsters and see if we can defeat them. If we can continue to grind for talents. As I traversed the wild wolf plains, a pack of wolves followed closely behind me. There was no way around it. Wild wolves are aggressive monsters that will chase you once you enter their aggro range. However, with 33 points of movement speed, Wu Shaochen paid little attention, knowing they couldn't catch up. After walking for a while, I came across a valley and saw several imposing silver wolves pacing within it from a distance. Another wolf. Wu Shaocheng's heart sank. He needed health potions to fight the wild wolves, and these wolves looked much stronger. Reaching the mouth of the valley, I cast an insight spell at the nearest silver wolf. Silver wolf. Level 10. Health 6,000. Attack 140. Defense 60. Speed 30. Skill Swift let out a long howl, gaining 50 attack speed and 50 movement speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes. Great, this creature counters me completely. Oh, I can't fight it. Time to leave. Wu Shaochen turned around and walked away without hesitation. Forget it, I'll log off and grab something to eat. I've been playing for 6 hours and I've only had a single bread roll today. I can't sustain myself like this. Having earned so much money, I should treat myself a bit. I found a safe place to log off, took off my helmet, and sat up on my bed. I shook my head, feeling no discomfort. Suddenly, my stomach churned and I rushed to the bathroom. After half an hour, I emerged from the bathroom, feeling utterly drained. Sigh, it must be the bread from noon that went bad. I should be more careful about what I eat next time. I sat on the only shabby sofa in my rental apartment, whipped out my phone, and luxuriously ordered a family bucket. I had planned to dine out, but now I could barely walk. Takeout was my only option. After ordering takeout, I started browsing the forums. Almost all the posts were about the Divine Oracle, and surprisingly 2 of the top 3 were about me, with view counts reaching millions. 1. Speculations on high attribute equipment frequently appearing in auction house of Novice Village No. 8,365. 2. Whiteboard gear from Novice Village No. 8365 sold for as high as 6,000. 3. Discovered the Novice Village BOSS while Boar King attributes included. Those wishing to strategize against the boss can take a look. Currently, it is known that 3 exceptional pieces of equipment have been listed in Novice Village No. 8,365. I speculate that the first 2 pieces should drop from defeating the level 6 monster, the Wild Boar, while the third piece, the Wolf Tooth Necklace, is likely drop from defeating the level 9 monster, the Wild Wolf. I strongly advise the officials to investigate this person thoroughly. I suspect they are cheating. There's no way a player at this stage could handle the Wild Boar, let alone the Wild Wolf. The comments below reached tens of thousands, mostly accusing this person of cheating and demanding an investigation. There were a few who speculated that perhaps it was skill. However, such voices were quickly drowned out. Astonishingly, this post received an official reply: "There are no cheats in the Divine Oracle." It was a straightforward reply with no extra words, which silenced those who wanted to jump on the bandwagon to comment. "The officials are quite imposing," Wu Shaochen remarked. Glancing at the two posts below, I thought, I didn't expect someone to discover the wild Boar King. I should hurry to deal with it. Although no one can defeat it in the short term, it feels uncomfortable to be watched. After a while, my takeout finally arrived. After a hearty meal, Wu Shaochen wiped his mouth, lay back on his bed, and put on the helmet to log back in. I appeared at the same spot I logged off last time, checked my attributes, and realized I still couldn't take on the wild Boar King. Fighting wild wolves would waste my potions. Damn, do I have to go back to fight wild boars? Can I say that just seeing wild boars makes me want to vomit? Should I check out what level 8 monsters are like? If I can defeat them, I might get different equipment, and maybe I can gather enough attributes to take on the wild Boar King. Level 8 monsters should be behind those spiders. I need to be careful not to get caught in those disgusting spider webs while passing through the spider jungle, otherwise I won't be able to withstand even a few hits. The monster distribution in this game is utterly chaotic. How many players will it trap? Just think about it. Most players, feeling no pressure against the level 3 green serpent, will surely choose to venture deeper, preparing to challenge a higher level monster. But the moment they step in, they could be ensnared by a level 7 spider, and that kind of despair could leave a psychological scar. Wu Shaochen skillfully navigated to the spider jungle, and thanks to his high movement speed, he safely reached the depths of the jungle. Finally, he encountered a level 8 monster, but upon seeing the toad before him, Wu Shaochen felt utterly uncomfortable. Toad. Level 8. Health 3,200. Attack 100. Defense 48. Speed 15. Skill Tongue Strike extends its tongue to strike the target, ignoring 50 defense, and dealing 145 physical damage, reducing the target's movement speed by 30. Cooldown time 10 seconds. This one I can fight. Wu Shaochen calculated that the toad's skill damage, ignoring 50 defense, would only deal 137 damage to him. With 290 health, he was more than capable. With his current 23 poison damage, he could take it down in 3 hits, and even with the reduction of 30, his 33 movement speed would still be sufficient to deal with it. Ugly is ugly, but I can endure it. It's not like I'm going to date it. Killing an 8-level toad would grant Wu Shaochen 30 experience points, plus an additional 9 points for defeating a monster 3 levels higher, totaling 39 experience points for each kill. In addition to 4 copper coins, the toad would also drop a sticky saliva, which was likely a quest item. In the novice village, there should be a quest for every type of monster. Thus began Wu Shaochen's journey of killing toads. At this moment, many of the advanced players in Novice Village were already at level 3, starting to strategize against crabs. Each of them had several pieces of equipment, with the strongest groups fully geared in defensive armor, mostly made from the 2-point attribute gear dropped by goats, which didn't significantly enhance their capabilities. Although they generally fought in groups of at least 5, the crab's attributes were still too strong for players at this stage, making the battles quite challenging. Meanwhile, everyone in Novice Village now. 8365 eagerly watched the auction house, anticipating that the mysterious big shot would sell equipment again. Although the auction house had several pieces of equipment listed, unfortunately, they were all 2-point attribute items, and the prices were still high. Some items were listed for 200 to 300, possibly influenced by the earlier transactions of Wu Shaochen's equipment, but they attracted no bids. Just then, a pair of shoes was listed in the auction house, priced at 1000. It was snatched up within a second of being posted. What just happened? I think I saw a pair of shoes appear and then disappear. Damn, really? I checked the auction records. It was a 5-point attribute pair of shoes listed at 1000. It must have been that big shot. Who the hell has such fast hands? They must have been single for 30 years. Wu Shaochen stared blankly at the auction house, wondering, was that hand speed really that fast? I just clicked to confirm, and before I even lowered my hand, it was gone. Was my price set too low, or did the wealthy simply have too much money? That pair of shoes was the canvas shoes he obtained from defeating the first sea turtle, which he had worn ever since. Just now he managed to exchange them for a new pair after defeating a toad, and then thought about setting a price of 10,000 to see if anyone would want them. If no one did, he would lower the price a bit. After all, they were second-hand shoes he had worn, and he didn't want to deceive anyone. It seems I underestimated the value of the equipment. I didn't expect second-hand shoes to be so sought after. Glancing at the newly dropped toad boots, which provided 5 movement speed and 3 defense, his movement speed reached 35 and defense 18. This was quite appealing, so he continued to hunt. For the next 2 hours, Wu Shaochen diligently farmed toads, defeating a total of 77 and finally leveling up to level 6. During this time, 3 pieces of equipment dropped. Toad belt 40 health for defense. Toad helmet 40 health for defense. Toad ring 20 health 8 physical attack 1 attack speed. Since this ring added 20 points of health, Wu Shaochen decided to wear it himself and didn't sell it. He listed the replaced wild boar belt and wild boar helmet on the auction house for a 10-minute bidding. After 10 minutes, both items were sold for a price of 3,000. As player levels rose and equipment became available, the level 6 wild boar gear no longer provided as much of an advantage. Finally managed to buy one. I didn't expect the prices of white gear to still be so high after the server had been up for so long. The veiled woman sighed. Well, now everyone knows that white gear attributes vary in quality, so naturally gear with higher attributes will be pricier, but it won't be outrageous. As player levels rise and equipment becomes available, prices will quickly drop. After all, equipment in the novice village changes every hour. I wonder what kind of person can defeat such high-level monsters. Could it be a large force relying on sheer numbers? The woman questioned curiously. Impossible. If it were just relying on numbers, their presence would be significant and not go unnoticed. Besides, if they had many members, they would also need gear for themselves and couldn't possibly have excess to sell. So I believe the team selling the equipment cannot exceed 5 people. It could even be just one person. Uncle Liu analyzed. The woman nodded, clearly agreeing with Uncle Liu's perspective, but inadvertently recalled the figure she had glimpsed last time. By the way, they seemed to have come from the direction of the wild boar forest. The woman suddenly realized. Could it be him? She thought to herself, determined to pay close attention to this person if they crossed paths again. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was completely unaware that someone had taken an interest in him. He was busy checking the attributes of the equipment he had swapped to after leveling up. Name Chen Feng. Level 6. Health 350. Mana 110. Physical attack 20. Magical attack 10. Physical defense 18. Magical defense 5. Movement speed 35. Attack speed 8. 35 points of agility, provides 7 attack speed plus 1 from the ring. Experience 34,000. Strength 5. Intelligence 5. Constitution 5. Bone 5. Spirit 5. Agility 30. Skill Insight. Talent Source of Venom inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds, stackable for 1 layer. I should add these 5 points to Constitution. For now, I'll focus on defeating the Wild Boar King. My speed is already sufficient, and adding 5 points to Constitution will increase my health to 400. This way I can naturally restore 4 points per second. Otherwise, even with 399 health, I would only restore 3 points per second. He then allocated the 5 attribute points to Constitution, bringing his health exactly to 400. He glanced at the potions in his bag, originally having 9. Now he had 6 more, totaling 15 red potions, feeling ready to take on the Wild Boar King, a boss he had long craved. He mentally reviewed the attributes of the Wild Boar King again. With 250 attack, my defense is 20, taking 230 damage from it. In 50 seconds, I can recover 200 health, so it shouldn't be a problem. I'm quite familiar with the wild charge. Dodging should not be difficult as long as I don't get close when it goes berserk. I'm just worried that the poison might wear off within those 30 seconds, but there's nothing I can do about that. I can always fight a little longer. Alright, it's settled. I'm going for it, was Shaochen resolved as he headed towards the Wild Boar King. Seeing the massive figure of the Wild Boar King again, Wu Shaochen still felt a sense of unease. Although his attributes had improved significantly, the oppressive feeling remained. Slowly approaching the Wild Boar King, he soon entered its aggro range. The Wild Boar King let out a loud roar and charged at him with a wild charge. What the heck? Why was the wind-up different this time? Wu Shaochen quickly dodged. When fighting normal wild boars, they would always shuffle their front feet before unleashing their skill, but why didn't this Wild Boar King do that? Instead, it just roared. Thankfully, after fighting wild boars for so long, he had nearly developed a reflex against the wild charge skill, so he managed to evade it. Taking advantage of the 1-second pause after the Wild Boar King used its skill, Wu Shaochen turned around and slashed at the Wild Boar King's backside, quickly dodging away while calculating the time it would take to defeat it as he saw the 23 damage numbers pop up above its head. If all went normally, it would take about half an hour to kill it with poison. However, he couldn't approach it during its 30-second berserk phase, and he had to account for the possibility of the poison wearing off. With the Wild Boar King's 500 health, it could recover 500 health per second, which was quite tricky. But he would see how it went. If necessary, he could endure a bit of damage to reapply the poison. After all, he had potions. Wu Shaochen nervously danced around the Wild Boar King, constantly avoiding its wild charges. After dodging each time, he would strike back once. For a full 3 minutes, the Wild Boar King couldn't hit him even once, and it finally grew furious. Roar! With a mighty roar, the wild boar stood upright, its height suddenly exceeding 3 meters. It hammered its forelegs against its chest and charged at Wu Shaochen again. Holy crap, this is a bit shocking. Thankfully, it doesn't increase its movement speed, or else it would be impossible to fight. Wu Shaochen thought, calculating that the poison still had 28 seconds left. It didn't matter. After the poison ended, it wouldn't start recovering health until 10 seconds later, so he could let it go wild for a while. Thus, the wild Boar King seemed to be firmly under Wu Shaochen's control, as all its tactics became ineffective under the premise that it couldn't catch up. Although the wild charge didn't have the usual wind-up, it did roar, and with a deep understanding of this skill, it wasn't difficult for Wu Shaochen to dodge it, especially with his movement speed of 35. During this time, the wild Boar King went berserk 6 times, but only once did it unleash its fury just as the poison was about to end, and Wu Shaochen had to endure the damage to land another hit. He lost 355 health points, and the 50 attack speed increase was not enough for it to hit him twice before he could run away unless it could achieve 2 hits per second. Ultimately, Wu Shaochen managed to escape without any serious issues. After more than half an hour, the wild Boar King's health dropped to 10, triggering its last survival skill. However, it was of no use. It stood there foolishly for 10 seconds without moving and didn't recover a single health point. It was probably the most unfortunate wild Boar King among all the novice village bosses. Finally, after enduring a grueling battle that lasted 36 minutes, the enormous body of the wild Boar King crashed to the ground. Ding, congratulations on defeating the Black Iron level boss Wild Boar King. You have gained 100 reputation points and 5,000 experience points. Ding, talent characteristic triggered poison stacking increased by 1. Ding, congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 20 health, 10 mana, and 5 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Meanwhile, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Huaxiao server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Chen Feng for defeating the Black Iron level boss, Wild Boar King. As the first player to kill a Black Iron level boss on the server, the system rewards you with 200 reputation, 10 gold, and 10 free attribute points. This announcement rang out 3 times across the entire Huaxiao server, and the game fell into an eerie silence, as if frozen in time before erupting into chaos. What the hell am I hallucinating? Someone actually killed a boss. I can't even defeat a crab right now. This must be a joke. How could the Wild Boar King's stats possibly be within the reach of players at this stage? I suspect I might be playing a fake game. In various novice villages, some leaders of top factions and expert players in the gaming community were equally taken aback. They thought they were ahead of everyone else, yet they discovered someone was far ahead of them. 8365 Novice Village. Junlin, do you think this person could be someone from our novice village? It's possible, Ninfeng said, his expression grave. As far as I know, no one in other novice villages has sold equipment with 6 attribute points. The highest has only been 5, so this necklace I have really raises a lot of questions. Junlin also spoke solemnly. But you've seen the Wild Boar King's stats on the forum. I can't imagine what kind of strength it would take to defeat it, and it's likely he's just one person. Ninfeng replied. I want to know that too. Junlin sighed helplessly. Meanwhile, a woman wearing a white veil murmured, has he really become that strong? At this moment, Wu Shaochen himself was bewildered by the continuous system notifications. He truly didn't expect that killing the Wild Boar King would trigger a server-wide announcement, but upon seeing the generous reward of 10 gold, he quickly dismissed his worries. Whether there was an announcement or not didn't matter. This reward was truly enticing. This amounted to 1,000 silver coins and 100,000 copper coins. It's important to note that up to now, he hadn't even broken through 10 silver coins. Moreover, the 10 free attribute points were equivalent to leveling up twice, which was very nice. As for the reputation, he wasn't sure what it was for, but it should be something good. He guessed he would find out once he reached the main city. Looking at his friend request list, and the private chat window flashing non-stop, instantly growing to 999, Wu Shaochen felt a headache coming on. He hurriedly set it to not allow strangers to add him as a friend and to not receive private messages from strangers, finally finding some peace. Next came the exhilarating part of looting the equipment. Seeing the Wild Boar King drop a plethora of items, Wu Shaochen was extremely excited. It was the first time in a long while that he had seen so many items drop at once, and he maximized his speed to collect everything, not leaving even a single copper coin behind. After tallying up, the Wild Boar King had dropped exactly 1 gold and 34 silver, 3 pieces of Black Iron level equipment, 4 pieces of whiteboard Wild Boar equipment, a skill book, and a scroll. I didn't expect to get so many drops at once given the game's drop rates. How extraordinary. It looks like I need to hunt more bosses in the future. This is the way to wealth. Looking at the attributes of the 3 pieces of black iron level equipment, this was the first time I had encountered black iron level gear. Fong Blade quality black iron level physical attack 30 additional attribute strength 10, required level 6, Wild Boar armor quality black iron level health 100 defense 10 additional attribute constitution 8 required level 6 Wild Boar leggings health 100 defense 10 additional attribute bone 6 required level 6. It's clear that black iron level equipment is incomparable to whiteboard gear. In addition to the base attributes, they also randomly add an extra attribute that makes a significant difference. As for the 4 pieces of whiteboard equipment, they were simply the Wild Boar gear, dropped by the Wild Boar leather helmet, Wild Boar leather armor, Wild Boar leather pants, Wild Boar belt. Although Shaochen didn't need them, they were still worth money. He took out the skill book and scrolled first looking at the skill book. Savage Charge consumes 40 mana to quickly dash forward in a straight line for 4 meters. Upon colliding with the target, it stops and inflicts 150 physical damage, stunning the target for 1 second. Learning requirement Warrior. This skill has damage control and mobility. It is undoubtedly a warrior's PK skill. In the game, characters can teleport to the main city to change jobs after reaching level 10. After changing jobs, each class can learn 2 basic skills, such as the Priest Healing spell and the Mage's Fireball spell. Other skills are obtained through combat, and there are no hidden classes in the game. Naturally, having more skills makes one stronger, so the value of skills is definitely not something equipment can compare to. This skill book doesn't show its value yet. I'll wait until everyone changes jobs before selling it. By then, I'll likely make a substantial amount of money. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, looking at the scroll in his other hand. Wild Boar King Summon Scroll summons the Wild Boar King to fight for you for a duration of 30 minutes. The scroll disappears after use. Good stuff. The Wild Boar King is quite powerful. When I encounter monsters I can't defeat, I can let it do the fighting. Next, Wu Shaochen began to allocate his attribute points. After leveling up, and with the 10 attribute points from the reward, he now had a total of 15 attribute points. Currently, the only troublesome monster he faced in the novice village was the Silver Wolf, mainly because its skill increases movement speed by 50, which could push its speed to 45 points. So there was no need to think twice. He allocated all 15 points to agility, bringing his agility to 45 points, and with the 5 points from his shoes, he just barely surpassed it. Got it. Then he equipped the Wild Boar armor and Wild Boar leggings, instantly refreshing his attributes and elevating them to unprecedented levels. As for the weapon, Wu Shaochen still didn't plan to use it himself. The additional attack didn't help him much, since he was still unable to break through defenses, relying instead on poison. It was more practical to sell it at auction for money. However, he couldn't do that just yet. He had to wait until tomorrow when everyone leveled up to auction it. Black iron equipment had level requirements, and currently no one could equip it. He casually put the unequipped Wild Boar leather armor, Wild Boar leather pants, and the 4 Wild Boar equipment he just obtained on the auction house in bidding mode for 10 minutes. When he put a large number of Wild Boar equipment on the auction block, it caused a massive stir in the 8365 novice village, as nearly everyone believed that the player Chen Feng, who had defeated the Wild Boar King, was from their novice village. After 10 minutes, all the equipment was sold with transaction prices ranging from 2,000 to 3,000, totaling 156,000 yuan. After deducting a 15 handling fee, it netted him 132,600 yuan, which felt fantastic. When your strength is completely ahead, making money is indeed quite simple. Due to the significant changes in attributes, he decided to announce it once more. He hoped no one would find it annoying, as he was afraid he might forget himself. Name Chen Feng, level 7 health 6, 20 mana, 120 physical attack, 20 spell attack, 10 physical defense, 40 spell defense, 11 movement speed, 50 attack speed, 10 experience, 1003600 strength, 5 intelligence, 5 constitution, 8 points from equipment bone, 11, 6 points from equipment spirit, 5 agility, 45 skill, insight, talent source. A venom inflicts 23 points of true damage to the target per second for 60 seconds, a stackable up to 2 layers. These stats were formidable. Monsters in the novice village now posed no threat whatsoever. Alas, talent refinement was no longer possible. He had to level up swiftly to level 10 and head for the capital city. First, he would return to store his skills and weapons. Every player possessed a personal warehouse managed by a warehouse keeper, where temporarily unused items could be securely deposited. The warehouse held 100 slots, expandable for a fee, and was fully synchronized across all cities. Items stored in the novice village could be retrieved in the capital city without issue. Moreover, warehoused items were immune to being looted upon death. He would also complete the available quests involving wild boars and toads. Time-sensitive monster-slaying tasks, however, could wait. He no longer needed the meager copper coins they offered. Wu Shaochen's spirits soared as he strode lightly back into the novice village. He located the warehouse keeper and deposited his skill scrolls and weapon, then sought out the farmer to turn in the wild boar quest, earning 500 experience points and 200 copper coins. Next, he delivered 50 vials of toad saliva to the village's elder apothecary, receiving 800 experience points and 300 copper coins. 2 quests alone yielded 1300 experience points and 500 copper coins, a testament to how efficiently questing accelerated progression. Regrettably, each quest could only be completed once. At the apothecary, he reluctantly spent 10 silver coins on 20 medium health potions, each restoring 50 health per second for 10 seconds, priced at 50 copper coins per bottle, as exorbitant as ever. Having purchased the potions, Wu Shaochen prepared to hunt silver wolves, when a woman veiled in white silk approached him directly. Her aura is extraordinary. Pity her face remains hidden. Wu Shaochen mused inwardly. She halted before him and asked tentatively, Chen Feng. He stiffened. How had she recognized him? Was she bluffing? Though startled, he concealed his surprise and replied coolly, You've mistaken me for someone else, miss. Su Muxiue studied the man intently, searching his expression for any telltale flicker, but his countenance remained calm, unruffled, utterly unreadable. Could I have been wrong? She wondered silently, then offered an apology. I'm sorry. I must have misidentified you. No matter. If that's all, I'll take my leave. Wu Shaochen turned to walk past her, only for Su Muxiue to call out hastily, Wait. May I add you as a friend? Whether or not he truly was Chen Feng, this man clearly possessed formidable strength. And for Su Muxiue, who intended to rise within the game, forging such an alliance was an opportunity not to be missed. The thought of accepting a friend request from so striking a beauty nearly made him nod, until he recalled that doing so would expose his full profile, instantly revealing his true identity as Chen Feng. No, women only hinder the speed of my blade draw, he murmured inwardly, then waved dismissively. No need for friendship links. Should our paths cross again, we'll speak then. And with that he walked away. Su Muxiue stood frozen, bewildered. Was he truly leaving just like that? She quietly sent a friend request, only to receive the notification, This player has disabled friend requests from strangers. Her brow furrowed. The message matched precisely what appeared when she'd attempted to add Chen Feng by ID. Coincidence, or do elite players all adopt this setting? She watched his retreating figure, eyes narrowing sharply. That speed. Meanwhile, Wu Shaochen, having exited the village, remained deeply unsettled. How did she suspect me? Both times I returned to the novice village, I'd removed all equipment. Surely, I left no trace. Just then a figure materialized behind Su Muxiue, freshly logged in, and stepped beside her. Madam, the Master has approved my proposal. We shall develop vigorously within Divine Edict. He will soon dispatch a large contingent of elite gamers into the world, and has instructed us to spend freely in the early stages, ensuring we maintain a decisive lead. Only thus can we secure unparalleled advantages later on. Very well. Monitor the auction house closely, especially any gear listed under Chen Feng's name. Secure it immediately upon release. Chen Feng, the one who first slew the wild Boar King. Madam, you suspect he is the same person who has been selling high-stat gear exclusively in our novice village? Lu Shu asked. Most likely. No other novice village has yet produced vendors of elite-grade equipment. Whoever felled the wild Boar King almost certainly hails from ours, and I believe I may have deduced his identity. Su Muxiue replied. Truly, if so, might you persuade him to join our faction? Lu Shu exclaimed, elated. Securing such a master would yield incalculable benefits for our growth. I'll do my best, Su Muxiue murmured softly, though in truth she held not the slightest confidence. Wu Shaochen proceeded directly to the Silver Wolf Vale. Once an insurmountable foe at level 10, the Silver Wolf now presented no challenge whatsoever. He lured out a single beast and struck twice, now capable of applying 2 stacks of poison, inflicting 46 damage per second. With a health pool of 600, each wolf fell in just over 2 minutes. Though taking 2 hits cost him 200 health, his post-combat regeneration of 6 health per second rendered that trivial. Thereafter, he entered an unbroken cycle of monster farming. Once Wu Shaochen committed himself to leveling, his ascent became astonishingly swift. Within 2 hours, including aggro management, he reached level 8. His health rose to 640 mana to 130, other attributes remained unchanged. He withheld allocating stat points for now, waiting instead to assess the resistances and affinities of upcoming foes before assigning them strategically. After all, he no longer needed marginal gains. Strangely, or perhaps unsurprisingly, having slain the wild Boar King yielded abundant loot. Yet after 2 full hours of hunting over 50 silver wolves, only a single item dropped: a bracelet he had no use for. Silver Wolf Bracelet, quality common. Attack 10, attack speed 1. No equip requirement. Frankly, he found its stats underwhelming. Others might feel similarly, though given that Wu Shaochen already wore 2 black iron tier pieces, his standards had grown discerning indeed. He casually listed it on the auction house under bidding mode. Let others set the price, he cared little how much it fetched. Meanwhile, deep within the wild boar forest, Junlin and his party felled another boar, and finally saw loot drop. Upon inspection, it proved to be one of the most frequently auctioned boar-themed items. So these items truly do drop from wild boars. Yet it defies logic. How could he slay boars while we were still struggling against mountain goats? Even now at level 5 and fully equipped, the fights remain grueling. How Ran observed. Who can say? Still, we've finally closed the gap. Given our strength, steady progress will surely let us catch up. Nanfeng added. Catching up may take far longer than you think. Check the auction house. Moi. Both quickly opened the interface. What the silver wolf bracelet? Did he farm level 10 silver wolves? Haoran gasped. Be confident, drop the did he. If he truly killed the wild boar king, slaying silver wolves is child's play. Nanfeng retorted. A freak. Ultimately, the silver wolf bracelet was sold for 200 yuan, leaving Wu Shaochen utterly perplexed. How could this possibly sell for 200? He could only sigh at the wealth of others. After spending over an hour browsing silver wolf items, Wu Shaochen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Although he wanted to keep grinding, especially since he didn't have to work and could rely on gaming for his livelihood, it was a great opportunity to earn money while leading the pack. However, after battling for over 10 hours in a day, his body simply couldn't take it anymore. He decided to put the recently dropped silver wolf armor up for auction. Since he already had the wild boar king armor, which provided 80 life and 2 defense, the life-focused silver wolf armor was no longer necessary. Still, its attributes were decent, and perhaps it could help him trigger a bit more health regeneration. He listed it anonymously in auction mode, confirmed, and logged off. Wu Shaochen took off his helmet and rubbed his head, feeling drowsy. It seemed he needed to save up for a gaming pod. It was said that lying in a gaming pod while playing would put players in the best state, and the pod contained nutrient fluid to replenish the body's needs. However, playing games consumed a lot of mental energy. Generally, players could only last 3 days before needing to log off to rest. Still, it was much better than a gaming helmet. Unfortunately, the gaming pods were exorbitantly priced at 1 million each, truly meant for the wealthy. Wu Shaochen checked his bank card balance on his phone, 307,300 yuan. His face lit up with excitement. He never expected to earn 300 in just the first day of the game. 300,000. Based on his previous job salary, it would take nearly 10 years of hard work to earn that much without eating or drinking. Yet he had achieved it in just 1 day within the game. What to do? He had just felt sleepy, but now he suddenly couldn't fall asleep. Maybe he should browse the forums. The top post in the forum was indeed about him, how the terrifying wild boar king was defeated. Below were various analyses of the wild boar king's data, concluding that it was currently impossible for anyone to defeat it. However, no one dared to suggest cheating, as everyone felt the uniqueness of this game. It was undoubtedly a groundbreaking product, and hacks simply couldn't exist. The last post strongly requested that Shen Feng share the strategy for defeating the wild boar king. Countless replies followed, all asking Wu Shaochen to share his strategy, each with grandiose justifications. Wu Shaochen read it and smiled lightly, too lazy to respond, and continued browsing to see if there were any interesting posts. After browsing for more than 10 minutes, Wu Shaochen finally felt tired again. He set an alarm for 6 hours and then collapsed onto his bed, falling into a deep sleep. He slept until the alarm rang, opening his eyes to find the sky still dark. Although he wanted to sleep more, he couldn't afford to. Otherwise, the advantage he had worked hard to accumulate would vanish. When he logged off, the average level in the novice village should have reached level 4, with the more capable players likely at level 5. Although the experience required for leveling up increased, later player strength was also gradually improving. Leveling up by 1 or 2 levels in 6 hours would be enough. After putting on his helmet, Wu Shaochen quickly entered the game, and soon a system prompt sounded. Ding! The item you listed in the auction house has been sold for 300 yuan. After deducting the handling fee of 4500 yuan, the remaining 25500 yuan has been transferred to your bound account. How delightful. I come in and already have money to collect. He thought about it. Players should generally have reached level 6 or even 7 by now. That weapon could probably be put up for auction. Wu Shaochen hurried towards the novice village, thinking how troublesome it was to run back and forth. Why didn't the novice village sell teleport scrolls? As he passed through the wild boar forest, he noticed it was already crowded with players. It seemed everyone had a fondness for wild boar equipment. After all, defeating the wild boar was quite challenging. If one lacked enough agility, it was difficult to avoid the boar's brutal charge, which dealt a staggering 150 damage and caused a 1-second stun, something most players couldn't withstand. It was safer to hunt spiders. Their skill only ensnared players, and in groups fighting spiders was much safer than tackling the wild boars. However, this was not of concern to Wu Shaochen. At this stage, many players already possessed wild boar equipment, and his wild boar king gear looked quite similar to the regular wild boar set, so he felt no need to take it off. He quickly returned to the novice village, retrieved his weapon, and directly listed it for auction. It was in auction mode with a bidding time of 10 minutes. After confirming, Wu Shaochen rushed back to the Silver Wolf Valley. The listing of the first black iron grade equipment indeed caused a huge stir. The regional channel exploded instantly. Wow, black iron equipment. With 30 attack and an additional 10 strength, that's equivalent to 50 points of attack. This single weapon exceeds the total attack of my entire gear. Black iron equipment is truly impressive. This weapon must have dropped from defeating the Wild Boar King. It's clear that the godly player who killed the Wild Boar King is right in our novice village. Why would such an incredible weapon be put up for sale by a godly player? Could it be that the godly player has found an even better weapon? That's impossible. How could there be a weapon stronger than black iron equipment at this point? Who knows? It doesn't matter. Let's grab it first. If I manage to get it, I can soar right from the spot. Everyone keep a close watch. I absolutely must acquire this weapon. Recently, Huang Xiao had his eyes on several pieces of equipment that were snatched away, and he felt a surge of frustration. The appearance of this equipment made him as excited as if he had taken a hit of something. With this piece of equipment, all those prior ones would be mere trash. Why did it take so long to sell this weapon? Did he really find something better? Lin asked, puzzled. That's impossible. Ordinary monsters in the novice village shouldn't drop black iron equipment unless he killed another black iron boss, Howren replied. There aren't that many bosses in the novice village. He's selling this weapon now because the players' levels weren't high enough to equip it before, making it hard to sell for much. Now is the best time to sell it. Since players' levels have generally increased, they need a powerful weapon to improve their monster hunting efficiency. Whether he has a better weapon is unknown. Perhaps the Wild Boar King dropped more than one weapon. Junlin analyzed. It was likely that no one could imagine that the godly player in their eyes was still wielding a novice wooden sword to fight monsters and had never broken through an enemy's defenses. Should we fight for this weapon? Xiaobei asked. Of course we should fight for it, but the price for this weapon will soar to a high point. We are professional players. Although we've made some money over the years, we can't compare to the true wealthy. We'll do our best, Junlin said with a heavy tone, clearly lacking confidence in acquiring this weapon. Previously, they had relied on clever tricks to obtain several pieces of equipment, but it was evident that there were quite a few wealthy players in this novice village. Missed this weapon. Uncle Lu hesitated as he approached Su Mushua. He wanted to advise the young lady to secure it, but he was also concerned that she would weigh its value, as his young lady had always been very rational and not easily impulsive. Such a personality was truly commendable, and he wasn't sure how to persuade her. Grab it, Su Mushua stated. Hearing Su Muxu's words, Uncle Liu's eyes brightened. All right, miss, wait for my good news. The price of the Fangtooth Great Blade skyrocketed, being the first black iron grade weapon. Its additional attributes were simply irresistible. Whoever obtained it would see their attack multiply, significantly boosting their efficiency in early monster hunts. Soon the price exceeded the previous highest transaction price of 6,000, reaching 8,000. At this point, the number of bidders noticeably dwindled, as not everyone was willing to spend money recklessly. The time once again approached 9 minutes and 59 seconds. This was the moment of finality, and the price had already climbed to 8,500. As the final second elapsed, countless bids suddenly emerged again, and the final transaction price reached a staggering 1,200. Damn it, I tried to buy a black iron weapon for 1,100, and I still failed. He thought the final price for the weapon would be around 1,000, so he attempted to outbid by an extra 1,000, but still ended up failing. Huang Xiao's face was filled with frustration, feeling that everything had been going wrong lately. It seemed like someone always knew what he was thinking and would outbid him by just a little. MD, I better not find out who it is, otherwise I'll expose you, Huang Xiao said with resentment. Junlin, you are right. These people really don't value money. The black iron equipment has already skyrocketed to 100. I can't imagine how much higher the advanced equipment will go in the future, Lindsay exhaled. We can only say that this Chinfeng is very adept at timing, and this piece of equipment is just a necessity. We happen to have a few big spenders in our novice village. This level of wealth is still relatively rare, as not every novice village has them. When we reach the main city, there will be more sellers, and the prices will naturally not be so outrageous, Junlin said. Sai being born in the same novice village as him is both a blessing and a curse. How inside? The others nodded with their strength. They would have already dominated in an ordinary novice village, yet now they could only serve as a backdrop. According to official statistics, over 200 million players from Huaxia have already joined this game, and the number is still rapidly increasing. Thus, it's normal for the prices of equipment to be this high. This presents an opportunity for us. Perhaps we may not stand out in this novice village because of him, but because of him, many in our novice village have obtained high-stat equipment ahead of time. Therefore, I believe our novice village's overall strength should be among the top, and when we reach the main city, our advantages will emerge. Junlin said. Oh, the others agreed. On the other side, Uncle Lu handed the fang-toothed giant blade to Su Muxue and said, Miss, with this weapon our efficiency in monster hunting will significantly improve. We aim to reach level 10 to secure a favorable position in the main city. Oh, Su Muxue sighed. Want to grow, huh? This Chinfeng must have sold equipment for hundreds of thousands from yesterday to today. Because he got ahead of everyone. Making money in this game is truly easy. Therefore, if we want to develop in the game, we must stay ahead of most people. Uncle Lu said. Ding. The item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 12000. After deducting the service fee of 18000, the remaining 10000 has been transferred to your bound bank account. While farming silver wolves, Wu Shaochen suddenly received this notification. Although it was somewhat unexpected, he felt somewhat numb now. If a black iron weapon can sell for 100, then, after reaching the main city, if I auction that skill book, I should be able to cover the costs of the gaming pod, right? Let's keep farming silver wolves. He glanced at the experience 23408000. At level 8, killing one silver wolf gives 72 experience, and with the added aggro it takes about 3 minutes per wolf, so it would take about 4 hours to level up. This speed is a bit slow. Wu Shaochen sighed inwardly. In fact, his monster-killing speed wasn't much faster than others because they were all teaming up to fight. Their attacks would surely be quicker than his, but his advantage was that he could take on monsters several levels higher, which solo play could not achieve. He could only fight monsters of similar levels, and he had to back off to heal from time to time unless he had a ton of potions. In group fights, experience is shared, so his leveling speed couldn't be compared to Wu Shaochen's. He was already quite fast. I need to change my strategy, Wu Shaochen thought. He was currently recovering 6 health per second, so in 50 seconds, he could recover 300 health, enough to withstand one attack from 3 wild wolves. Wouldn't it be more effective to farm in a group? With that thought, Wu Shaochen lured 3 monsters at once, slicing at one, but just as he prepared to strike the second, all 3 silver wolves attacked him simultaneously, and he was stunned, quickly running away. Damn it, calculation error. Run. How did I forget they can attack together? If each silver wolf hits me once, I'll endure 9 attacks. That would mean certain death. Wu Shaochen slapped his head. Forget it, I'll just stick to the original method unless I can separate them. At that moment, one silver wolf suddenly activated the skill speed burst, instantly distancing itself from the other 2 and chasing after Wu Shaochen. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean they were separated? Farming 3 at once was still feasible. After 2 hours of grinding, he logged off to grab breakfast, then logged back on to continue farming. After a total of 3.5 hours, he finally leveled up to level 9. His health reached 660, mana reached 140, experience 281,000. Other stats unchanged, and attribute points were still reserved. He killed 79 silver wolves in 3.5 hours and obtained 2 pieces of silver wolf equipment. Silver wolf helmet, common, health 60, defense 10. Silver wolf ring, common, attack 12, armor penetration 1. Silver wolf helmet. He equipped it, replacing the toad helmet, gaining an extra 20 health, bringing his total to 680. He listed the silver wolf ring and the unequipped toad helmet in the auction house, unsure of their prices, so he set them to bid mode. Eventually, the silver wolf ring sold for 15000, while the toad helmet probably had someone who could use it, only fetching 5000. As expected, without unique pricing, it couldn't compete. Player levels and equipment were gradually rising, leading to a rapid depreciation of common equipment. Previously, wild boar equipment had sold for as much as 300. Now silver wolf equipment could only fetch 15000. But but that was still decent. Wu Shaochen didn't dwell on it. After all, it was second-hand gear he had eliminated himself. Selling it for money was already good, otherwise he could only sell it to the shop for a few copper coins. Leveling up once more would allow him to seek the village chief and head to the main city. Based on game mechanics, the first to change classes should receive a reward right. After reaching level 9, killing a silver wolf only grants 66 experience. To reach 100 experience, he would need to kill 152. Averaging 2 minutes per wolf, it would take 5 hours to level up. Just thinking about it was terrifying. So there's no choice but to grind slowly. To become someone of note, Wu Shaochen continued to lure monsters. Just then a loud wolf howl echoed from deep within the valley. With that howl, Wu Shaochen noticed that the silver wolves in the valley seemed to have become disciplined, no longer lazy, but standing at attention. Could that sound be from a boss? Wu Shaochen thought, I should go take a look. Then Wu Shaochen dashed towards the depths of the valley at great speed, avoiding silver wolves along the way. If he couldn't avoid them, it didn't matter. They wouldn't catch up to him with a movement speed of 50. Wu Shaochen ran for 5 or 6 minutes before finally reaching the valley's depths, where he beheld an enormous silver wolf, its head held high with unmistakable regal authority. Whoa, this thing looks terrifyingly powerful, Wu Shaochen murmured, casting an insight spell. Silver Wolf King, Bronze Tier Boss. Level 10. Health 200,000. Attack 550. Defense 200. Speed 40. Skill 1, Blazing Speed. Lets out a piercing howl, gaining 50 increased attack speed and movement speed for 30 seconds. Cooldown 2 minutes. Skill 2, Howl of the Fell Wolf. The silver wolf throws back its head and unleashes a sonic blast, dealing 130 defense-ignoring damage to all targets within a 10-meter radius, while reducing their offensive output by 30 for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 minute. Skill 3, Summoning. When the Silver Wolf King's health drops below 30, it calls forth nearby silver wolves to join the battle. Damn, it's a bronze tier boss. That means it might drop bronze tier gear. Still, these stats are staggering. 200 health. Even if it stood motionless, I'd need over 2 hours just to fell it. And those skills, utterly vile. The second skill inflicts indiscriminate defense-ignoring AoE damage. My current HP would vanish in an instant. Is this difficulty level even fair? Is this truly a beginner village boss? And that third skill, pure exploitation. How many silver wolves dwell in this valley? If they all converge, there'd be no point even attempting the fight. Wu Shaochen frowned crestfallen. He'd imagined a windfall awaiting him, only to confront utter impossibility. Fine. If I can't beat it, perhaps I can at least avoid it. He retreated, resolving to level up to level 10 first and rush toward class advancement, the true priority. Thus he resumed his endless monster-slaying grind. Meanwhile, across other beginner villages, excluding village 8365, powerful guilds had mobilized teams to challenge the Boar King. News of the tusked giant blade stats leaked from village 8365 onto the forums had ignited fierce envy. Black iron gear vastly surpassed plain white equipment. Thus countless players launched assaults on the Boar King, convinced it was defeatable, since someone already had. Reality struck them hard. Dozens of parties paid dearly, yet not a single one succeeded. Many expended lives in futile attrition, whittling the Boar King's health down to 10, only for it to instantly regenerate to 30. They pressed on, but after exceeding the 5-minute limit, it regenerated again, repeating endlessly until exhaustion forced surrender. Their damage output proved insufficient. With 120 defense, the Boar King resisted nearly all attacks. Few players could pierce that armor, let alone deal 150 damage within 5 minutes. The entire forum erupted. Users flooded mentions toward Chun Feng, demanding to know how he had slain the Boar King. Yet no reply came. The forum's gone berserk, Lin Zi said, closing the forum with mischievous glee. Though in-game access to the forum existed, Wu Shaochen remained wholly absorbed in combat and oblivious to the chaos. Should I jump on the bandwagon too? I genuinely want to know how he killed it, Hao Ran remarked. His innate talent must counteract the Boar King's regeneration. Otherwise, no one at this stage could possibly output 150 damage within 5 minutes, especially against 120 defense, Jun Lin affirmed confidently. Elsewhere, Miss Yu claimed you knew Chun Feng's identity. Could you ask how he defeated the Boar King? Lu Shu asked curiously of Sumu Shui. At the mention, her aloof composure dissolved, replaced by mild embarrassment. I haven't managed to contact him yet. He hasn't accepted my friend request. Ah, well then. Achoo. Who's talking about me? Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose and resumed slaughtering silver wolves with unwavering diligence. After nearly 6 hours and 152 slain silver wolves, he finally reached level 10. Only 4 items dropped. Silver Wolf Belt Y Tire, 50 HP 5 defense. Silver Wolf Bracelet Y Tire, 20 HP 12 attack 1 attack speed. Silver Wolf Boots Y Tire 6 speed 4 defense. Silver Wolf Greaves Y Tire 60 HP 4 defense. All but the greaves were usable, the bracelet in particular was exceptional, immediately equipped. His stats shifted accordingly: level 9 10, HP 6 80 730, MP 140 150, physical attack 20 32, physical defense 40 42, movement speed 50 52, experience 600, with all else unchanged. He opened the auction house, already cluttered with listings for towed gear priced between 500 and 200 gold, none sold. Likely affluent or capable players dismissed such gear as obsolete. Casual players hesitated to spend so extravagantly. After consideration, Wu Shaochen listed his discarded toad belt and toad boots at 200 gold each. Even a mosquito is meat. He priced the silver wolf greaves at 100 gold, since few could hunt silver wolves, yet wealthy buyers would bite. Indeed, all 3 sold instantly, netting him 12600 gold. Alas, selling Y-Tire gear post-sleep yielded sharply diminished returns. By now such gear conferred negligible advantage. At last, level 10. Time to return to the village elder and teleport to the capital city for class advancement. But first he'd submit the Silver Wolf quest. 200 wolf fangs filled his pack, promising both experience and coin. Materials of the same type stacked up to 100 units, so space wasn't an issue. Wu Shaochen swiftly returned to the beginner village and located the general storekeeper who'd issued the Wolf Fang quest. He turned in 100 fangs, earning 200 experience points and 10 silver coins, a generous reward. He sold the remainder, netting over 100 copper coins. Wu Shaochen approached the village gatekeeper and greeted him politely. Elder, greetings. I've reached level 10. May I be teleported to the capital city? Oh, adventurer, your rapid growth astounds me. But alas, the teleportation array to the continent's capital has long lain broken from disrepair. Would you slay the Silver Wolf King deep within the Silver Wolf Valley and bring me its demonic core? With the core I can restore the array and send you onward. Ding. The village elder has assigned you a quest. Objective: slay the Silver Wolf King in the depths of the Silver Wolf Valley and return its demonic core. Reward title: Hero of the Beginner Village. What? Are you serious? I still have to fight that wolf. Wu Shaochen sighed, exasperated. He'd hoped avoidance would suffice, yet fate demanded confrontation. Reluctant though he was, refusal wasn't an option, not without access to the capital. Moreover, the reward was a title, a rare coveted honor. Titles could be worn simultaneously, their effects stacking, though only one appeared visibly, or none if hidden entirely. No player could resist such a prize. After accepting the task, Wu Shaochen glanced at his attributes and allocated all 15 free points into agility for the next 3 levels. To land a hit, he first needed to exceed the speed of his opponent, otherwise it would be futile. His monster hunting relied solely on evasion, and speed was essential. With the additional 15 points in agility, his agility reached 60, granting him a movement speed of 67. Wu Shaochen calculated in his mind that with his speed at 67, the Silver Wolf King only had a speed of 40. Even with a 50 boost, it would barely reach 60. However, the second skill had a range of 10 meters, making it impossible to dodge. The 130 damage ignoring defense could take away 715 hit points in an instant. As long as he didn't die, he could just use potions, but he was worried about getting hit after delivering a final blow. If it retaliated with a normal attack followed by a howl, he would be in serious trouble. There would be no escape. If he couldn't resolve the issue of the second skill in basic attacks, he shouldn't even consider engaging. Sai being stuck in the novice village left him with no way to increase his strength. What a predicament! Wu Shaochen wore a forlorn expression as he glanced at the equally despondent old man beside him. He impulsively said, "Village chief, the Silver Wolf King is too powerful. What should I do if I can't defeat it?" To his surprise, the village chief seriously pondered for a moment and replied, "Given the current strength of adventurers, it's indeed too difficult for you to face the Silver Wolf King. Here, take this letter to the apothecary and have the owner bring out some of his finest potions for you to choose from. This should enhance your chances of survival. As for whether you can defeat the Silver Wolf King, that will depend on your own abilities." Having said this, the village chief handed Wu Shaochen a letter. After receiving it, Wu Shaochen blinked in surprise. This is possible. He hurriedly took the letter and ran to the apothecary. Upon arriving at the apothecary, he found the owner and handed him the letter, saying, "Hello, boss. The village chief sent me here to buy some life-saving potions. Could you show me what you have? The apothecary owner took the letter, glanced at it, and sighed. That old man is still thinking about my meager stock. After saying this, he walked into the back room and returned after a while with a box. He opened it in front of Wu Shaochen and said, hurry up and pick, but I must warn you, my potions are not cheap. If you don't have the money, even with the village chief's letter, it won't do you any good. Wu Shaochen quickly looked over, and the functions and prices of each potion appeared before his eyes. Instant recovery potion instantly restores 1,000 hit points upon use. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Price 10 silver coins. Attack potion increases physical attack by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Life potion increases life by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Speed potion increases speed by 30 for 30 minutes. Price 50 silver coins. Wu Shaochen's eyes widened at the sight of these potions. These were not available in the novice village's apothecary. Typically, the only things sold were red potions, small, medium, large, and blue potions, small, medium, large, all of which provided continuous healing. However, seeing the prices of these potions made Wu Shaochen's mouth twitch. If he hadn't defeated that wild Boar King, he would only be able to admire these potions. How ridiculously expensive. Regardless of the cost, he needed these potions to defeat the Silver Wolf King. Without them, he couldn't leave the novice village. If he waited for the other players to level up and go after it together, he would lose his advantage. He gritted his teeth and spent a total of 5 gold coins to buy 50 bottles of instant recovery potion, then spent another 5 gold coins to buy 10 bottles of life potion. He felt that even in the main city these potions might not be available, so it was wise to stock up now. Watching 10 gold coins disappear from his inventory made Wu Shaochen's heart ache. After all, many wealthy players were trading copper coins for 1 silver coin each, and there was a shortage in the market. Those 10 gold coins were equivalent to 1,000 yuan. After purchasing the potions, Wu Shaochen again spent 50 silver coins to buy 50 large red potions, each restoring 100 hit points per second for 10 seconds. This was necessary. He could not afford to rely solely on instant recovery potion. After buying the potions, Wu Shaochen instantly felt a surge of confidence. The life potion increasing his life by 30 was actually useless against the Silver Wolf King, since even with the extra 30, he couldn't withstand a normal attack followed by a howl, making it unnecessary. As long as he had the instant recovery potion, he could instantly regain full health. If he took a regular attack and saw it about to use a skill, he could quickly drink a potion to restore his health. Skills like howls, which dealt area damage, certainly had a wind-up time, otherwise they wouldn't work at all. Just as Wu Shaochen was about to head to the Silver Wolf Valley, he suddenly saw the veiled woman approaching him. Wu Shaochen's mouth twitched. Why am I running into her again? It's nice to see you again, Su Muxue said with a slight smile as she looked at Wu Shaochen. Were you purposely waiting for me? Wu Shaochen asked suspiciously. Su Muxue did not respond directly. Meeting Wu Shaochen again was certainly not a coincidence, as she had instructed her people to alert her upon spotting him. You are Qin Feng, aren't you? Su Muxue suddenly said. How did you suspect I was Qin Feng? Wu Shaochen inquired, very curious about the question. He knew this woman had suspected him for a long time, but he couldn't figure out what flaw had led her to doubt him. Su Muxue did not beat around the bush and replied directly, the first time I saw you, you had just come out of the wild boar forest. At that time, everyone was still at level 12, while you were at least level 4. I felt your speed was at least 25 or above. Most people might not notice, but my instincts have always been accurate. When I saw you last time, I secretly added you as a friend, but the prompt said strangers couldn't add each other, just like when I tried to add Qin Feng. So many coincidences made me suspicious. All right, Wu Shaochen said speechlessly. He had forgotten about his speed at that time. He was just focused on maximizing his advantage, so he couldn't afford to walk slowly. However, that slight increase in speed was something most people wouldn't notice. He hadn't expected this woman to be so perceptive. So you really are Qin Feng. Su Muxue's eyes widened as she looked at his expression, confirming her suspicions. Although she had always doubted it, actually confirming it filled her with excitement. If you say so, then it is, Wu Shaochen said helplessly. Then, can we be friends? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Su Muxue said cautiously. Wu Shaochen looked at the woman before him and suddenly smiled, saying, if we're going to be friends, let me see what you look like. If you're pretty enough, I'll accept. Okay. Su Muxue nodded. She wore the veil merely to avoid trouble. Reaching up, she removed the veil from her face, revealing a beautiful visage that brightened Wu Shaochen's eyes. It was worth noting that the appearance in the game was a complete replica of reality, and there were no beauty filters or makeup in the game. It was pure natural beauty. This woman's looks could definitely score a 9. After unveiling, Su Muxue asked again, is it all right now? Sure. Wu Shaochen nodded, acknowledging her sincerity. To decline further would be pretentious, so he sent a friend request. He had set it so that strangers couldn't add him, he could only add others. Ding, player Chen Feng requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Upon hearing the system prompt, Su Muxue thought it really is him. She quickly clicked accept, and her friend list displayed a new friend, Chen Feng, LV10. Su Muxue's gaze sharpened, a level 10. At last, Wu Shaochen welcomed his first friend since entering the divine revelation, gazing at the solitary name in his friend list, Shuetra LV8. After adding her as a friend, Wu Shaochen turned to leave as he had important matters to attend to. Hey, wait! Su Muxue hurriedly called out, but Wu Shaochen had already run far away, leaving Su Muxue frowning in annoyance. Opening the friend list, he sent a private message. You're already level 10, why don't you go to the main city to change your class? After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the reply finally came. Do you think I don't want to? I just can't. Why, oi? Su Muxue was even more curious, but there was no further response. After waiting for a long time with no reply, she could only walk towards the village entrance as she needed to level up quickly. At this moment, Wu Shaochen certainly couldn't reply to her, as he was currently engaged in battle with the Silver Wolf King. He would strike once, and then run, leading the Silver Wolf King on a chase, a tactic he was accustomed to. With the instant recovery potion, although the battle was thrilling, it did not pose a life-threatening danger. It did consume some potions, but he had plenty of them. After making a quick attack, he would drink a medium red potion after taking a basic attack, and if his health was full, he would drink a large red potion after taking a roar damage. He kept himself at full health to guard against unexpected situations. If he took a basic attack and did not recover fully before the Silver Wolf King roared, he would quickly drink an instant recovery potion, as the 2 seconds of wind-up for the wolf's roar gave him enough time to consume a potion. In this manner, after maintaining a high level of vigilance for more than an hour, Wu Shaochen heard a long howl from the Silver Wolf King, and silver wolves within a radius of 500 meters rushed towards him. Damn, this is over the top. Seeing over 100 silver wolves charging towards him, Wu Shaochen cursed, feeling his scalp tingle. Quickly, over 100 silver wolves, led by the Silver Wolf King, pursued Wu Shaochen. Unfortunately, their speed was insufficient, as sheer numbers meant nothing. Hey, you can't catch me, can you? Frustrating, isn't it? Wu Shaochen taunted, fully aware that this situation would arise, and had already thought of countermeasures. This skill was similar to the wild Boar King's recovery. It was a disaster for others, but ineffective against him, as he did not confront them heat-in. No matter how many wolves there were, they simply couldn't match his speed. The Silver Wolf King was only 10 points faster than the silver wolves running in one direction. Soon the Silver Wolf King would break free and become isolated. As expected, the situation unfolded even better than anticipated, as the Silver Wolf King activated its speed boost and instantly separated from the main group. Haha, now this is fun, Wu Shaochen said joyfully, turning the encounter into a 1v1 battle. Under Wu Shaochen's annoying fighting style, the Silver Wolf King endured for 2 hours and 40 minutes, ultimately falling to his toxic attacks. Ding, congratulations on defeating the bronze boss Silver Wolf King, earning 200 reputation and 2 experience points. Your experience points are full. Please change your class promptly, or you will not be able to level up. Ding, talent trait triggered, toxin stacking limit increased by 1. Meanwhile, an announcement echoed throughout the entire Huaxia server. Server announcement: congratulations to player Chen Feng for defeating the bronze boss Silver Wolf King. As the first player to kill a bronze boss in the entire server, the system rewards 500 reputation, 20 gold, and 20 free attribute points. This is hereby announced. The server announcement rang out 3 times, leaving players across the entire Huaxia region in shock. After 3 seconds, the regional channels exploded. Is this a joke? A bronze boss? Our entire guild hasn't even taken down the wild Boar King yet, and this Chen Feng just killed a bronze boss. No way. Does anyone know the stats of the Silver Wolf King? I don't know, I've never seen the Silver Wolf King, but it's definitely stronger than the wild Boar King. This Chen Feng is too strong. Damn, who exactly is this Chen Feng? At that moment in the know, 97 novice village, over 100 well-trained coordinated players equipped with proper gear were strategizing against the wild Boar King. Leading them was a sturdy young man in his late 20s, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he watched the wild Boar King about to be slain. He was a well-known expert in the gaming world and the president of the famous guild Aoshi. With over 100 players working in harmony, the wild Boar King finally fell at their feet. However, before they could cheer, a server announcement rang out. Upon hearing it, the crowd fell silent. Their excitement at defeating the wild Boar King vanished. They were part of Aoshi, and like their guild name, the players were all proud experts. Yet in this game, Feng had always been ahead of them, leaving them unable to feel any joy. Aoshi Tianxia side, collect the loot and level up quickly. Players in various novice villages also fell silent upon hearing the server announcement. In the 8365 novice village. Damn, it's another expert from our novice village. This really brings glory to our 8365 novice village. Now I can brag about knowing Feng. Exactly. This is so impressive I can brag for years. By the way, has anyone ever seen Feng? We've been in the same novice village for so long, but never seen him. No, the expert hasn't revealed his ID. Even if he stood in front of you, you wouldn't know it. True experts are always low-key. Just want to say Feng is awesome. Feng, add me as a friend, we can meet up. Junlin and his group exchanged silent glances after hearing the system announcement, feeling that the distance was growing further away. I really want to see what kind of person can create so many miracles. Junlin sighed. At that moment, Su Mushua shocked glanced at her friend list. Is this what you meant by having something to handle? Just casually handling something caused the entire Huaxiao server to tremble. No wonder he had been ignoring my messages. It turns out he was fighting a boss. Initially seeing Wu Shaochen not replying, she had decided not to message him again, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she sent a message. Feng, how did you kill the bronze boss? After a while he replied with 4 words, just used my sword. After replying to Su Mushua's message, Wu Shaochen excitedly looked at the pile of loot scattered on the ground, ready to dive into the exhilarating gear collection phase. His speed, honed over 24 years of being single, was remarkable. In just a few seconds he had collected a large pile of items, quickly opening his backpack to check. He obtained a total of 3 gold, 64 silver, 3 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment, 6 pieces of whiteboard equipment, 2 scrolls, a skill book, an egg, and a magic core quest item. This is awesome. Wu Shaochen exclaimed, feeling the thrill of defeating the boss again, experiencing another wave of riches. After reviewing the attributes of the equipment, the Silver Wolf King necklace, bronze grade, attack 25, crit rate 10, luck 3, additional attributes, strength 10, agility 8, required level 10. The Silver Wolf King ring, bronze grade, health 100, attack 30, attack speed 10, additional attributes, strength 12, constitution 10, required level 10. The Silver Wolf King belt, bronze grade, health 300, dual defense 20, additional attributes, constitution 10, root bone 10, required level 10. The Wolf King helmet, black iron grade, health 200, defense 10, additional attributes, constitution 6, required level 10. The Wolf King trousers, black iron grade, health 250, defense 6, additional attributes, constitution 8, required level 10. The Wolf King boots, black iron grade, speed 24, a defense 5, additional attributes, agility 8, required level 10. As for the whiteboard equipment, it is Silver Wolf gear, all with attributes of 10 points, which doesn't need further inspection. I can just put The 6 pieces of equipment were quickly snapped up, and after deducting the fees, I received 1.0, which felt great. I looked at the bronze and black iron equipment. It seemed like I could use both. However, wearing the necklace would be a bit wasteful for him, as it only provided 8 points of agility, which wasn't very useful. But what caught Wu Shaochen's eye was the 3 points of luck, a stat he had never seen before. If I guessed correctly, it could increase the drop rate from monsters, so it was better to keep it for myself, unless someone offered a price I couldn't refuse. The ring and bracelet both have 2 slots, allowing me to wear 2. So I put on the ring without swapping out any equipment. After replacing the belt, helmet, trousers, and boots, Wu Shaochen's attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Feng. Level 10. Health 1710. Mana 150. Physical attack 131. Spell attack 10. Physical defense 66. Spell defense 25. Movement speed 100. Attack speed 26. Crit rate 10. Experience 220 602 0000. Strength 27. Intelligence 5. Constitution 52. Root bone 15. Spirit 5. Agility 76. Remaining free attribute points 20. Skill insight. Talent source of venom inflicts 23 points of true damage per second on the target for 60 seconds, stackable up to 3 layers. Equipment: weapon, wooden, sword, novice equipment. Helmet: Wolf King helmet, black iron grade. Clothing: Wild Boar King's armor, black iron grade. Pants: Wolf King trousers, black iron grade. Belt: Silver Wolf King belt, bronze grade. Shoes: Wolf King boots, black iron grade. Necklace: Silver Wolf King necklace, bronze grade. Bracelet: Silver Wolf bracelet, whiteboard. Left ring: Toad ring, whiteboard. Right ring: Silver Wolf King ring, bronze grade. Looking at my current attributes, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but smile. I took out the skill book and my eyes lit up. I could actually use this skill myself. Speed boost consumes 50 points of mana, immediately grants 50 movement speed and 50 attack speed for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 2 minutes, usable by all classes. Wow, I got the boss's usual skills twice in a row. Is this a first kill privilege? Shaochen thought to himself. This skill is quite powerful for him, and I can learn it right away. I quickly focused on learning, and the skill book vanished from my hands. Meanwhile, the only skill finally appeared in my skill bar. Not bad, I finally have a skill. I took out the remaining 2 scrolls to check them out. Body Shield Scroll grants an immunity shield against all damage for 10 seconds. Luck Scroll increases one's drop rate by 100 for 30 minutes. These are also good items, I should keep them safe. There's still 1 egg left, which is the most important. Shaochen's eyes burned with excitement as he took it out, and sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. Pet egg can hatch into a silver wolf king cub with random qualifications not exceeding the minimum pet qualification is D and the maximum is SSS. The higher the qualification, the better. The pet's bloodline will determine its upper limit. For example, this silver wolf king pet egg's maximum qualification is A. I could hatch it, but I think it's better to wait until I get to the main city, or I might sell it. Right now, my primary task is to change jobs. I was just about to put the swapped out equipment up for auction when I suddenly received a friend message. Schwerer, do you have any equipment left? Shaochen thought for a moment and replied, I have a few pieces left. After that, he sent screenshots of the attributes of the few pieces of equipment he was preparing to put up for auction. Since player-to-player trades don't incur fees, as long as the price offered by the other party isn't too low, it's definitely a worthwhile trade. On the other side, Su Mushua looked at the equipment screenshots sent by Shaochen, especially noting 1 piece of black iron gear. Her eyes lit up. The main reason she added Shaochen as a friend was to see if she could buy equipment directly from him. Just now, Shaochen listed 6 pieces of equipment, but because she was a bit slow, she couldn't snag any. That's why she messaged him to inquire. She thought everything had sold out, but unexpectedly there were still some left, and there was even a black iron grade piece. It seems he really has a lot of good gear. After thinking for a moment, Su Mushua said, Can you sell them directly to me? Don't worry, the price will definitely be fair. The Silver Wolf equipment is priced at 2,000 each in the market, and for this Wild Boar King's trousers, I can offer 1,000. Is that okay? Seeing Su Muxu's reply, Shaochen didn't hesitate to initiate a remote trade, putting up several pieces of equipment. Su Muxu's offered price was very reasonable. Although the previous Fang-Tooth Giant Blade sold for 1,000, that was a weapon, and at that time the average player level was 2 levels lower, which made that weapon a huge boost. Now that players' levels have risen, the equipment they obtain also has 7 or 8 points in attributes, so the improvement isn't as significant. Offering 1,000 for the Black Wild Boar trousers is already a high price. Even if I put it up for bidding, it would be around this price, and bidding incurs a 15 fee, while player-to-player trades are free of fees. Upon seeing the other party input 1,000, Shaochen clicked confirm. After the trade was completed, 1,000 was directly transferred to his linked bank card. Looks like she's a wealthy girl. Shaochen sighed, spending 1,000 on a few pieces of equipment without a blink. After completing the transaction, Shaochen hurried back to the novice village and found the village chief to hand over the magic core, saying, Chief, this is the magic core of the Silver Wolf King you wanted. The village chief looked at the magic core with excitement and said, Great. With this we can repair the teleportation array to the main city. This novice village has been sealed off for too many years. Adventurer, thank you for your contribution to the novice village. Here is your reward. Ding. Quest completed. You have received the title Reward Hero of the Novice Village. Would you like to equip it? Equip it, Shaochen said, then check the title attributes. Hero of the Novice Village granted for completing the teleportation array repair quest. Only 1 person from each novice village can receive it. Attributes: Luck 10. Luck attribute. Shaochen was somewhat surprised. Luck is a rare attribute. So far, the only item that has added 3 points of luck to him is the necklace he currently wears. Besides affecting monster drop rates, many probabilistic elements are also related to luck. It is undoubtedly a rare and exceptional attribute. At that moment, the village chief was fiddling with a circular pattern at the village entrance. A few minutes later, the pattern suddenly lit up with a white light, and a happy smile appeared on the chief's face. Meanwhile, a system announcement echoed among all 8,365 novice players. System announcement: Player Chin Feng helped the village chief of the novice village repair the teleportation array. Players within this novice village can teleport directly to the main city upon reaching level 10. Does that mean we still need to repair the teleportation array to go to the main city? It seems so. Didn't the system just hint at that? But I wonder if it will be troublesome. Who cares if it's troublesome? We already have a great expert helping us fix it. Once we reach level 10, we can teleport directly to the main city to change jobs. Indeed, it's nice to be under the shade of a big tree. Well said. While all players in the novice village 8365 were marveling at the benefits of being under a big tree, they didn't think too much about it, feeling it shouldn't be too difficult. At that moment, Su Muxue recalled asking Qinfeng why he didn't go to the main city when he was level 10. It seemed he had said he couldn't go, and now it turned out it was because the teleportation array needed repair. After thinking for a moment, she couldn't help but be curious and sent a message. What is the task for repairing the teleportation array? After a while, the other party replied with 4 words, kill the Silver Wolf King. Su Muxue took a long time to regain her senses and thought to herself, so it's because we need to kill the Silver Wolf King to repair the teleportation array, and you just went to slay the Silver Wolf King. Su Muxue didn't know how to describe her feelings, but thinking about how other novice villages would likely encounter the same situation made her realize that if other novice villages didn't have an abnormality, like Qinfeng, the Silver Wolf King would definitely hold them back for a long time. This was a huge benefit Qinfeng secured for the entire 8365. Thinking of this, Su Muxue's eyes lit up. Currently, she had 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment. In the entire novice village besides Qinfeng, her equipment should be the best. With such a huge advantage, it brought her immense benefits. Uncle Lu, tell everyone to drop everything and hurry up to level up. We need to be among the first to enter the main city. Okay, miss, I will notify them immediately, Uncle Lu said without hesitation. After the village chief repaired the teleportation array, he returned to Wu Shaochen's side and said, Adventurer, the teleportation array has been repaired. Would you like to teleport to the main city now? Yes, Wu Shaochen replied. Please step into the circle of light and select the main city you wish to teleport to. As the hero of the novice village, this teleportation is free for you. The village chief added, there are a total of 8 level 2 main cities and 4 level 1 main cities in the game. The novice village can only teleport to level 2 main cities. Players can only teleport from level 2 main cities to level 1 main cities after reaching level 100. Upon stepping into the circle of light, the system prompt appeared. Please select the city you wish to teleport to. Displayed above were 8 level 2 main cities: Qiushui City, Beis City, Juda City, Fengyong City, Huangsha City, Mabei City, Jibing City, and Jinling City. Wu Shaochen casually selected Jinling City. It didn't matter where he went, it was just a different environment. However, each city had its own characteristics. For example, Beis City and Qiushui City were coastal, while Huangsha City and Mabei City were desert cities, and Jibing City was near glaciers. However, there would be teleportation arrays between cities, so the choice didn't matter. A flash of light obscured his vision, and soon the surrounding scenery became clear again. Wu Shaochen suddenly found himself in a huge city with various ancient-style buildings and wide roads, tall city walls, giving him the immediate sensation of having traveled through time. It's so magnificent. That shabby novice village can't compare at all, Wu Shaochen exclaimed in shock, observing the NPCs scattered about the street and the occasional patrolling NPC guards with not a single player in sight. First, I need to change jobs. Wu Shaochen didn't forget the purpose of his urgent trip to the main city. He walked towards the center of the city. He initially wanted to ask an NPC for directions, but when he looked up, he saw a massive building standing in the center of the city marked as the profession hall, making it clear that it was the place for job changes. Upon entering the profession hall, he saw 6 job instructors standing inside: a beautiful sorceress in a black magic robe, a muscular shield warrior instructor with a shield, a warrior instructor holding a giant sword, a beautiful archer instructor carrying a bow, an assassin instructor in tight leather armor with a masked face, and a beautiful priest instructor in a white robe. After observing the 6 professions, Wu Shaochen ultimately approached the assassin instructor. Unfortunately, his talent for ranged attacks could not trigger, otherwise switching to an archer would have been the most enjoyable option, as he could simply stand at a distance and shoot. Since he couldn't choose the archer, his options for melee combat were limited to warrior, shield warrior, and assassin. As a kiting-style player, Wu Shaochen naturally chose the assassin with the highest agility attribute. Hello, instructor, I would like to change to the assassin profession, Wu Shaochen politely said to the assassin instructor. Adventurer, you have excellent taste. The assassin is the fastest and highest damage-dealing profession among all jobs, the king of the darkness, a presence that instills fear in everyone. Adventurer, don't listen to him boast. Assassins can only bully frail mages and archers. If they encounter us warriors and dare to strike, they'll slash them down in 2 blows. You should change to warrior instead. Hearing the assassin instructor's flattery, the warrior instructor on the side was displeased. Adventurer, why not switch to shield warrior? With that small frame of an assassin, you wouldn't survive 2 bites from beasts. Change to shield warrior, and just standing in front will deter the beasts from biting you. The shield warrior instructor chimed in. Seeing that other instructors were also preparing to persuade him, Shaochen quickly said, "Thank you for your kindness, instructors, but I have already decided to change to the assassin profession." Hearing Shaochen's words, the other instructors could only sigh. It was not easy to have an adventurer come by, so they spoke a bit more. Normally, they wouldn't interfere with a player's choice. The assassin's vocational mentor wasted no time waving his hand. Directly a beam of golden light entered Shaochen's body, and a system notification echoed in his ears. "Ding, congratulations on your successful job change. Would you like to reallocate your free attribute points?" Players who come out of the novice village for the first job change have a chance to reallocate their free attribute points, and this is the only time. This is mainly to accommodate some mage players as they have no skills at the beginning and rely solely on normal attacks, making it impossible to allocate points to intelligence, which would severely affect their development. Therefore, they generally allocate points to strength, and if they change to a mage at this point, the previous attribute points become useless. Thus, the system grants an opportunity to reallocate attribute points during the first job change, which is quite humane. Shaochen thought for a moment and felt it unnecessary. Aside from 5 points in Constitution, all his other points were allocated to agility, perfectly matching the assassin's attributes, so there was no need to reallocate, as it would waste time. He directly chose no. "Ding, congratulations on becoming a great assassin. After changing to the assassin class, players will receive an additional 2 points automatically added to agility with each level up, and the number of points added will increase with level. Each class has its own exclusive attribute points. Warriors receive 2 points in strength, mages receive 2 points in intelligence, shield guards receive 2 points in constitution, archers receive 1 point in agility and 1 point in strength, and priests receive 1 point in intelligence and 1 point in spirit. The remaining attribute points can be freely allocated. Upon successfully changing jobs, the previously suppressed experience points were released, and his level instantly rose to level 11, gaining 40 points in health, 20 points in mana, and 10 free attribute points, with agility automatically increasing by 2 points. Level LV 10, LV 11, health 1710 to 1750, mana 150, 170, agility 76, 78, movement speed 100, 102, attack speed 50. 51, a remaining attribute points 30, experience 2060300000. Meanwhile, a server-wide announcement rang out in the Huaxiao server. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qinfeng for successfully changing jobs. As the first player to change jobs, the system rewards 1,000 reputation points, 50 gold coins, and a special skill book. Server-wide announcement: congratulations to player Qinfeng for successfully changing to an assassin. As the first player in the entire server to change to the assassin class, the system rewards 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this profession. This is a special announcement. The 2 consecutive server-wide announcements plunged the entire Huaxiao server into silence once again. This Qinfeng, one could say, was now a name known to everyone in the Huaxiao server. Since the game's launch, Qinfeng had been on television multiple times, making it hard not to recognize him. Who exactly is this Qinfeng? Why is he so impressive? I know, right? It's only been a little over a day since the launch, and he's already been on TV 3 or 4 times. Damn, him only level 8, and he's already changed jobs. We both logged in at the same time, yet I haven't even logged out once. Requesting contact information, seeking support. Aoshi Tianxia glanced at his experience, which was at 50 for level 9, with a gloomy expression. Many experts in each novice village frowned. Most true strong players were already at level 9, so they all felt it was a pity. Junlin, the first assassin, is no more. Howard said regretfully. I didn't expect him to change to an assassin. It's indeed a bit of a pity, but the archer class suits me too. Junlin said he originally wanted to change to an assassin as well. After all, assassins have a very high critical hit rate, and he prefers melee combat, but the archer class also matches his talents. If we reach level 10 and there's no one to take the first archer position, you should change to an archer. I can feel that the skill book given for the first job change for each class must be very powerful. Nanfeng said, yes, let's level up quickly. Our novice village's teleportation array has been repaired. As long as we reach level 10, we can change jobs, which is a natural advantage. Junlin said, Sumu Shui, upon hearing the system announcement and seeing the rewards for the first job change, glanced at her experience, which was at 45 for level 9. and said to Lu Shu beside her Uncle Lu, "From now on, please cooperate with me to level up. This is a rare opportunity. I feel I can make a push to be the first player to change to a mage. Sure, it should have been done long ago." Uncle Lu said with his insight. How could he not see that this was a very good opportunity? If Sumu Shui became the first player to change to a mage, it would definitely be very beneficial for their future development. After hearing the system notification, Wu Shaochen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly logged off to eat. He had had breakfast at around 8 in the morning, and now it was almost 4 in the afternoon. He was starving, having endured hunger just to obtain the first job change reward. Now that he finally got it, he naturally wanted to log off immediately to eat. Taking off his helmet, Wu Shaochen got out of bed and habitually checked his bank account balance on his phone. This had become his favorite pastime. Balance, 607650 yuan. Wow, it's already 6000. Wu Shaochen exclaimed with joy. After getting up, he had been nervously grinding monsters and hadn't noticed his income. He didn't expect to have so much money already. 600000. In a small city, he could buy a house with that. Haha, this time he really made a good bet. But all of this is thanks to his talent, which he still doesn't know how he acquired. Wu Shaochen freshened up, dressed, and went out. He hadn't eaten properly for 2 days, and today he was going to treat himself to a feast. He arrived at a relatively large restaurant near his rental place. He used to be reluctant to eat here, but now he made sure to try it out. He ordered several dishes at once, and while waiting for the food, he browsed short videos on his phone. Now, even the short videos were recordings from within the game, and the most liked ones were about the guild strategies for the Wild Boar King. Seeing that several guilds had already killed the Wild Boar King, Wu Shaochen couldn't help but admire the power of guilds. If he hadn't had the talent that counters the Wild Boar King, he wouldn't know how long it would take to defeat it normally. The business in the restaurant was clearly much worse than before, with only a few tables occupied, and most of the conversations were about the prophecy. What kind of person do you think this Chen Feng is? He's really impressive. Yeah, I wonder how he levels up. We all started the game together, yet the gap is so huge. I'm only level 7, and he's already changed jobs. Exactly. I wonder what kind of person he is in reality. It would be great to meet him. Wu Shaochen smiled and thought, I didn't expect that in just over a day the impact of the game would be this significant. Wu Shaochen quickly finished his meal and returned home, putting on his helmet to log in. Time was of the essence. He could not afford to waste a moment. If he wanted to excel in the game, he had to work harder than others. Wealthy players had gaming pods and didn't need to log off, so he had no choice but to grind relentlessly. Logging in again, he found himself once more in the job transfer hall of Jinling City. The first thing he did was check his backpack. He hadn't looked at the 2 skill books rewarded by the system yet. Upon seeing the 2 skills in his bag, especially the golden one, Wu Shaochen felt his breath quicken and all previous displeasure vanished. Immortal Body Special Passive Skill, unique. Each time he kills a monster of equal or higher level, his maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. This is definitely a skill with a talent level equal to or higher than my own, and it's a unique skill. It seems even destiny wants me to rise. The burst potential of an assassin is already terrifying, but what would it be like if this assassin were tougher than a guardian? What despair it would bring to opponents. If this skill were sold, the price would be unimaginable. However, such a skill cannot be sold. It's a unique skill after all. Now that he was not short on money, there was no way he would sell it. Trembling with excitement, he took out the invaluable skill book from his bag and began to learn it. Only after seeing the skill added to his skill bar did he feel at ease, otherwise he would have felt it was too surreal. He then looked at the other skill book in his backpack. Void removes all negative effects, entering the void space, where he cannot be targeted, lasting for 1 second, consuming 100 mana points, cooldown time 5 minutes. Learning requirement: Assassin. Another divine skill. Wu Shaochen hurriedly learned it. Both of these skills are invaluable, and it was worth enduring hunger to secure the first position. After learning this skill along with the 2 basic skills of the assassin, he already had 6 skills in his skill bar. Insight allows viewing information about monsters up to 10 levels lower than oneself, no consumption, no cooldown. Swift increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds, consuming 50 mana points, cooldown time 2 minutes. Stealth enters a state of invisibility, reducing movement speed by 30, lasting for 5 minutes, consuming 1 mana point per second, cooldown time 1 minute. Attacking or being attacked or being touched will break the invisibility state, which can also be actively dismissed. Note: bosses that are more than 10 levels higher than oneself, or normal monsters more than 30 levels higher, can see through the invisibility. Additionally, Archer's Eagle Eye can also detect it. Backstab attacks the target from behind, dealing 150 physical damage and ignoring 50 of the target's defense. Consumes 30 mana points, cooldown time 30 seconds. Immortal Body special passive skill unique each time he kills a monster of equal or higher level, his maximum health permanently increases by 1 point. Void removes control and clears all negative effects entering void space, where he cannot be targeted, lasting for 1 second, consuming 100 mana points, cooldown time 5 minutes. Looking at these skills, Wu Shaochen felt an irresistible urge to hunt monsters immediately, but he held back, deciding to explore the main city first and see if there were any tasks available. Wu Shaochen walked out of the job transfer hall and onto the street, noticing that the buildings lining the main street were mostly for everyday needs such as weapon shops, clothing stores, jewelry stores, pharmacies, and general goods shops. When Wu Shaochen entered the weapon shop to check the merchandise, his face instantly darkened. This was outrageous. They were stealing business. There were various whiteboard equipment for sale here, which meant he wouldn't be able to sell his own white gear later. Fortunately, he had already dealt with all the white gear in the novice village and earned all the money he could. With that thought, he felt better about it. It didn't matter. Moreover, after level 10, white gear would also have level requirements, so players would likely no longer be interested in it. In addition to buying and selling weapons, the weapon shop also offered the opportunity to learn crafting skills for weapon forging. Once he learned weapon forging, he could craft weapons himself. Each player could learn a maximum of 3 crafting skills, but Wu Shaochen didn't plan to learn crafting skills. They were too time-consuming, especially in the early stages, wasting money and time, and the equipment crafted was subpar. With that time, it would be better to kill a few bosses. He assumed the other clothing and jewelry stores were similar. At the general goods shop, he bought 2 town return scrolls for 10 silver coins each, which was quite steep. Suddenly, he saw a map scroll priced at 1 gold coin. What the heck is so expensive? Wu Shaochen looked closer. Map scroll activates the map function upon use. This scroll records the distribution of monsters within a 10-kilometer radius of Jinling City. Damn, I was wondering why there wasn't a map in this game. Luckily, the novice village isn't large, otherwise I would have gotten lost. It turns out you have to spend money to buy the map scroll to activate it, and 1 gold coin is really steep. Even so, Wu Shaochen didn't hesitate to spend the money. After all, he currently possessed over 90 gold coins, and this was something every player needed. After buying it, he used the scroll, and instantly the functional area of the map lit up. When he opened it, indeed, the map information and monster details within a 10-kilometer radius were displayed, while the areas outside remained dark, needing to be explored on his own. The areas the player walked through would automatically light up and be recorded. Not bad, worth the price. Wu Shaochen murmured to himself and continued to explore Jinling City. Jinling City was large, and aside from these functional NPC areas, there were also residential areas for NPCs where various NPCs lived. Some of these NPCs might have special quests, but there were many NPC residents, and only a few had quests. It was all about chance and fate. Special quest rewards were generally quite good. Next, there was a player trading area where one could set up stalls and trade freely without transaction fees, which was much more reasonable than the auction house. There were also shops for sale where equipment could be listed without being present, which was much more convenient than setting up a stall. However, shops had to be purchased with gold coins, and they were quite expensive. To be honest, Wu Shaochen really wanted to buy a shop so he could sell the equipment he obtained there and save on transaction fees. But after asking, they all required tens of thousands of gold coins as a base, so he dropped the idea, preferring the auction house. After that, there were arenas, taverns, and the Lord's mansion, which left Wu Shaochen feeling dazzled. As he walked, he came to a massive building comparable in size to the job transfer hall, with the words Hall of War Gods written prominently on it. Curious, Wu Shaochen walked inside. The gigantic Hall of War Gods was lined with lifelike statues on both sides, with a passage in the middle leading to a swirling portal at the end. Approaching one of the statues of a middle-aged man, he saw the inscription: in the year 356 of the Holy Light Era, the god of war Grib killed dozens of stellar-level beasts alone and intercepted celestial-level beasts for a full 2 hours before ultimately perishing. Sealed as a god of war entering the Hall of War Gods. He then walked to another statue of a noble-looking woman with silver hair and read the inscription: in the year 487 of the Holy Light Era, the Frostfire Sorceress, by transforming into a forbidden spell, froze 3,000 miles, sealing the evil demon lord and his million beasts, making a tremendous contribution to human survival. Sealed as a sorceress entering the Hall of War Gods. Wu Shaochen gazed at the statues, each representing the fall of a war god. Approaching the Vortex Gate, a system prompt sounded: ding, would you like to challenge the War God's secret realm? Each player can challenge once a day. What is the use of challenging the War God's secret realm? Wu Shaochen inquired. Soon a message regarding the war god's secret realm appeared before Wu Shaochen's eyes. Inside the war god's secret realm, a corresponding war god phantom of a random realm will be conjured. Players who defeat the phantom will be deemed successful in their challenge, and upon success their realm will be elevated. Elevating one's realm can enhance a player's innate potential. With each realm advancement, players will gain a substantial amount of attribute points along with the corresponding war god medal. If players perform well within and are recognized by the war god spirit, they may even randomly comprehend a skill from the corresponding war god. So this is the place to elevate one's realm. Wu Shaochen understood. He had previously seen his talent characteristic allowing him to kill bosses below his realm, and the poison could stack an additional layer. Initially he thought it was about levels, but it turned out to be about realms. But what does enhancing innate potential mean? Can talents be upgraded? Wu Shaochen pondered. We'll find out after the challenge. I've already defeated black, iron, and bronze bosses, and I can't trigger any more talent characteristics now. Let's first elevate 2 realms and see. The first person to succeed and elevate their realm should also receive a reward. With that thought, Wu Shaochen directly chose yes. Soon the vortex gate opened, and as he stepped inside, he found himself in an enclosed space empty all around. At that moment, a phantom materialized not far ahead, resembling a middle-aged man though unclear. Wu Shaochen cast a detection spell, War God Phantom Black Iron level. Level 11. Health 80000. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 150. Magical defense 80. Speed 60. Skill 1 A Azure Light Slash deals 150 damage to targets in its path by slashing forward with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Skill 2 Block blocks the next attack with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Is that it? Nothing more. Wu Shaochen looked at the attributes of the War God Phantom and shook his head disdainfully. He expected it to be stronger, but its attributes were only slightly better than those of the Wild Boar King, with 1 less skill. However, thinking about it, the War God Hall Secret Realm only allows solo challenges. If it had skills like the Wild Boar King, no one else would be able to play. Given these attributes, it would still be nearly impossible for current players to take it on solo. One would likely need to change jobs and have a certain level and equipment first. Yet these attributes were somewhat beneath Wu Shaochen's notice. To save time, he activated his speed skill, tanked 2 hits from the Phantom, and applied 3 layers of poison, then leisurely walked away. With a movement speed of over 100, he felt like the Phantom, with its speed of 45, was moving like a snail. With 66 defense and 1750 health, Wu Shaochen tanked 2 hits from the Phantom without losing even half his health. After disengaging from combat, he regenerated health at a rate of 17 per second, easily returning to full. As for the skills, their damage was merely average. A medium health potion sufficed, and he could completely ignore the second skill. Although a block every 5 seconds could annoy others, it was ineffective against him. The 3 layers of poison dealt 69 damage per second, making defeating the Phantom merely a matter of 20 minutes. As expected, 20 minutes later the Phantom fell, signaling a successful challenge. Wu Shaochen was already considering if a War God spirit would take notice of him when he was promptly teleported out, clearly not having earned the recognition of the War God spirit. He wondered if it was due to his low realm that the War God spirit did not pay attention, or if his sneaky tactics were simply unrecognized. Back at the War God Hall, a system prompt soon followed. Ding, congratulations on your successful challenge. Your realm has elevated to Black Iron level, gaining 10 to all attributes, 10 free attribute points, and the War God Medal Black Iron level. As the first player to reach Black Iron level, you receive a system reward of 10 free attribute points. There was no server-wide announcement. That's better. He really didn't want to be on TV anymore, as he was becoming a public enemy. The attribute bonuses from realm elevation are indeed significant. 10 to all attributes equates to 60 points, and with the additional 10 free attributes, that's a total of 70 points. This is just from the lowest realm. As one progresses, the attribute increases will surely be even higher. It seems that besides equipment, realm elevation is a key factor in differentiating player strength. He took out the War God medal and glanced at it. The attributes were straightforward and powerful, 10 to all attributes. Hey, I like this. He noticed he had 50 unallocated attribute points. Looking at his attributes, Wu Shaochen contemplated. With the immortal body, he no longer needed to allocate points to constitution, and strength was unnecessary as well. Intelligence was even less relevant. The attributes that mattered to him were 3 first agility, which was undoubtedly his main focus, 2nd root bone, as he would encounter mages and magical attack monsters later on, and his current magical defense was too low, making root bone necessary. Lastly, spirit, as more skills would likely drain his mana, although it was still sufficient for now. After some consideration between agility and root bone, Wu Shaochen ultimately allocated 20 points to agility and 30 points to root bone. For now, his agility was already quite high, so he could afford to slow down while defense was becoming urgent. With his realm elevated points allocated and metal-equipped, Wu Shaochen's strength surged once more. Name Qinfeng. Realm Black Iron Level. Level 11. Health 1910. Mana 280. Physical Attack 157. Magical Attack 32. Physical Defense 111. Magical Defense 70. Movement Speed 142. Attack Speed 30. Critical Rate 10. Experience 206030000. Strength 371040 not counted if below 1. Intelligence 151,016. Constitution 621,068. Root Bone 551,060. Spirit 151,016. Agility 108,10118. These attributes hardly resemble those of a level 11 player. He had nearly explored all of Jinling City but hadn't encountered any NPCs to trigger quests. However, it didn't matter. Wu Shaochen had never held out much hope. This game was primarily about fighting monsters, and aside from the novice village, there were very few quests in the main city. It's time to go out and hunt monsters. It's been a while since I last enhanced my talents. He opened the map, scrutinized it for a while, and finally pinpointed a plain 5 kilometers from the south gate, where a group of goblins thrived precisely at level 16, and there were monsters in that direction ranging from level 17 to 20. After confirming the location, Wu Shaochen ran in that direction. With a movement speed of 142, he quickly arrived at the goblin plain. Observing the small, ugly goblins, he immediately cast a detection spell on one of them. Goblin. Level 16. Health 18000. Physical Attack 320. Physical Defense 130. Magical Defense 60. Speed 45. Skill Heavy Strike swings its wolf fang to smash the target, dealing 155 physical damage. To be honest, the attribute growth rate of monsters in the game is genuinely high. These goblins' attack and defense surpass that of the wild Boar King with just 2 skills less, but it's outrageous for a regular monster to possess such attributes. However, to Wu Shaochen, this was trivial. Activating speed, his movement speed exceeded 200 and his attack speed reached 80. The percentages stack additively. He approached to apply 3 layers of poison, taking just 2 hits before retreating, then continued to poison 3 more, effectively farming. He directly tanked 3 attacks while applying poison. With a defense of 111, a single hit from the goblins could only deduct 209 health from Wu Shaochen, while their skills merely dealt over 300 damage, but even 3 was the limit. He occasionally needed to consume some potions. 3 goblins fell to the ground 5 minutes later. Ding killed Goblin 3, gained 540 experience points, and due to the level difference gained an additional 270 experience points. Ding talent characteristic activated toxin damage increased by 3 points. Current toxin damage is 26. Ding immortal body activated maximum health increased by 3 points. Current immortal body enhances maximum health by 3 points. Hearing these prompts, Wu Shaochen felt particularly pleased. The simultaneous growth of talent and immortal body means that the more he kills, the stronger he becomes. However, the experience gained from leveling up through defeating monsters is quite high. 1 monster gives 270 points, which means around 100 monsters would level him up too quickly. Right, how could I forget about it? Wu Shaochen suddenly remembered the pet egg in his backpack, as pets require a share of the player's experience. He didn't need it to fight monsters. Sharing some experience is quite good, so as not to level up too quickly. With this thought, Wu Shaochen quickly took out the Silver Wolf King pet egg from his backpack and hatched it following the system prompt. A burst of light flashed, and the pet egg in his hand disappeared, revealing a puppy-sized wolf cub at Wu Shaochen's feet, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. Pets hatched by players will automatically recognize their owner. Ding, hatching successful, obtained a Silver Wolf King cub qualification. Please name it. Looking at the little guy with silver fur, Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it Silver Tai Wolf." Ding, naming successful. He checked Silver Tai Wolf's attributes. Silver Tai Wolf pet. Qualification A. Level 0. Health 200. Magic points 100. Physical attack 20. Physical defense 10. Magic defense 5. Speed 10. Skill 1. Swift, increases movement speed and attack speed by 50 for 30 seconds. Consumes magic points 50. Cooldown time 2 minutes. These attributes are slightly better than a rabbit's. No wonder wolves can eat rabbits. Besides the skills, they are born with. Pets can learn a new skill every 20 levels. Continuing to fight goblins with the little wolf, seeing the eager look on this little guy, he quickly commanded, "Stay back and just share experience with your little arms and legs. You wouldn't even be able to handle a single hit from them." Silver Tie Wolf indeed obediently hid behind. "Quite obedient," Wu Shaochen remarked, watching Silver Tie Wolf retreat as he continued to grind monsters now, with Silver Tie Wolf sharing 20 of the experience. He could grind a bit more for talent and immortal body at each level. At this time, he finally leveled up to level 10 and excitedly found the village chief, wanting to be teleported to the main city at the first opportunity, only to be told that the teleportation array needed to be repaired, which required killing the Silver Wolf King. Instantly, he felt dejected. Meanwhile, many powerful players in the newbie village who had finally reached level 10 after grinding day and night encountered the same problem. Then the players organized to go kill the Silver Wolf King, but they were wiped out. Following that, the forums exploded. A post titled "The Terrifying Silver Wolf King, the Roadblock of the Newbie Village" was instantly pinned. The content of the post roughly stated, to leave the newbie village, one must kill the Silver Wolf King. However, the Silver Wolf King's strength is incredibly high, boasting 10 health, 550 attack, and a wide area of damage that ignores defenses, as well as the more annoying summoning of minions, leaving countless players in despair, yet they had no choice but to fight, followed by Chun Feng asking the expert for strategy. The comments below were also frantically Chun Feng. Unlike the Wild Boar King this time, it concerned the interests of all players, so the number of people tagging him quickly surpassed 1 million. At this moment, the 8365 Newbie Village regional channel also became lively. Wow, so it turns out that repairing the teleportation array requires killing the Silver Wolf King. Isn't the difficulty too high? Yeah, I saw the Silver Wolf King's attributes posted online. I estimate I would be killed instantly before even getting close. How did the expert Chun Feng manage to defeat such a terrifying Silver Wolf King? Right, I'm curious too, but more than that, I'm happy. As long as we reach level 10, we can go directly to the main city, then we'll have the advantage, right? Yes, thanks to the expert. The expert is amazing. Thank you, expert, you're incredible. Junlin, how close are you to leveling up? Nanfeng asked Junlin. Among them, Junlin was the leader, so they hadn't formed a team for a while, just letting him finish off the weakened enemies to ensure he received the first promotion reward. Almost there, 90, at most half an hour, Junlin replied. Haha, we really have to thank Chun Feng, otherwise we would have been the first to miss out on the rewards. Yes, I must say there are too many powerful players in this game. I didn't expect so many to reach level 10 already. We should indeed thank him. Junlin is serious. At this moment, Wu Shaochen received a private message from Sumu Shui saying, "Shui, aren't you browsing the forums? I occasionally check it while offline for meals." Wu Shaochen replied, "Shui, when offline for meals, isn't the nutrient solution supposed to sustain the boat's nutritional needs for 3 days?" "I can't afford it," Wu Shaochen replied decisively. "Shui, you're not telling me you're playing with a game helmet, are you?" "Yes, what's the problem?" Wu Shaochen responded. At that moment, Sumu Shui, who was grinding silver wolves in the newbie village, looked at the chat content in disbelief, but he was actually using a game helmet to play, yet was still ahead of everyone else. How did he manage that? Chun Feng, beautiful lady, what's up? Sumu Shui came back to her senses and said, "Nothing, many people on the forum are looking for you. You can check it out when you have time." "I don't want to log off right now," Chun Feng replied. "You can access the forum directly in the game. Who said you need to log off?" Sumu Shui rolled her eyes. Chun Feng, let me take a look. By the way, which main city are you in? Sumu Shui asked. Chun Feng, what are you doing? You added me as a friend. You don't have any other thoughts about me, do you? Sumu Shui, furious, directly closed the chat window and then picked up her weapon to attack the silver wolf. Standing nearby, Uncle Lu looked at his young lady with a puzzled expression. She had been acting strangely lately, but he wouldn't say anything, just watching. After a while, Sumu Shui received another private message from Chun Feng, Jinling City. Upon seeing this message, Sumu Shui's mouth curled into a slight smile, noticing her experience was at 85.0 and she needed to work harder. After replying to Sumu Shui, Wu Shaochen indeed found the forum interface in the game. Upon entering, he glanced at his ID Chun Feng, which seemed to be directly linked to his game ID. Once inside, he saw countless people frantically him when he used his phone to browse the forum before he was a guest and didn't receive these messages. Now entering the forum with his game ID, these messages had already exceeded 999, and he didn't even know how many there were. It was better not to open them. Wu Shaochen looked at the post. It turned out that these people were unable to leave the newbie village. He originally didn't want to respond, but after thinking about it, he still replied in the comments, "Go to the village chief to complain. It's not a secret that can't be said. Let's do a good deed, so these guys don't keep doubting if I'm cheating or demanding the officials to investigate me." As for the final result, it would depend on how wealthy they were. In addition to instant recovery potions, there were also potions that increased attack health and speed, which would greatly help them in tackling the Silver Wolf King, though they were a bit expensive. Wu Shaochen smiled slyly. With his reply, a storm was stirred up. While the expert replied, "The ID is real. Ooh, I thought this person was a myth. I didn't expect this ID to exist." Chen Feng himself, "Oh, I finally saw him," reply. But what does the expert mean by that? The expert is teaching a strategy. Those who have accepted the quest should hurry up and try it out. Wu Shaochen browsed the forum for a while, finding nothing of interest, so he exited the forum interface and continued to grind monsters. After a while, a server-wide notification rang out. Server announcement: congratulations to player Junlin for successfully advancing to the archer class. As the first player to become an archer, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a special announcement. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, "Oh, someone has advanced. Isn't the Silver Wolf King too strong? Could it be from my novice village? By the way, this is the first one on television besides myself. Finally, someone is helping me share the aggro." After this notification rang out, just over 10 minutes later, another notification sounded. Server announcement: congratulations to player Schwer for successfully advancing to the mage class. As the first player to become a mage, the system rewards her with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This girl is impressive. Wu Shaochen was somewhat surprised. Although the teleportation array in that novice village had been repaired, very few players had reached level 10 at this time. Her ability to be the first mage also proved her strength. Before long, another notification sounded. Server announcement: congratulations to player Jiao Huangshao for successfully advancing to the warrior class. As the first player to become a warrior, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a special announcement. Hearing the series of server-wide announcements, Wu Shaochen scratched his nose and said softly, "Should I charge them some teleportation fees?" Others from the novice village were envious beyond measure. Why wasn't I born in the same novice village as the great Chen Feng? It's so discouraging. We fought like hell against the Silver Wolf King while they just picked up the rewards. Competing with others is infuriating. At this moment, the Aoshi Chuanxiong Guild had spent a large sum of money to buy many potions based on Wu Shaochen's guidance, and were nervously battling the Silver Wolf King. With potions that increased health by 30 and instant health potions, the situation was stabilized, albeit at a high cost. They had nearly purchased all the currency that could be collected in the novice village, causing the currency to rise to 2 coins per copper coin. In addition to the first-tier players fighting the Silver Wolf King, there were at least 1,000 players standing in the back, mainly to deal with the silver wolves summoned by the Silver Wolf King, ensuring they did not interfere with the battle inside. Thus, the battle continued for over an hour, and the massive figure of the Silver Wolf King finally fell to the ground, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. After Aoshi Tianxia quickly collected the loot, he rushed back to the village while instructing, "Juech and Goofing, you both leveled up, just now hurry up and catch up. The first rewards for the Shield Guardian and Priest classes have not yet been collected. You both should go get them quickly." Upon returning to the novice village, they saw the village chief anxiously repairing the magic array. At that moment, another server-wide announcement rang out. Server announcement: congratulations to player Menghuan Qingwu for advancing to the Priest class. As the first player to become a priest, the system rewards her with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a special announcement. Aoshi Jueching wondered, Menghuan Qingwu isn't from novice village 8365, alright. It seems the Menghuan Guild killed the Silver Wolf King before us. Aoshi Tianxia frowned. The Menghuan Guild is a renowned women's guild in the gaming world, consisting entirely of female players and not recruiting male players. Yet such a guild comprised entirely of women managed to rank among the top 10 in the gaming world. I didn't expect the prestigious first mage Menghuan Qingwu to advance to priest. I wonder if it's for the first reward or if her talents are better suited for the priest class. Aoshi Goofing remarked. At this time, the village chief had also repaired the teleportation array, and the three quickly entered, selecting the city of Jinling. Soon another system notification sounded. Server announcement: congratulations to player Aoshi Goofing for successfully advancing to the Shield Guardian class. As the first player to become a Shield Guardian, the system rewards him with 500 reputation points, 20 gold coins, and a skill book for this class. This is a special announcement. Thus, all 6 major class leaders had appeared, And what left everyone speechless was that novice village 8,365 occupied 4 of the spots, and aside from Junlin, the others were all relatively unknown figures. This made all players experience what it means to have a good tree to lean against for shade. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Health 40, mana 20, agility 2, gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. While everyone was so engrossed in leveling up that they forgot to eat or sleep, Wu Shaochen felt helpless upon hearing the level up notification. Level 16 monsters yield a high amount of experience for a level 11 player, and with the bonus from fighting higher level monsters, even with 20 of the experience taken by his pet, each monster still provided 216 experience points. After killing the 3 earlier, he would need to defeat another 126 goblins to level up. So I'll have to find another place to grind after leveling up, Wu Shaochen said helplessly. He decided to save the 10 attribute points for later and would allocate them based on what he needed. He didn't lack those attributes at the moment. Overall, he had killed 129 goblins, and the poison damage had reached 152 points per second, capable of draining over 9,000 health in a minute, which was quite terrifying. The health boost from the Undying Body had also reached 129 points, and his health had surpassed the 2,000 mark, reaching 2079 points. Agility reached 120, experience 864,000. The 129 goblins dropped 8 pieces of equipment for Wu Shaochen, the drop rate significantly higher than when he was in the novice village. It was unclear whether the higher monster level led to a better drop rate, or if it was due to luck. Perhaps it was both. After all, in the novice village, it took about 30 or 40 monsters to drop a piece of equipment, while now it was roughly 15 or 16 monsters per drop. What astonished Wu Shaochen the most was that one of the items was actually black iron equipment. Wolf Fang Club quality black iron, level physical attack 60, ignores defense, 4 additional attributes, strength 15, required class warrior. This attribute is quite good, and it only has a class requirement without any level requirement. He wondered if other equipment was the same. It seems monsters of higher levels have a chance to drop black iron equipment. If he guessed correctly, higher tier common monsters should also drop bronze or even higher quality equipment, albeit at a lower drop rate. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many bosses to fight. This piece of equipment is undoubtedly a rare find for warriors and should sell for a good price. He decided to hold on to it for now and put it up for auction later when more players arrive in the main city. The remaining 7 pieces were all level 16 white gear, which he couldn't sell or use, so he figured he could only sell them to the game store. It felt like only white gear would have level requirements in the future, while attribute gear would only have class requirements. If that's the case, then he wouldn't even need to pick up white gear anymore. What delighted him even more was Silver Tai Lang. The experience required for pets to level up is much less than that of players. Even with just 20 experience, over 100 goblins had raised Silver Tai Lang's level to 8, significantly boosting its attributes. Silver Tai Lang pet quality, a level 8 health, 8200 mana, 900 physical attack, 260 physical defense, 186 magical defense, 93 speed, 40. Although these attributes are quite good, it cannot participate in battles, yet mainly because Wu Shaochen had surpassed its level by too much. Under normal circumstances, Silver Tai Lang would be able to crush opponents of the same level, but for now it could only continue to follow and gain experience. Just as Wu Shaochen was preparing to delve deeper, his phone suddenly rang, and he had no choice but to log out to answer the call. If only he had a gaming pod, he could connect directly to his phone without so much hassle. He took off the gaming helmet, grabbed his phone that was resting beside him, glanced at the caller ID, and a rare smile appeared on Wu Shaochen's face as he answered the call. It had been a while since this girl had called him. Go. The voice on the other end of the line was hesitant. What's wrong, Zine? Wu Shaochen asked. Go. Can you transfer me some money? I know you don't have much, but Alright, I'll transfer it to you right away. Wu Shaochen could sense the anxiety from the other end of the line, so he spoke directly without asking for details. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen promptly transferred 2,000 yuan to his sister's account. He initially wanted to send more, but he feared that his sister might overthink it. At HN Jingji College, in the women's dormitory, a fresh-faced, charming young woman stared at her disconnected phone, momentarily unable to react. I haven't even said anything yet, and you've already transferred the money. And besides, do you know how much I owe? Stinky brother, you're not just brushing me off, are you? Zine, does your brother even have money left to send you? At that moment, a sweet-looking girl walked over and asked. Wu Zine shook her head. She was not sure. Her brother's wages were modest, and he already transferred her living allowance every month, so he surely could not have saved much. Beyond him, she had nowhere else to borrow money from. If you ask me, that woman did it on purpose. jealous because the man she fancies secretly pines for you. A single bottle of cheap cosmetics, and they demand 8,000 yuan in compensation. The girl protested on her behalf. Forget it, I'll keep my distance from her. It was my clumsiness that broke it, so I can't blame anyone else. Besides, I checked online. The cosmetic really does cost more than 8,000 yuan. Wu Ziyin said helplessly, a veil of mist rising in her eyes. She knew the other side had acted deliberately, but what could she do? It was her own carelessness to blame. More than 8,000 yuan was over half a year's living expenses, and she felt deeply aggrieved. With your nature, you'll suffer a great loss one day, the girl sighed. And it's my fault too. If I hadn't bought that gaming headset, I could have helped you pay. Wait, don't say that. You lent me all your living money. Ooh, I don't know how to thank you. Besides, how will you get by this month? Wu Ziyin expressed her gratitude to the girl before her. The girl was her roommate and closest confidant, always helping her at school. It'll be fine. At worst, I'll go to my father and put on a scene. He won't let me starve, Wei said with a breezy shrug. Just then Wu Ziyin's phone chimed with a message. Opening it, she found a notification of receipt. 20,000 yuan had arrived. She was suddenly a little bewildered. Goodness, Ziyin, your brother is pretty well off. My father only gives me 3,000 yuan a month. It's hard to get him to give more. Your brother sent you 20,000 with a single call. If only I had a dozen brothers like him, Wei teased. Wei teased, but Wu Ziyin did not respond as she immediately called back. When the line connected, she asked at once, Brother, where did you get so much money? Made a bit playing games lately, Wu Shaochen replied. Games? Can games really make that much money? Wu Ziyin plainly did not believe it. She hardly played games and could not fathom it. Wei, overhearing, hurriedly asked, Is your brother playing Xinyu? If so, a skilled player could well earn tens of thousands. In our beginner village, a few big players sell gear and make tens of thousands. Wu Ziyin was stunned. She knew many classmates, including Wei, played that game. She did not disdain gamers, but she had never imagined a game could be so lucrative. Yes, it's Xinyu. I sold some equipment earlier and made some money. Don't worry, I didn't do anything wrong. If it's not enough, ask me again, came Wu Shaochen's voice over the line. Thanks, brother, but I can't take so much. You'll need some yourself. I'll transfer some back, Wu Ziyin replied. Though she could not understand how a game could be so profitable, knowing her brother had done nothing unscrupulous put her at ease. Still, receiving so much money at once was hard for her to accept. It's fine, I've got more. Keep it and use it. Buy some clothes, cosmetics. The girl should look refined. Brother didn't have much before, but now things are different. Don't shortchange yourself, Wu Shaochen said. Brother? Wu Ziyin's voice choked. All right, go handle it. Wu Shaochen said he knew she would not call for money unless something had really happened. Okay, I'll hang up then. It'll come to you when summer break starts, Wu Ziyin said. Okay. Has she hung up? Wei asked beside her. Yes, what is it? Wu Ziyin asked, puzzled. Hey, you should ask your brother for his game ID. The server's been open less than 2 days, and he already made tens of thousands. He must be amazing in the game. I wish he would take me along. Wei said with a look of regret. My brother used to play a lot. Of whether he's that skilled, I don't know. But Wei, do you really think a game can make that much money? Wu Ziyin remained skeptical. Absolutely. I can't speak for older games, but in Xinyu, if you're good, you can easily make tens of thousands in a single day. You know that top player Chinfeng. From yesterday to today, he sold equipment, and by statistics, made roughly 500,000 yuan, not counting the gold he carries. It's said the system awarded gold alone numbered 80 or 90 pieces. 1 gold coin can now sell for 10,000 yuan, so, in just over a day, he earned more than 1 million. That's still the early stage. Later it will be even more. Wei said excitedly. Wu Ziyin gaped. This was beyond her knowledge. Then, should I play too? She asked, tempted by the idea. Wu Ziyin felt her heart stir at the prospect. Hey, right. You just got 20,000 from your brother. Even if you reimburse that wretched woman 8,000, you'll still have 12,000 left. The remainder can buy a headset. Done. It's a happy decision, Wei declared. Wei made the decision on the spot. After hanging up, Wu Shaochen put his headset back on and re-entered the game. He did not linger, heading straight inward toward Hexiong Ridge, where many level 17 Hexiong roamed, the foes he intended to farm. Arriving at Hexiong Ridge, Wu Shaochen perked up at the sight of the massive bears. He first cast an insight skill. Hexiong, level 17, HP 23000, physical attack 350, physical defense 180, magic defense 100, speed 40, skill slap. Strikes the ground, dealing 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter radius and reducing movement speed by 30. Cooldown 20 seconds. It seemed ordinary monsters posed no real threat anymore. He could mass farm. Landing 3 toxin stacks on a Shaochen meant he could leave it. 152 toxin damage per stack, 3 stacks equal 456 damage per second, over 60 seconds that could reach 27360 damage, enough to finish them outright. So Wu Shaochen began his relentless farming, hit each Shaochen 3 times and flee. Soon a great pack of bears trailed him, and those lagging behind fell one by one. This method gave him a true sense of exhilaration. But that exhilaration vanished when he slew the 89th Shaochen, because upon its death he received only 2 system notices. Ding killed Shaochen. Gained 200 experience. For exceeding by 5 levels, gained an extra 100 experience. 20 of experience is allocated to your pet. Your pet in Thailand gained 60 experience. Ding immortal body activated. Maximum HP increased by 1. Immortal body has currently increased maximum HP by 218. Indeed, the talent increase was missing. Wu Shaochen reread the system messages several times to be sure there was no talent notice. He checked his talents. The toxin damage was fixed at 240. To confirm, he killed 2 more Shaochen. Experience increased, immortal body increased, but the talent did not. A flicker of alarm rose in him. This was a situation he had never imagined. He had assumed that endless farming would steadily raise talents. Now it appeared there was a limit. Understandable. If talents scaled without restraint through grinding, it would ruin game balance. Could my toxin damage be capped at 240 from now on? He wondered gloomily. Wu Shaochen felt depressed. 240 damage per second was terrifying at this stage, but as players grew stronger, it would be insufficient. If that were the ceiling, then this talent would be a costly investment. Looking at the talent description, there is no mention of a limit on toxin damage. If there were a limit, it should be reflected somewhere, and the value of 240 does not seem like a limit, but rather appears to be connected to the level, which is currently 12, and 20 times, that is exactly 240. But why is it 20 times instead of 10 times? Suddenly Wu Shaochen recalled the introduction of the God of War Hall, which stated that advancing one's realm could enhance talent potential. This must be what is referred to as talent potential. This means that not only my talent has a limit, but everyone's talent potential has a cap, and players can increase this limit by advancing their realm. If that is the case, then my talent limit should be 10 times my own level, and since I have advanced a realm, it has increased to 10 times. This makes sense. It is also easy to verify. Well, I can level up once more to see if I can reach 260. If so, then I will know for sure after advancing to the bronze level by tomorrow. Thinking of this, Wu Shaochen quickly continued to poison and kill black bears, swiftly slaying 76 more black bears to raise his level to 13, then pressed forward and found an 18-level monster, a group of giant red lizards. As per usual, he used insight. Fire lizard. Level 18. Health 28,000. Physical attack 150. Magical attack 380. Physical defense 150. Magical defense 160. Speed 50. Skill fire breath spits flames in a 5-meter range ahead. Flames burn for 5 seconds. Targets within the flame area will take 100 magical damage per second. Cooldown time 20 seconds. A magical attack monster. Wu Shaochen was taken aback. This was his first encounter with a magical attack monster, and indeed they were more troublesome than physical attack monsters. This skill was quite fierce. If he did not quickly escape the skill range, even with over 2,000 health, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, magical attack monsters rely entirely on skills for damage, much like mages. A mage without skills poses no threat. However, the basic skill Fireball has a cooldown of only 3 seconds, consumes little, and is instant, essentially serving as a basic attack. Therefore, without skills they are still not a threat, but if they run out of mana, they become true lambs waiting to be slaughtered. This magical attack monster doesn't even have Fireball. Oh, does it rely on that 150 physical attack for its basic attack? Wu Shaochen chuckled. It could still break through his defenses. The pressure is not great, just pay attention to dodging skills. However, this monster cannot be farmed in groups, or else it would create a sea of fire, leaving no place to escape. Then I will solo it. It only takes a little over a minute for one. Luring out a lizard, he struck it twice with his sword. Although it ran quickly, it still took a second of skill damage, but it didn't matter much. A minute later, the lizard fell. Ding killed fire lizard, gained experience 220. U killed 5 levels higher, gained an additional experience 110. Your pet silver wolf gained 66 experience points. Ding talent characteristic triggered toxin damage increased by 1 point. Current toxin damage is 241 points. Ding immortal body activated, maximum health increased by 1 point. Current immortal body has increased maximum health by 297 points. Indeed, the toxin damage of the talent has increased again. Wu Shaochen killed 20 more lizards, and the toxin damage reached 260 points, after which it no longer increased. Having grasped this pattern, Wu Shaochen sighed in relief. Oh, as long as there is no fixed limit, it is fine. He has not increased any power, he is relying solely on his talent. If the talent could no longer grow, he would lose his competitive edge. As long as I can still improve, currently being 20 times the level is already very strong. At least no other player at present can withstand my strike. Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Glancing at the time, it was already past 9 in the evening. He decided to log off for dinner, and after eating, he would take a nap. Since the talent had already reached its limit, there was no rush to level up. Others should not be able to catch up in a short time. Taking off his helmet, Wu Shaochen rubbed his head. He still needed to buy a gaming pod. However, he still lacked a lot of money as he hadn't made any profit since arriving in the main city. He needed to go hunt some bosses. Wu Shaochen went out for a late-night snack, and when he returned it was already 10 o'clock. He set a 6-hour alarm and lay down to sleep. After a whole day of effort, he was indeed very tired. At this time, players in the major main cities were experiencing rapid growth. In Jinling City, players were already everywhere. Su Muxue had just come out of the God of War Hall. She had just challenged the God of War Secret Realm, but had clearly failed. Unknown combat was not a mage's strong suit. Although the magical defense of monsters at this stage was generally not high, the equipment obtained from the novice village did not increase magical attack, and mages were frail classes that could not withstand the high damage of the phantoms, making it impossible to fight. After thinking for a moment, she decided to ask that guy if he had any magical gear. When she opened her friends list, she found that the other party had already logged off, and then she saw that dazzling level of 13. How did this guy manage to be so far ahead, while just eating and sleeping normally? Truly a freak, Su Muxue thought to herself, realizing she needed to level up and gear up first. After Su Muxue left for a while, several members of Ao Shirtian also arrived at the God of War Hall. Relying on the bronze and black iron equipment dropped from killing the Wild Boar King and Silver Wolf King, as well as the remaining buff potions and instant recovery potions, Ao Shirtian eventually succeeded in their challenge, achieving a leap in power and finally wore smiles on their faces. Wu Shaochen slept until the alarm rang, and when he checked the time it was 4 in the morning and it was pitch black outside. His sleep schedule was completely turned upside down. After getting up and washing up, he finished the fried noodles he had packed from the night before and then put on his helmet to log in. After logging in, he reappeared in the fire lizard area. Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and decided to go back and clear the God of War Secret Realm first. That way he could verify if his idea was correct. As he was about to use the return scroll, he suddenly heard an unusual roar coming from Black Bear Ridge. Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Based on his experience, this roar must belong to a boss. He put away the return scroll and quickly ran toward the source of the sound. When Wu Shaochen arrived, he saw a gigantic black bear chasing a fleeing soldier who was already at the end of his strength. Seeing that the soldier was about to be smashed by the black bear, Wu Shaochen hurried over and asked Silver Taro to block the blow, saving the soldier. At this moment, Silver Taro was already level 10, with a health of 10,200 points and physical defense reaching 220 points, so it was not a problem to withstand a hit. After rescuing the soldier from the giant bear's claws, Wu Shaochen quickly cast an insight spell. Black Bear King Bronze level boss. Level 17. Health 300,000. Physical attack 750. Physical defense 420. Magical defense 240. Movement speed 85. Skill 1, Smash, slams the ground, dealing 140 physical damage to all targets within a 2-meter range and reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 20 seconds. Skill 2, Earth Split, the bear's paw strikes the ground, creating a fissure that extends forward, dealing 160 physical damage to targets in its path and knocking them back. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 3, Petrified Skin turns to stone, increasing defense by 100 and reducing physical damage to nearby targets by 50 for 30 seconds. Cooldown time 5 minutes. Huh. High defense, high health. My favorite kind of boss. Wu Shaochen exclaimed with delight. Still, this foe's damage output was nothing to scoff at. Its basic attack dealt over 600 points of damage, its slam struck for over 900, and its ground-splitting tremor inflicted more than 1,000. Truly a high-level boss commanded awe. Glancing at his own stats, he saw his vitality stood at 2307, and his physical defense remained steady at 111, more than enough to endure. He carried ample potions, and as a final safeguard, he possessed the ethereal vanishing skill. Victory was all but assured. Without hesitation, he activated Swift Surge and charged forward, landing 2 swift sword strikes that layered the beast with venom, inflicting 520 damage per second. In 1 minute alone, it would bleed away 31200 vitality. He dared not apply the full 3 layers of poison. With Swift Surge active, his attack speed surged to 80, allowing just 2 strikes before enduring a single basic attack from the Black Bear King. 3 strikes would force him to absorb 2. Worse still, if followed by a skill, he'd be instantly slain. So after landing 2 blows and weathering 1 strike, Shaochen whirled and fled. Before he'd gone far, the earth beneath him ruptured. The fissure raced forward and hurled him into the air. He plummeted, scrambled upright, and sprinted anew, just in time. The Black Bear King had yet to close the distance, though otherwise he'd have been forced to activate Ethereal Vanishing. A single basic attack and 1 skill had already stripped him of over 1700 vitality, leaving barely 400 remaining. Indeed, no bronze tier boss warranted underestimation. As the Black Bear King bore down upon him, Shaochen half in jest activated stealth and vanished on the spot. The beast paused, scratched its head in confusion, then pivoted and lumbered toward Yin Tailang. It actually works. He'd previously dismissed stealth as unnecessary against common monsters, never testing it mid-combat. To his surprise, the venom's damage persisted even while stealthed. This changed everything. His tactics had already been unorthodox. Now they were downright devious. He recalled Yin Tailang into its pet dimension to spare it from being crushed, only for the Black Bear King to veer abruptly toward the nearby soldier. What the hell? Why is this fool still standing there? Doesn't he know to run? Speechless, Shaochen re-summoned Yin Tailang to draw the brunt of the assault, then uncorked a greater health potion. Watching Yin Tailang frantically dodge and leap beneath the bear's onslaught, he dispelled stealth to reclaim aggro, then led the beast on a winding chase. With the soldier tagging along like an anchor, invisibility was no longer viable. Perhaps the man held a hidden quest. His survival could not be risked. The Black Bear King remained formidable, but pitted against Shaochen's maddeningly evasive style, it could neither catch nor finish him. Its venom gnawed relentlessly until at last it collapsed in bitter frustration. A chime resounded. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the bronze tier boss Black Bear King. You gain 200 reputation and 2400 experience points. Your pet Yin Tailang gains 600 experience points. Ding. Your pet Yin Tailang has leveled up to level 12. And ding. The Immortal Physique talent activates maximum vitality, increases by 1 point. Cumulatively, Immortal Physique has enhanced your maximum vitality by 318 points. Shaochen watched the colossal form of the Black Bear King crash to the earth and rubbed his nose thoughtfully. Seems I'm stronger than I thought. 30,000 vitality fell in under 10 minutes. This innate talent truly is extraordinary. His experience bar read 297105000. Damn, bosses grant staggering experience. Though boss XP receives no level difference bonus, this single Black Bear King yielded 3000 points. Even after deducting 20 for Yin Tailang, 240 remained, propelling me halfway to my next level in one fell swoop. Shaking his head wryly, Shaochen swiftly gathered every item dropped by the fallen boss. The Black Bear King's drop rate paled beside that of the Silver Wolf King, confirming his suspicion. First kill bonuses significantly boosted loot probability. His inventory revealed 2 gold coins and 76 silver, 2 bronze tier, 3 black iron, and 4 commoner pieces of equipment, plus 1 unique scroll. Stingy. Shaochen muttered dismissively, though it mattered little. Equipment was equipment. He examined each piece. Black Bear King armor. Bronze tier, 600 vitality, 30 physical defense, 30 magical defense, additional attributes, 18 constitution, 20 bone strength, requirements warrior or shield guard. Black Bear King boots. Bronze tier, 50 movement speed, 30 physical defense, 30 magical defense, additional attributes, 18 agility, 15 bone strength, requirements all classes. Bear King bracelet. Black iron, 50 physical attack, 6 attack speed, additional attributes, 12 agility, requirements physical damage classes. Bear King necklace. Black iron, 60 physical attack, 5 range damage, additional attributes, 15 strength, requirements archer. Bear King greaves. Black iron, 300 vitality, 20 physical defense, 10 magical defense, additional attributes, 12 constitution, requirements all classes. Indeed, only class restrictions applied, not level requirements. Before level 10, players remained unclass promoted, so higher tier gear imposed no level gates. Afterward, class alignment dictated eligibility. This design proved pragmatic. No more looting gear one couldn't yet equip. 5 items were usable boots, bracelet, and greaves. The necklace and armor would be sold. He'd check auction traffic upon returning. If crowded, he'd list them there. The bracelet fit perfectly. He equipped it immediately. He swapped his boots and greaves for the new pair, replacing the Silver Wolf King's gear. Though both were black iron tier, the Bear King's greaves vastly surpassed their predecessor in raw attributes. Naturally, higher-level foes yielded superior gear. He turned to the final item, Petrified Skin Scroll. Grants 100 increased defense and reduces physical damage taken by nearby targets by 50, lasting 5 minutes. What nonsense. Why drop a scroll instead of a skill? If this were a skill, it'd be exceptional. But as a consumable, it's hardly efficient. Having secured his spoils, Wu Shaochen approached the dying soldier and said, "Hi, how may I assist you?" The soldier stirred, eyes alight with sudden fervor. "Brave warrior, thank you for saving me. Yet my end is near. I serve as a guard captain of Jinling City, entrusted with urgent intelligence for the Lord Mayor. Would you deliver this letter to him?" With those words, he pressed a sealed missive into Wu Shaochen's hands. And ding. Lieutenant Ji Rue of the Guard Corps has issued you a quest. Deliver this letter to the Lord Mayor of Jinling City. Reward unknown. Accept. Ugh, reward unknown. Am I expected to trek all the way for nothing? Wu Shaochen inwardly groaned, but seeing the soldier's fading gaze pleading despite imminent death, he found refusal impossible. Nodding firmly, he replied, "Very well, I accept." He took the letter and watched as the soldier's face softened into serene release, before falling still, life extinguished in an instant. And just like that, Wu Shaochen shook his head exasperated, then withdrew his recall scroll, only for a chime to interrupt and ding. "Quest in progress. Recall scroll cannot be used." "And what the?" His eyes widened in outrage. So his recall scroll was utterly wasted. He'd have to run back on foot. With no choice left, he broke into a sprint toward the city. Fortunately, his speed spared him undue delay. After spending more than 10 minutes, I finally ran back to Jinling City. Upon entering, I discovered that after sleeping for 6 hours, the city was now filled with players. It seems I can start making money now. It feels like it's been ages since I had any income. I should head to the quest first. Wu Shaochen went straight to the Lord's mansion, but was stopped by the soldiers at the entrance. "This is the Lord's mansion. All unauthorized personnel are prohibited from entering." Quite assertive, Wu Shaochen thought, and he had no choice but to explain his purpose and present the letter. The soldier quickly went inside to report, and soon came out to escort Wu Shaochen in. Upon reaching the main hall, Wu Shaochen looked at the stern-faced, middle-aged man seated above and knew he must be the Lord. "I heard you encountered Jura. What has become of him?" the Lord asked as he walked down after seeing Wu Shaochen. "I'm very sorry he has passed away. He entrusted me with this letter before his death to deliver it to you." Wu Shaochen handed the letter to the Lord. "It's all my fault. I let them go without thoroughly understanding the enemy's background," the Lord said regretfully, then began reading the letter carefully. After finishing, the Lord clenched his fists, his face showing anger. After a while, he said, "Adventurer, thank you for bringing back this letter. Here is your reward." Ding. Quest completed. Congratulations, you have gained 200 reputation and 20 gold coins. 20 gold coins for just running an errand. This Lord is quite generous. Wu Shaochen felt quite pleased. He was about to leave, but seeing the Lord still wearing a troubled expression, he thought, "Is the Lord facing some tricky issues? I wonder if I can help." The Lord glanced at Wu Shaochen, and his eyes brightened for a moment, but then dimmed again. "Indeed, there is a rather troublesome matter, but with your current strength you are not yet capable enough." "No problem, Lord. You currently have no options, right? Why not let me give it a try? Rest assured, I am quite strong, and we adventurers won't actually die." Wu Shaochen was making a final push. He felt this task was definitely not ordinary. Clearly, Wu Shaochen's words had some effect. The Lord considered for a moment and said, "All right, currently there are indeed no better hands available, so I'll entrust this matter to you. However, if it proves unmanageable, then just give up. I'll think of another way later." Ding. The Lord of Jinling City has issued you a quest. Quest content: go to Black Wind Stronghold, kill the stronghold leader, and bring back the leader's head to the Lord. Quest duration: 3 days. Quest reward: unknown. The stronghold leader of Black Wind. Sounds quite formidable, and the reward being unknown. Does he have no hope in me? Wu Shaochen thought, then asked, "Lord, what is the strength of this Black Wind stronghold leader?" Level 20, silver rank. The Lord replied grimly. "Off." Wu Shaochen was a bit stunned. Was he digging his own grave? Level 20 silver. It was clear without thinking that his current strength couldn't handle it. "Forget it. Since I've accepted it, I might as well meet this stronghold leader. After all, where else can I find a silver boss? Moreover, I have 3 days. If I can't beat it, I can just develop myself for a while. Wu Shaochen thought. Then Lord'll be on my way. Wait for my good news. Wu Shaochen bid farewell. All right, take care of everything. Leaving the Lord's mansion, Wu Shaochen went straight to the War God Hall, where many players were still present. The War God's Secret Realm is a solo challenge, but players can enter simultaneously without encountering each other. At this moment, those standing in the War God Hall were bored players watching the deeds of the War Gods. He walked straight to the Vortex Gate of the War God's Secret Realm. Ding, do you wish to challenge the War God's Secret Realm? Yes. The Vortex Gate opened, and Wu Shaochen stepped inside. The scene shifted, and he found himself in an independent space. Soon a virtual image wielding a giant axe materialized not far ahead. War God Virtual Image Bronze Level 13 Health 250 Physical Attack 700 Physical Defense 300 Magic Defense 150 Movement Speed 80 Skill 1 Heavy Slash wielding the giant axe to strike down fiercely, dealing 170 physical damage to the target. Cooldown 20 seconds. Skill 2, Horizontal Slash, sweeping the giant axe around, dealing 155 physical damage to all enemies within a 1-meter radius. Cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 3, Block, using the giant axe to block the next attack, cooldown time 5 seconds. This guy's attributes are comparable to the Black Boar King. Luckily, his skills don't include control, and the damage is still quite fierce. However, it wasn't too much pressure. Wu Shaochen rushed in at high speed, landing 2 slashes, then retreated easily after taking a normal attack. Activating stealth, he thought it would be easier, but unexpectedly this guy could directly see through his stealth, not allowing him to slack off. Fortunately, this War God Virtual Image has a short attack range, so if he only slashes twice, he only has to endure 1 normal attack or skill, making it relatively safe. After more than 8 minutes, the War God Virtual Image fell to the ground, and soon after Wu Shaochen was teleported out. Ding, congratulations on your successful challenge. Your realm has been upgraded to bronze level, gaining 20 to all attributes and 20 free attribute points. The War God medal has been upgraded from black iron level to bronze level. It felt great, indeed. Enhancing my realm and strength is the greatest reward. Glancing at the free attribute points plus the attribute points from leveling up twice, without allocating, I had a total of 60 free attribute points. After some thought, I allocated 20 points to agility and 40 points to root bone, as I still needed to stack some defense. My agility was already quite high, now the monsters I encountered, even if they were bosses, couldn't match my speed. Looking at the upgraded War God medal, it significantly increased all attributes by 20, which was quite insane. Once again, I looked at my attributes named Chen Feng Realm Bronze level 13 Health 27, 08 Magic 540 Physical Attack, 263 Magic Attack, 84 Physical Defense, 246 Magic Defense, 216 Movement Speed, 258 Attack Speed, 54 Critical Rate, 10 Experience, 297, 105, 0000 Strength, 572068, Intelligence, 35204, Constitution, 862. 0103 Root Bone 13020 156 Spirit 3520 42 Agility 174 20208 Talent Poison Damage 260 points, can stack 3 layers. Immortal Body increases maximum health by 318 points. Equipment Weapon Wooden Sword Novice Equipment Attack 2 Helmet Wolf King's Helmet Black Iron Level Health 200 Defense 10 Additional Attribute Constitution 6 Armor, Wild Boar King's Armor Black Iron Level Health 100 to Defense 10. Additional Attribute Constitution 8 Pants Bear King's Leggings Black Iron Level Health 300, Physical Defense 20 Magic Defense 10. Additional Attribute Constitution 12 Belt Silver Wolf King's Belt Bronze Level Health 300, both defenses 20 additional. Attribute Constitution 10 Root Bone 10 Shoes Black Bear King's Boots Bronze Level Movement Speed 50, Physical Defense 30, Magic Defense 30. Additional Attribute Agility 18 Root Bone 15 Necklace Silver Wolf King's Necklace Bronze Level Attack 25, Critical Rate 10 Luck 3. Additional Attribute Strength 10, Agility 8 Left Bracelet Silver Wolf Bracelet Whiteboard Health 20, Attack 12. Attack Speed 1 Right Bracelet Bear King's Bracelet Black Iron Level Physical Attack 50, Attack Speed 6. Additional. Wu Shaochen had just exited the Battle God Hall when a private message notification rang out. Schwerer, aren't you afraid of being surpassed after being offline for so long? Not worried, if I want to level up I can do it in a minute, no one can catch up to me. Wu Shaochen replied, stating that it was the truth, as he had been complaining about leveling up too quickly. Su Muxue rolled her eyes at Wu Shaochen's response. Although she thought he was bragging, the fact remained that after being offline for so long, she was only level 12. Shaking her head, she asked, "Do you have any mage gear?" Chen Feng, no. Seeing Wu Shaochen's reply, Su Muxue felt a bit disappointed and with some reluctance asked, "Is there any way to help me through the battle god's secret realm?" Chen Feng, bronze. Su Muxue gritted her teeth and replied, "Black iron." Chen Feng, "Oh, that should work." He then sent a screenshot of the wild Boar King summoning scroll. He had not used this item, and now it was no longer of any use to him. Su Muxue's eyes brightened upon seeing it. This guy really had a lot of good stuff. With this, she thought succeeding in the challenge shouldn't be too difficult, letting the wild Boar King tank, while she dealt damage from behind. "How much?" Su Muxue asked. "You can give 5,000, Wu Shaochen said. One-time items, unless particularly powerful, usually cost just a few tens of thousands. Soon the two reached an agreement. Su Muxue headed straight back to town towards the Battle God Hall. Many players were already aware of the significant impact that level increases could have on strength. After the transaction, Wu Shaochen listed the Black Bear King Armor Wolf Fawn Club Bear King necklace and the replaced Wolf King leggings in the auction house, setting the bidding mode for half an hour. The longer the duration, the higher the price could be. Currently, there were no other items in the auction house, as everyone had discovered that they could buy whiteboard gear in the shop, while black iron gear was extremely scarce and would be snapped up as soon as listed. However, various materials were plentiful. The 3 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of bronze that Wu Shaochen listed instantly attracted everyone's attention. Damn, bronze gear. I've never even seen black iron gear, and here comes bronze gear. 3 pieces of black iron and 1 piece of bronze, which boss is so formidable. Damn, this armor provides such a significant boost to shield guards. If I had money, I'd be the first to snatch it up. At this moment, Ao Shi Tianxiao looked at the auction house gear with a serious expression and asked, "Do you know who is selling this?" "No, it was listed anonymously," Ao Shi Jueqing said. "At this stage, there are only a handful of people who can sell bronze gear, and this armor wasn't dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Do you think Chen Feng is in Jinling City like us?" Ao Shi Goofing replied, "It's very possible. Let's bid on this armor first, and have our people keep an eye out. If Chen Feng really is in Jinling City, we must find him. I want to see what this Chen Feng is truly capable of." After listing the auction items, Wu Shaochen looked at the pile of whiteboard gear in his bag and shook his head. He entered a nearby clothing store selling all the whiteboard gear at once. Each piece sold for a few copper coins, which left Wu Shaochen helpless. Fortunately, he didn't have to sell them individually. Both weapons and accessories could be sold here, but Wu Shaochen had already decided that next time he wouldn't pick up whiteboard gear that takes up space and isn't worth much. After selling the gear, he checked the items sold in the store and realized that buying them back after selling to them cost several silver coins each. Now that was a scam. Glancing at the store's merchandise, he suddenly noticed a mask for sale. After thinking it over, he decided to buy it. The mask didn't add any attributes. Its only purpose was to conceal his identity. He was now somewhat of a celebrity in the game, so it was better to keep a low profile. In reality, being exposed in the game didn't matter, but he worried about potential consequences in real life. After all, in reality, he was just a powerless, penniless nobody. If someone he offended in the game sought revenge in real life, that would be disastrous. After putting on the mask, Wu Shaochen walked out through the south gate again. Along the way, he encountered many players going out to grind monsters. It was now 4 or 5 in the morning. Weren't these guys going to sleep? At this moment, 4 people, 3 men, and 1 woman approached him. The leading man spoke. "Hey buddy, want to team up? We happen to need a damage dealer." "No thanks." Wu Shaochen politely declined and continued walking forward. "Brother, it's tough to play this game solo. It's better to team up." The leading man insisted again, noticing that Wu Shaochen's gear seemed decent, which was why he wanted to team up with him. "Thanks, but no," Wu Shaochen reiterated. "Hey, what's with that attitude? Our boss is inviting you. That means he thinks highly of you," a young man behind him shouted. Wu Shaochen stopped, turned to the young man, and said, "I've been quite polite. Just because he invited me, do I have to agree? Of course. Our boss is a member of Ao Shi Kun Xiong. Being noticed by him is your fortune. If you get close to him, you might even be able to join Ao Shi Kun Xiong. Do you know that Ao Shi Kun Xiong is the largest guild in Jinling City?" The young man proclaimed proudly. "Oh," Wu Shaochen said, too lazy to deal with such people, and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, these people were relentless and surrounded him. "Kid, you're asking for trouble. Do you believe I can kill you back to the novice village in a minute?" the young man said fiercely. Meanwhile, the leading man boss was standing with his arms crossed, watching the show with a smile. Since this person wasn't cooperating, he would have to loot his gear. "Not a chance," Wu Shaochen replied calmly. "Hey, kid, you're pretty arrogant. Today I'll show you that some people are not to be trifled with." Saying this, the young man drew his weapon and struck Wu Shaochen. 12. An embarrassing number appeared, causing the young man to widen his eyes. He was a warrior with full points in strength, and although he wore all white gear, he still had over 200 attack power, yet his strike on this person only dealt 12 damage. How could a rogue have such high defense? Players can hide their ID and level, but their profession cannot be hidden. Each person's profession is easily recognizable. Is that it? Wu Shaochen glanced at the shocked young man, then leisurely took out a novice wooden sword from his bag and casually said, "Well then, it's my turn." As the young man struck him, the others turned gray, clearly revealing that they were in a team. Haha, a novice wooden sword. You think you can kill us with a wooden sword? The only woman among them burst into laughter. Wu Shaochen, too lazy to waste time with them, activated his speed skill, moving so fast that they barely had time to react before he struck each of them once and walked away without looking back. Damn, this guy is so fast. But what's his deal? He strikes once and runs. Is he trying to escape because he can't beat us? Said the young man. No, wait. I'm poisoned. Damn it, I'm losing 260 health per second. Shall he quickly heal me? Boss shouted in panic. He was an archer and his health was already low. In just 2 seconds, he was nearly dead. Shally quickly threw a healing spell at Boss, but it unfortunately displayed 0. Can't heal you, Boss. Quickly drink a potion. Before Boss could even pull out his potion, he collapsed lifelessly. The others were the same. By the time they realized they were poisoned, they had already fallen. Even the tank with the most health lasted only 5 seconds before the entire team was wiped out. Nearby players looked on in confusion at the sudden collapse of several people. Ding. You have been killed by player Chen Feng, lost 1 level. Since you were the one who attacked, you randomly dropped more than 2 pieces of equipment. Chen Feng. Standing at the revival point in the novice village, Hao Gu couldn't help but tremble at the corners of his mouth. He never expected that the random person he found would actually be Chen Feng. At this moment, he regretted it deeply. He immediately turned around and slapped the face of the first young man who troubled Chen Feng, saying, "I see in and you got me killed." The young man dared not speak at that moment. He thought about how he had the audacity to speak to the great Chen Feng, and his legs felt like jelly. After venting, Hao Gu opened the chat history and sent a message to one of his contacts. "Boss, I ran into Chen Feng." After Wu Shaochen killed a few people, he arrived at the flame lizard as if nothing had happened. He needed to verify whether his talent could continue to increase after advancing to bronze level. This time, Wu Shaochen's strength had once again significantly increased. Looking at the flame lizard before him, he charged forward with 2 swords, then switched to another and struck twice again. With his current poison damage of 260 per second, 2 strikes were enough for a lizard. Soon the lizards fell one by one, and the system notification sounded continuously. Upon hearing the notifications, Wu Shaochen smiled. Just as he thought leveling up could increase the upper limit of poison damage. Keep going, let's see how much I can improve. Wu Shaochen thought to himself, then continued to attack the lizards. At that moment, ding, the items you listed at the auction house have been purchased by a player for 500 yuan. After deducting the service fee of 7500 yuan, the remaining 42500 yuan has been transferred to your bound bank card account. Ding, ding, ding. For consecutive notifications sounded, and Wu Shaochen excitedly looked at the transaction record, feeling that he hadn't received money in a long time. Wolf King leggings sold for 500, Wolf Fawn Club sold for 700, Bear King necklace sold for 8000, and most importantly, the Black Bear King armor reached an astounding 18000. Wu Shaochen's eyes narrowed with joy. The total transaction amount for the 4 pieces of equipment reached 3800, and after deducting a service fee of 5700 yuan, 300 remained. This is exhilarating. It seems that although everyone has changed jobs, most are still using white equipment, with very few having black iron gear, let alone bronze. The population in the main city is far larger than in the novice village, suggesting that there are indeed more wealthy players. I'm 1 step closer to the game warehouse. Let's go. Wu Shaochen felt invigorated and charged once more towards the lizards. In Jinling City, Ao Shi Tianxia learned the details from Hao Gu and glanced at Ao Shi Juqing beside him, asking, "What do you think about Chen Feng's strength?" According to Zihao, his defense is extremely high, his speed is fast, and his damage is average, but the poison is quite nasty. I don't know if this poison is a result of equipment or talent, but it's 260 points per second and can't be healed. The key is that they don't know how long this poison lasts. Ao Shi Juqing analyzed. Under normal circumstances, the poison damage lasts at least 10 seconds. If it's 10 seconds, I can barely withstand it with the Black Bear King armor. If it lasts longer, no one at this stage can endure it, said Ao Shi Gufeng, the first shield knight. Early equipment doesn't have skills. This is likely a talent. If it is a talent, then it makes sense for him to gain such a large advantage early on. This poison is definitely bug-like in its existence at the beginning, but that will only be the case early on. Once we level up and gear up, killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Ao Shirtian Xia said confidently. Perhaps no one expected such an annoying talent to actually be a growth type. Wu Shaochen was sitting under a tree browsing the forum in stealth mode. A large number of flame lizards were running around like headless flies with white damage notifications of 574 popping up above their heads, and his health bar was rapidly decreasing. Probably no one in the entire Divine Oracle had a more comfortable leveling experience than him. At this moment, a private chat message came in. Shui Air, thank you for the scroll, I have successfully challenged it. With such a tough-skinned wild Boar King in front, even a pig can succeed, Wu Shaochen casually replied. The other side immediately stopped replying. Getting up to collect the loot, Wu Shaochen looked at the fallen lizards and stood up to see if there was any good equipment. 3 pieces of equipment lay on the ground apart from 2 white items. There was surprisingly 1 black iron equipment lying there easily identifiable by its luster. He hurried over to pick it up. This is money. Flame Ring spell attack 60. Fire skill damage increased by 5. Additional attribute intelligence 16. Wearing requirement mage. Mage equipment, my first time seeing this, and the attributes are quite good, Wu Shaochen murmured, then opened the chat window to share a screenshot of the equipment attributes with Sumu Shui. Soon the other side replied. Shui Air, how much? I want it. Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and said 8000. The Boar King necklace was also auctioned for 8000, so directly asking for 8000 should be reasonable. Shui Air, alright. After the transaction ended, private chat notifications rang again. Shui Air, did you get this from a boss? Chen Feng. No, it dropped from a regular monster. Shui Air, regular monsters can also drop black iron equipment. Chen Feng. Yes, higher level ones will drop, but the drop rate is too low. He had killed several hundred monsters and had only dropped 2 pieces. Shui Air, can you tell me what monster this dropped from? Mage equipment is too hard to drop. Wu Shaochen cast an insight spell on the flame lizard and shared the information with her. On the other side, Sumu Shui, who was fighting level 12 foxes in the forest, saw the monster information shared by Wu Shaochen and was speechless. Finally, she understood why this guy was always ahead of everyone else. While everyone was fighting level 11 and 12 monsters, he was actually fighting level 18 monsters, which was quite absurd. After seeing the monster's attributes, Sumu Shui completely gave up on the idea of going there to hunt for mage equipment. She could only vent her frustration on the foxes. Uncle Lu, seeing Sumu Shui's troubled expression, realized that his young lady had changed. In the past, she faced everything with indifference, but recently he often saw her gritting her teeth and sulking. He didn't know if that was good or bad. After Wu Shaochen killed more than a dozen flame lizards, a golden light flashed. He leveled up. He checked his talent. Poison damage had reached 337. He had killed 77 flame lizards and had not yet reached the limit. The undying body increased his maximum health by 395 points, nearly 400 points, which was equivalent to adding 40 points to his constitution, making it quite comfortable. After leveling up, his health reached 2,826. He decided to keep the 10 attribute points for later use when he saw what he needed. Experience LV14 3860000. It's time to check out the Black Wind Stronghold. After accepting the mission, the map marked the destination. Wu Shaochen followed the map and walked forward, crossing the Black Bear Ridge. After a while, he suddenly saw a long fence forming a wall ahead with a large gate in the middle guarded by 2 bandits dressed similarly to mountain thieves. The map was originally black, but it lit up only after he approached. The map indicated Black Wind Ridge, and ahead should be Black Wind Camp. Wu Shaochen quietly moved closer and cast a detection spell on one of the bandits. Black Wind Camp Bandit. Level 20. Health 40,000. Physical attack 450. Physical defense 230. Magical defense 150. Movement speed 78. Skill Slice swings the large knife forward, dealing 160 physical attack damage to the target. Cooldown time 20 seconds. A level 20 monster, not too difficult. Should I start clearing from here or go for level 19 monsters first? Is it too fast to level up by defeating monsters 6 levels lower? Forget it, since there's a limit to talent, there's no need to hunt level 19 monsters. I'll start clearing from here. Wu Shaochen moved in closer, but was quickly noticed by the other side. Who dares to come to my Black Wind Camp? Seize him. The bandit was very straightforward, immediately ready to capture him. Then the 2 bandits charged at Wu Shaochen. Hey, are you giving me face? Wu Shaochen was displeased by their arrogance. Activating his speed burst, he exceeded 300 in movement speed, achieving an attack speed of 104, meaning 2 strikes per second. He dashed in, delivering 2 strikes to each bandit, then quickly retreated. At a safe distance, he activated stealth and leisurely watched the 2 bandits slowly approach their demise, dealing 337 damage per second for a total of 674, enough to kill them in a minute. At that moment, he felt something sweep past, and his stealth was broken. Immediately, 2 arrows struck him. 234. 234. Damn, there are archers too. Wu Shaochen looked in the direction of the arrows and found 2 arrow towers on either side of the gate, each with an archer stationed on top. He quickly distanced himself from the arrow tower and cast a detection spell. Black Wind Camp Guard. Level 20. Health, 38,000. Physical attack, 480. Physical defense, 180. Magical defense, 120. Attack speed, 100. Movement speed, 85. Skill Eagle Eye enhances vision, increases arrow accuracy, and can see through stealth skills. Damn, this guy has the Eagle Eye skill. This is going to be tricky, Wu Shaochen muttered. Although individually they weren't much, their high defense meant that the archers only dealt a couple hundred damage with each shot. However, their attack speed was fast, 2 arrows per second. 2 archers meant he would be hit by 4 arrows in a second, losing 8 or 900 health, and they had a long attack range. He had been attacked from over 10 meters away from the arrow tower. Even with speed burst activated, it would take 3 seconds to reach the tower, and the round trip would take 6 seconds. In 6 seconds, there was no doubt he would be dead. There's no way to fight this, Wu Shaochen said helplessly, but then he suddenly noticed the silver wolf trailing behind him, and his eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten? He didn't usually need it for monster hunting, but that didn't mean it wasn't strong. The silver wolf had reached level 12 and possessed a grade potential, significantly increasing its power. Silver wolf. Pet. Potential A. Level 12. Health 14,200. Mana 1,300. Physical attack 400. Physical defense 280. Magical defense 140. Speed 60. According to its stats, it could easily outclass Wu Shaochen, although it was a bit slow. However, that wasn't a problem. When summoned from the pet space, pets could be positioned strategically. He could summon it directly beneath the arrow tower to absorb damage, as it had over 10,000 health and 280 defense to withstand the hits. Looks like if I need to replace my pet in the future, I should opt for a tanky one. The Silver Wolf King is offensive-oriented, but it's already quite resilient. Soon the 2 knife-wielding bandits fell to the ground. Wu Shaochen couldn't be bothered to pick up the copper coins they dropped. He recalled the silver wolf into the pet space, and after waiting for 1 minute for the summon cooldown to finish, he summoned the silver wolf beneath the arrow tower. Sure enough, the 2 archer guards quickly began shooting at the silver wolf. 200. 200. Damage of 200 appeared above the silver wolf's head. Wu Shaochen didn't dare to delay. This was time bought with the silver wolf's life, so he activated his speed burst and dashed forward. In 3 seconds, he reached the first arrow tower, climbed up, and swiftly struck twice before retreating. The archer guard with only 38,000 health was no match for the poison. After being attacked, the guard shifted its target from the silver wolf to Wu Shaochen. With 2 arrows per second, Wu Shaochen was jumping around and couldn't attack the second one. Things are getting tight. Wu Shaochen quickly signaled the silver wolf to run. He couldn't recall his pet back to the pet space while in combat. Luckily, the silver wolf had thick skin and was able to escape the attack range with over 8,000 health remaining. Next, he just had to wait for the poison to take effect. Taking down the last one would be much simpler. However, if it was this difficult at the gate, who knows how many archers might be inside? Well, one step at a time, he thought. Soon the first archer died. After waiting a bit longer, and watching the silver wolf's health return to full, Wu Shaochen sent it forward again to draw damage while he dashed and struck twice, and then retreated. Before long, the second archer also succumbed to the poison. Level 20 monsters granted 300 experience points each. With a 60 experience bonus for defeating monsters 6 levels lower, each monster yielded 480 experience points. Even after deducting 20 for the silver wolf, the 4 bandits provided Wu Shaochen with 1536 experience points. After the second archer died, an alarm seemed to ring from within the camp and bandits began rushing out in droves. Damn, it can work like this, eh? Wu Shaochen sensed something was wrong and recalled the silver wolf making a run for it. Sure enough, he didn't get far before looking back to see the entrance of the camp filled with bandits. Some with knives, some with shields, some with bows, and some with staves. Damn good thing I ran fast, or I'd be sent back to town for free, Wu Shaochen grumbled. Were these bandits this well equipped? It looked like a small army. I really dug my own grave, he thought. Look at that horde of over 100 bandits that just emerged with over 20 archers and nearly 10 mages. If I get too close, it's certain death. Even the silver wolf can't hold out for long. What to do? I have to lure them out and kill them separately, but the archer's aggro range is the same. If I get too close, it's game over. Not having a ranged option is really troublesome. The assassin's stealth is perfectly countered, which is really frustrating. Wu Shaochen looked at the 3 scrolls lying in his backpack, 1 lucky scroll, 1 body protection scroll, and 1 stone skin scroll. Suddenly he had a bright idea. The stone skin scroll, which he had previously despised, was just perfect for the situation. His physical defense was 246, and using the scroll would boost it to 492. Those guys wouldn't be able to breach it, and his magical defense would reach 432, allowing him to withstand attacks from 10 mages without issue. Although he didn't know the mages' stats, they should be similar, and their magical attack probably wouldn't exceed 500. Most importantly, this scroll lasted for 5 minutes, enough time for him to poison all of the archers and mages twice. To be on the safe side, he allocated the remaining 10 attribute points to his bone structure, raising his physical defense to 256 and his magical defense to 226. With everything ready, Wu Shaochen approached again, and just as he was about to reach the attack range, he crushed the scroll, instantly doubling his defenses, boosting his physical defense to 512 and his magical defense to 452, while reducing nearby enemies' physical damage by 50. He then charged toward the bandit group at high speed. Soon the bandits noticed the intruding enemy, and arrows flew toward Wu Shaochen, each inflicting 1 unbreakable damage. Before he could rejoice, a barrage of fireballs came flying in. 124. Damn, I forgot to account for the skill damage bonus. Wu Shaochen was startled. The mage didn't have a normal attack, but the fireball spell cast every 3 seconds was equivalent to the mage's normal attack, with a 120 magical damage output. In a single round of fireball spells, Wu Shaochen lost over 1,000 health points. With no way to retreat, Wu Shaochen braced himself and quickly drank a large red potion, restoring 100 health per second for 10 seconds. This was the best continuous health recovery he had, as the main city had better potions, but he had forgotten to buy them, or perhaps he was overconfident and too lazy to acquire them. After finishing the potion, Wu Shaochen took out a bottle of instant recovery potion and wincing drank it to restore his health to full before charging forward again. Thankfully, the mage's fireball spell had a 3-second cooldown. If it were like the archers, he would have been done for. Seeing the bandit warriors and shield guards charging at him, Wu Shaochen pushed his speed to the limit, dodging 1 melee bandit after another, heading straight for the enemy archers and mages. The attacks from the melee bandits only caused him to lose a single health point due to his potent defenses. Although the warrior bandit skills could normally break defenses, they were ineffective against the 50 physical damage reduction from his petrified skin scroll. However, he still caught a glimpse of the threat posed by their complete formation. Halfway through his charge, he was stunned for 2 seconds by a shield bash from a guard. What the hell? This is disgusting. At this moment, the mage launched the second round of spells, and it wasn't a fireball, but a freeze spell. 2 skills. Damn. As the freeze spell was about to hit him, Wu Shaochen reluctantly activated the void ability. Although this skill was great, it had a cooldown of 5 minutes, and he rarely used it, saving it for emergencies. Upon using the void, his body instantly entered an ethereal state, dispelling the stun, and the incoming freeze spell from the mage missed its target. In the void state, Wu Shaochen charged out of the encirclement towards the mage. Surprisingly, the mages were smart enough to run backward, but with Wu Shaochen's speed exceeding 300, it was impossible for them to escape. As Wu Shaochen approached, he began to attack the mages. At close range, their operational space was greatly restricted, making it difficult for them to lock onto the rapidly moving Wu Shaochen. This gave him plenty of breathing room. He poisoned each mage twice before fleeing. Mages certainly had lower health than archers, so 2 layers of poison were enough. Before long, all 10 mages were poisoned, and during this time, Wu Shaochen had only taken damage from 3 fireballs and 1 freeze spell. Although the freeze spell reduced his movement speed by 30, it didn't significantly affect Wu Shaochen, who had over 300 speed. After applying the poison, Wu Shaochen wasted no time and sprinted outward. He would deal with the archers after the mages were taken down, otherwise he couldn't withstand the damage from those mages, even with the instant recovery potion, which could only restore 1,000 health and had a 10-second cooldown. It wouldn't be enough. After enduring another wave of fireball damage, Wu Shaochen finally escaped the mage's attack range and bolted away. Phew, that was close. I used a scroll and a potion just to fight normal monsters. Ew, what a loss. Wu Shaochen complained. Next, Wu Shaochen calculated the timing and returned to the bandit camp in less than a minute. Sure enough, all the mages had fallen. Now he felt bold with about 4 minutes left on the petrified skin scroll. None of these physical attacking bandits could break through his defenses, so he swaggered toward the bandits, charging directly at the archers. Although the cooldown for his speed boost was not yet over, even without it, he still had over 200 speed and a 54 attack speed, allowing him to poison quickly. It took him over a minute to poison all the archers, mainly because the shield guards and warriors kept blocking him. The shield guard's shield bash could stun him, which was quite annoying. After finishing off the archers, he continued to poison whoever he encountered and activated the speed boost. When the scroll's effect ended, he suddenly found that nearly half of the bandits were poisoned, with just over 20 left unpoisoned. Moreover, most of the poisoned ones had already fallen, leaving only about 50 bandits standing. Now this is what I call a mass slaughter, Wu Shaochen remarked. After circling around the fallen bandits to see if they had dropped good gear, Wu Shaochen was pleasantly surprised to find 2 pieces of black iron equipment among the numerous white gear. Moreover, based on the number of white items, the bandits' drop rate was clearly higher than that of other monsters. He even saw dozens of silver coins, not copper coins, but actual silver coins. These bandits dropped silver coins, making Wu Shaochen feel that everything he had just gone through was worth it. Quickly picking up the 2 pieces of black iron equipment and the silver coins from the ground, Wu Shaochen couldn't be bothered to collect the white gear or copper coins. He now had the confidence to be proud. Looking at the remaining 22 bandits, Wu Shaochen felt a bit of a headache. There was no way to lure them apart. They would all attack together once they entered the aggro range, making it troublesome if he got surrounded, especially since the shield guard's shield bash could stun for 2 seconds. Now that he had no scrolls left, he was easily killed if stunned. Checking his status, he realized that he had killed 124 bandits in just 5 minutes. His talent was capped at 420, and he was now level 14, which was 30 times the level. Advancing 1 realm had increased it by 10 times, which was pretty much what he had anticipated. With his current poison damage, it only took 2 layers of poison to take down the warriors or shield guards. Damn, what am I afraid of? I just wiped out over 100, so how can I fear these 20 or so? Seeing that his speed boost and void were both ready, Wu Shaochen activated the speed boost and dashed over. He now had sufficient speed to take the initiative, moving at more than 3 times their speed, so the chances of being surrounded were low. With a defense of 256, a single attack from a warrior would inflict less than 200 damage, and the shield guard's attack was only 400, dealing just over 140 damage. The skills were a bit tricky. A warrior's skill could deal over 400 damage, but he could withstand it. The opponents were all melee fighters, and even if he stood still, he could only take attacks from a maximum of 8 at once. By moving slightly, he could reduce that number to 4. Even if he faced 4 skills, it would be just over 1800 damage, which was completely manageable. However, he needed to be careful not to get stunned, otherwise he could only activate Void. After rushing in, Wu Shaochen maneuvered slightly and ended up facing only 4 bandits, 3 warriors, and 1 shield guard. While using the speed boost, he was able to deliver 2 strikes per second, applying 2 layers of poison to the shield guard. Surprisingly, the shield guard failed to use a skill, while 2 of the warriors did, causing Wu Shaochen to endure 2 skills, but still managed to poison 1 of the warriors. Noticing that he still had half his health left, Wu Shaochen created some distance, thwarting the encirclement attempt by the bandits. He then applied 2 layers of poison to another warrior. Seeing the shield guard lift his shield to use a skill, Wu Shaochen decisively ran away, successfully dodging the shield bash. After running away, Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. His current speed allowed him to evade some attacks. The shield guard skills had a clear starting motion, and the warrior's skills also had noticeable cues. This made things much easier. He just needed to focus on avoiding the shield guard's shield bash. What followed grew markedly easier. So long as he avoided dizziness, Wu Shaochen could not possibly be slain instantly by 4 bandits. Repeated engagements eventually cleared all 20-odd brigands. The battle lasted barely 10 minutes. He eliminated 146 bandits in total, including the 4 gate sentinels, bringing his tally to 150. Such speed was unimaginable to ordinary players, especially considering these were level 20 foes. The 150 bandits granted Wu Shaochen a staggering 5760 experience points, enough to nearly level up again, and Silver Great Wolf, who had remained safely at a distance, likewise ascended to level 13. His immortal body cultivation increased vitality by 150 points, bringing its cumulative gain to 545. His total health now stood at 2976, nearing 3000. He opened his inventory and examined the 2 items recently dropped. Roundwood Shield, Black Iron Tier, 200 health, 20 physical defense, 10 magical defense, 2 block chance. Additional attribute, 21 constitution, our required class shield guard. Attack speed ring, black iron tier 60 attack, 6 attack speed. Additional attribute, 22 agility, required classes archer or assassin. The attributes were exceptional black iron gear, dropped by level 20 enemies, rivaled bronze tier equipment mint for level 10 characters. He promptly equipped the attack speed ring, replacing the common toad ring. His health decreased by 20, attack rose by 52, attack speed increased by 5%, and agility gained 22 points. The shield was listed immediately on the auction house under bidding mode, duration 30 minutes. Wu Shaochen then advanced cautiously into the bandit camp. No further brigands crossed his path. Inside, the stronghold structures ascended in tiers. The outermost row consisted of crude huts, likely dwellings for low-ranking underlings. The middle tier boasted far sturdier, more refined buildings, evidently reserved for those of higher standing. And the grandest edifice atop the hill must surely belong to the chieftain himself. The lowest tier appeared deserted, its occupants likely having marched out earlier. Wu Shaochen crept toward the middle tier, where fewer buildings stood, but where foes would undoubtedly prove far more formidable. Upon ascending, he soon encountered clusters of 3 to 5 bandits. To his bemusement, every single foe in this tier was a mage, suggesting mages held elevated status within the Blackwind bandit camp. Those who had sallied forth earlier must have descended from here. Clearly, no mages dwelled below. He had not observed their stats closely before, so he cast insight to reveal them. Blackwind bandit sorcerer, level 20, health 36000, spell damage 480, physical defense 120, magical defense 180, movement speed 68. Skill I Fireball, launches a searing orb inflicting 120 spell damage upon a targeted enemy. Cooldown 3 seconds. Skill 2 Frost Spike, hurls an icy shard dealing 130 spell damage and reducing the target's movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 seconds. Indeed, 2 distinct abilities. From afar, Wu Shaochen counted only 5 mages before him. Slaying them posed little difficulty. Yet his concern lay in what might follow should he charge forward. Reinforcements might surge from hidden quarters, sealing his fate. I nearly forgot these creatures lack eagle eye. Wu Shaochen activated stealth and glided silently forward. The mages remained utterly oblivious, idly conversing in leisurely ease. He circled the area first, noting several other mages stationed nearby, not too distant, yet still requiring 3 or 4 seconds to converge. Within that window, his extreme speed ability would allow him to apply poison to 3 or 4 targets, then flee before they closed in. If danger escalated, he could always activate Void Step. Resolved, he approached the cluster without hesitation. Activating extreme speed, he struck twice per second, blindingly swift. 2 layers of poison sufficed per mage. By the time he'd afflicted 3, the others finally registered peril, shouting, scrambling backward to widen the gap. Wu Shaochen pursued relentlessly, poisoning the remaining 2 within 3 seconds. Only 1 managed to retaliate with a fireball. Spotting additional mages converging from elsewhere, he whirled and fled. 2 frost spikes and 3 fireballs slammed into him, draining nearly 2,000 health, but it mattered little. He escaped their attack range well before reinforcements arrived, then sprinted into the distance. The mages could only watch helplessly as their foe vanished beyond reach, their sluggish pace rendering pursuit futile. After 60 seconds, Wu Shaochen returned. The original 5 mages lay dead, but now 25 stood vigilantly in their stead, scanning the surroundings with tense vigilance. This is problematic, Wu Shaochen murmured wryly. 25 mages focusing fire would overwhelm even Silver Great Wolf. Shall I resort to the bodyguard scroll? He hesitated. The bodyguard scroll was a true lifeline. Wasting it now felt deeply reluctant. Yet without it, victory seemed impossible. Perhaps I should level up first, then return. He pondered inwardly, then shook his head. By the time he returned, the lower-tier bandits would have respawned, rendering his earlier efforts void. Even gaining 2 levels would yield negligible improvement in overall strength. Enough deliberation. I'll test it first. Use the scroll only if absolutely necessary. Resolved, he confirmed all cooldowns had reset, activated stealth once more, and slipped toward the assembled mages, then unleashed extreme speed, flooding them with poison. The sudden appearance of a shadowy figure startled the mages into disarray. At close range, locking onto Wu Shaochen, who darted swiftly among them, proved exceedingly difficult. Only sporadic fireballs landed amid the chaos. Yet this reprieve lasted mere seconds before they regrouped and scattered. Clever after all. Their dispersal, however, transformed the threat into mortal peril. Wu Shaochen gave chase, hacking at their heels. But despite his speed, he was but one man against many fleeing in divergent directions. After poisoning 4 more fireballs and frost spikes rained down, with increasing frequency, his health plummeting rapidly as the mages, now at safe distance, unleashed full barges. He hastily quaffed a sustained healing red potion and an instant recovery elixir to stabilize his health, then resumed pursuit. But after poisoning just 2 more, his vitality dwindled to critical levels. As fireballs and frost spikes streaked toward him, he had no choice but to tear open the bodyguard scroll. A faint golden aura shimmered into being around him, deflecting every incoming projectile. He dared not waste a moment. With only 8 seconds granted, he needed 2 to escape. Mage's effective range spanned roughly 10 meters, and 2 seconds was barely enough to outrun them. The mages had scattered widely. Even with extreme speed and a movement speed exceeding 300, he could poison only 7 within 8 seconds, 1 per second. Adding the 6 poisoned amid the initial chaos and the 6 chased and afflicted afterward, he had successfully poisoned 19. 6 remained untouched. No time remained. Wu Shaochen bolted outward. Fireballs roared against his golden barrier, but before he cleared their range, the aura dissolved. With 7 or 8 fireballs and frost spikes still hurtling toward him, he activated Void Step, evading them all, and escaped unscathed. Now he merely awaited the 60-second cooldown, then returned to claim the spoils. 6 mages remained, no longer a threat. In less than a minute, Wu Shaochen had not yet returned, and the golden light of upgrade appeared around him. It was evident that those guys had been poisoned. Wu Shaochen, who was just on the brink of leveling up, directly ascended to level 15, allocating the 10 attribute points he gained to his bone structure. After engaging in several rounds of combat against ranged monsters, he began to fully appreciate the importance of defense. He vowed to become a formidable tank-like assassin. After allocating his attribute points and waiting for a wave of skill cooldowns, Wu Shaochen ran back again, only to see 6 mages standing there looking wary. A smirk crept onto Wu Shaochen's lips. "You wanted to attack me, are you scared now?" Then he activated stealth and approached them again. Once close enough, he triggered his speed burst and delivered a wave of poison to the 2 mages nearby. This time, the mages surprisingly learned from their previous mistake and reacted instantly, attempting to create distance. However, Wu Shaochen's speed was no joke. There was no way these few could escape far. He swiftly closed in, slashing at them, and soon the remaining 4 mages were also poisoned, during which he was hit by 3 fireball spells. After applying the poison, Wu Shaochen turned and fled. Only then did the mages hurriedly cast their spells towards him. Wu Shaochen activated his illusion and dodged directly, then left gracefully. After waiting for a minute, Wu Shaochen returned once more, only to find all the mages lying on the ground. After searching the area, he actually found a piece of black iron equipment and 5 silver coins. Sapphire necklace, black iron, grade magic attack 50, magic value 300, cooldown reduction 2, additional attribute spirit 21, requirements mage priest. Not bad, another profit made. Wu Shaochen sent a screenshot of the attributes to Su Muxue, and as expected, he received a reply quickly. "Schwer, how much?" Wu Shaochen glanced at the auction house's transaction prices for black iron equipment, which were generally between 500 and 700. Since his piece dropped from a level 20 monster, it had relatively stronger attributes. After some thought, Wu Shaochen replied, 700 sounds good. Su Muxue didn't say much, clearly agreeing that the price was reasonable. The two quickly reached a transaction agreement. Just as they finished, Wu Shaochen heard another system notification. "Ding, the item you listed in the auction house has been purchased by a player for 800 yuan. After deducting a fee of 1200 yuan, the remaining 6800 yuan has been transferred to your linked bank card." Oh, I almost forgot that I had a shield listed as well. The price is pretty good, but by the time I receive it, it will only be over 600. It seems trading with the girls is way better, no fees, and the payment is quick and clean, Wu Shaochen remarked. It should be around 8 o'clock now. He decided to log off for breakfast. There were no monsters around, so Wu Shaochen chose to log off from his original location. After taking off his helmet, he habitually took out his phone to check his balance, and upon seeing the balance, he sat up straight in shock. Wow, it actually exceeded 1 million. Staring at the balance of 11 million yuan in his bank card, Wu Shaochen exclaimed in disbelief. After counting on his fingers for a while, he realized that he had unknowingly earned his first million in life. Wu Shaochen, filled with excitement, paced around his room 4 or 5 times to calm down. Should I buy a gaming pod? Wu Shaochen pondered. But looking at his current rental apartment, he figured there wouldn't be enough space for a gaming pod. He decided to sort out his housing issue before making that purchase. After stepping out for breakfast and returning home, he quickly logged back in. The priority now was to complete the hidden quest he had, and perhaps take down a silver boss for a nice profit. Once online, Wu Shaochen appeared again at Hefeng's stronghold. He wandered around the central area, initially thinking there were no more monsters, but unexpectedly encountered a large creature. At that moment, the creature was glaring at him in anger. Wu Shaochen quickly cast a detection spell. Hefeng's stronghold strategist, bronze grade boss. Level 20. Health 350000. Magic attack 900. Physical defense 400. Magic defense 480. Movement speed 95. Skill 1. Fireball launches a fireball that deals 120 magic damage to the targeted entity. Cooldown time 3 seconds. Skill 2. Freeze launches an ice spear that deals 130 magic damage to the targeted entity, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Skill 3. Explosive flame releases a fireball at a designated location, which explodes upon reaching, dealing 145 magic damage to all targets within a 3x3 area. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Skill 4. Hailstorm releases hail at a designated location, dealing 135 magic damage to all targets within a 5x5 area, reducing their movement speed by 30 for 5 seconds. Cooldown time 1 minute. Wu Shaochen swallowed hard. For skills, and with such high magic attack, he quickly decided to retreat to avoid aggro. If he was going to fight, he would need to go in stealthily first. After assessing his status, he noted that after leveling up, he gained an additional 40 health points, and earned another 30 points for defeating 30 mages, bringing his total health to 3046 points and magic defense to 236 points. Toxin damage was 426 points, and after upgrading and killing 6 more mages, he added another 6 points. I can fight. Wu Shaochen calculated, realizing that he certainly couldn't withstand all 4 skills in one go. However, since Fireball and Freeze were instant cast skills, the other 2 skills definitely had casting times. If he activated Stealth and approached him before using Speed Burst, he could apply 2 layers of poison in 1 second, and then escape in 2 seconds with only 3 skills at most to endure. Let's do this, Wu Shaochen thought, activating Stealth and returning to where he had just been, noticing that the Hefeng stronghold strategist was still there. Wu Shaochen quietly approached, activated his Speed Burst, and delivered 2 swift strikes before turning to run. "Ah, you little thief, you're dead meat," the strategist shouted. Then a freeze spell struck Wu Shaochen, reducing his speed by 30. Following that, a fireball spell hit him again, and just as the 3rd skill, Explosive Flame, was cast, Wu Shaochen had already run out of the attack range due to its 0.5-second casting time. As he ran out, Wu Shaochen smiled slightly, noticing he still had over half his health left. The difficulty was manageable. Timing it right, as the minute approached, Wu Shaochen returned to inflict another 2 layers of poison. This time, without Speed Burst, he endured 3 skills, but managed to escape without serious danger. Thus, after less than 7 minutes of back and forth, the body of the Hefeng stronghold strategist finally fell. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the bronze grade boss Hefeng stronghold strategist, earning 200 reputation points and 280 experience points. Your pet Silver Wolf received 7200 experience points. Ding! Talent trait triggered toxin damage increased by 1, bringing the current toxin damage to 427 points. Ding! Immortal body activated, maximum health increased by 1 point. Current immortal body has enhanced maximum health by 576 points. Looking at his experience points, LV 15 374067000. The experience points are nearly halfway again. However, there's nothing to be done. The boss experience is indeed high. Looking at the ground, Wu Shaochen revealed a smile, but the loot is indeed abundant. He hurriedly ran over to collect all the items that had dropped on the ground. In total, there were 4 gold and 32 silver, 2 pieces of bronze equipment, 3 pieces of black iron equipment, and no whiteboard equipment collected. Additionally, there was a scroll and a fruit. Opening the backpack, he glanced at the items inside. Ice Spirit Staff, bronze grade, spell attack 160, spell penetration 10, ice type magic damage increased by 5, additional attributes intelligence 24, spirit 22. Wearing requirements: mage. Flame bracelet, bronze grade, spell attack 80, magic value 200, fire type magic damage increased by 5, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes intelligence 21, agility 20, wearing requirements: mage priest. Looking at these 2 pieces of equipment, Wu Shaochen licked his lips honestly. These 2 pieces of equipment are definitely the best in the game right now, far surpassing the bronze gear he wore, especially since they dropped from a level 20 boss. The remaining 3 black iron pieces are also mage gear: a helmet, a pair of shoes, and a belt, none of which Wu Shaochen could wear, and he couldn't be bothered to check their attributes. I wonder if that girl can afford these, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. If she could take these pieces of equipment, she would undoubtedly be the top mage in Jinling City. Her gear better than his. After some thought, Wu Shaochen sent a message to Su Mushua. Hey girl, is your pocket deep enough? Swear, what do you mean? Wu Shaochen directly sent a screenshot of all 5 pieces of equipment. Swear, how much for all of them? I want them all. Wu Shaochen looked at the message, stroking his chin. This girl is quite wealthy, not hesitating at all. Wu Shaochen checked the auction house's transaction records. Currently, the only bronze equipment sold was the one he auctioned last time for 1800. There were no other sales records for bronze equipment, while black iron equipment had several records with prices dropping to about 400 to 600. Then Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and replied, Ice Spirit Staff 200, Flame Bracelet 100, and the black iron pieces at 600 each. This price is quite reasonable. These pieces of equipment have better attributes than what's available on the market, so the price is naturally higher. Swear, all right. Just as she finished speaking, a remote trade request came in, entering 5600 directly. He placed the items up, completing the trade, and suddenly had over 500 more, feeling quite pleased. Continuing to look at the remaining items, there was a scroll labeled Teleportation Scroll, which recorded a coordinate and allowed for direct teleportation. Not bad. The remaining item was a fruit he had never seen before. Spirit Fruit. Consuming it permanently increases spirit by 10 points. This is great. Items that permanently increase attributes are definitely valuable. Just when his magic value was a bit insufficient, he consumed it directly, raising his spirit to 52 and magic value to 680 points. Now only the chief remains. Wu Shaochen glanced at the house on the top and walked up directly. As soon as he stepped inside, a voice rang in his ears. Who allowed you to come up? Didn't I say that no one is allowed without my permission? The voice came from inside the house. What the hell, so arrogant? Wu Shaochen wouldn't let it slide, kicking the door open. Who dares to ruin my good thing? With the words just spoken, a middle-aged man with scars on his face appeared before Wu Shaochen, looking angrily at him and clearly stunned before asking, Who are you? Where did you come from? Black Wind Stronghold Chief, Silver Grade Boss, level 20 life, 500 physical attack, 130 physical defense, 650 magic defense, 420 attack, speed, 100 movement speed, 180 skill 1. Soul Devourer wields a dagger to stab the target, dealing 170 physical damage and converting 30 of the damage dealt into health recovery for himself, cooldown 30 seconds. Skill 2, Heavy Strike, uses the daggers but to hit the target heavily, dealing 160 physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds, during which they cannot cast skills. Cooldown time 1 minute. Skill 3, Weak Point Strike, wields a dagger to deal weak point damage to the target ahead. This damage ignores defense and is guaranteed to crit. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Sorry I disturbed you. Wu Shaochen turned and ran, not lingering at all. He needed to leave and digest this. The attributes of this guy were beyond his expectations. Where do you think you're going? As a result, the other party wouldn't let him escape and chased after him. Fortunately, he was fast enough to finally escape Black Wind Stronghold before the pursuit stopped. Phew. Thankfully, I ran fast, but this guy's speed is really fast. The strategist's speed is only 95, while this guy's is as high as 180, which is a bit ridiculous. The attributes of the Black Wind Stronghold Chief can only be described as abnormal, with an attack reaching 130, which is 400 points higher than the strategist. Quite terrifying. However, there is good news. This chief is actually an assassin-type monster with high single-target burst damage, but like him has no ranged or area skills. Although this type of boss is invincible in unknown combat, it's actually easier to deal with. Wu Shaochen wouldn't stand and trade blows with him. He just needed to hit and run. His attack speed is 2 strikes per second, meaning he had to either withstand 2 normal attacks or 1 skill attack from his last poison, making it much easier than dealing with mage monsters. Calculating the damage, this guy's maximum damage comes from skill 3, which ignores defense and is guaranteed to crit, meaning it could take away 260 of my health in 1 hit, but it wouldn't be enough to kill me. I just don't know if he will follow up with a normal attack, as this guy's attack speed is still quite fast. To be safe, Wu Shaochen took out a bottle of life potion that he had been reluctant to use, which increases maximum health by 30 for 30 minutes. After using it, his health reached 3961, close to 4000 health, so even if he took a hit from the 3rd skill and then a normal attack, he wouldn't need to worry. After some calculations, Wu Shaochen activated stealth and returned to Black Wind Stronghold. Soon he saw the chief shouting there. Let you chase me, let's see how I deal with you. Wu Shaochen sneaked closer, but before he could approach, the chief seemed to sense him and got in a defensive posture staring in his direction. Damn, so alert. This stealth skill is becoming less reliable. Wu Shaochen complained, then stopped hiding and activated speed, rushing in to strike twice before turning to run. So it's you, Ant. Wu Shaochen was already extremely fast, but the chief reacted quickly, countering with a normal attack, and then followed up with a weak point strike on Wu Shaochen's back. 1034, 2600 critical hit. Damn, that hurts. Luckily, he had the foresight to drink the life potion, or else he would have been done for. His guess turned out to be true. This guy could indeed land a normal attack followed by a skill in such a short time. It seems that although it is a melee skill, the skill's range is definitely a bit further than a normal attack. Wu Shaochen continued to run without stopping, with the chief chasing behind him. Thankfully, he didn't have to stand and trade blows. Who could withstand such damage? He downed a large red potion, and combined with his health regeneration, it was enough to fill his health back up. Turning around to look at the chief, who was relentlessly chasing him, Wu Shaochen's side. This is the benefit of speed. Thus, Wu Shaochen and the chief of Black Wind Stronghold exchanged blows in a marvelous back and forth. To be safe, Wu Shaochen would strike twice when activating speed and just one strike when not. At this moment, the chief of Black Wind Stronghold was feeling extremely frustrated as this little ant in front kept bouncing around, yet he couldn't catch up. If only he had a ranged attack method. He regretted playing an assassin. As he watched the health of the Black Wind Village chief dwindle, Wu Shaochen suddenly remembered that he had a lucky scroll in his backpack, a precious item that could double the drop rate. Monsters have different classes, and the items dropped correspond to those classes. For instance, when he previously defeated a military strategist, a plethora of mage equipment dropped. This chief, being an assassin, was guaranteed to drop assassin gear, and since it was a silver first kill, the drop rate would be enhanced. If he used another scroll to double the drop rate, Wu Shaochen felt excitement surge within him as he quickly retrieved it and used it directly. The drop rate enhancement lasts for 30 minutes, and the chief could only hold on for about 5 more minutes. Using it early was inconsequential. The pitiful chief of Black Wind Village, despite his skills, was unable to unleash any of them and was ultimately tortured to death by the ants before him, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain the silver-level boss Black Wind Village chief, earning 500 reputation points and 400 experience points. Your pet Silver Wolf has gained 1000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up. Health 40, mana 20, and you have gained 10 free attribute points. Please allocate them wisely. Ding! Congratulations, your pet Silver Wolf has leveled up to level 14. Ding! Talent trait activated: poison damage increased by 1, maximum poison stack increased by 1. Current poison damage is 428, with a maximum of 4 stacks. Ding! Immortal Body activated: maximum health increased by 1 point. Current Immortal Body grants an increase of 577 points to maximum health. Meanwhile, a server-wide announcement echoed throughout the Huaxia server once again. Server announcement: congratulations to player Chen Feng for slaying the silver-level boss Black Wind Village chief. As the first player in the entire server to defeat a silver-level boss, the system rewards 100 reputation points, 30 gold, and 30 free attribute points. This is a formal announcement. Perhaps they had grown numb, or perhaps they were unaware of the level of the Black Wind Village chief. This server-wide announcement, while still astonishing, did not shock the players as it had before. After such a long time, the great Chen Feng is finally back on screen. Gold will always shine. Oh, it's hard for someone like Chen Feng to remain low-key. A silver boss. How did he find it? I haven't even seen one myself. The silver boss should be stronger than the bronze level, right? Did he drop any silver gear? Oh, great one, Chen Feng. The chat channels in various regions instantly heated up, but no voices of doubt emerged. In Extreme Ice City, Jun Lin exclaimed upon hearing the server announcement, "Indeed, this guy is still incredibly strong, even when he reaches the main city." Yes, he has become a legend in the Oracle now, Hao Ran sighed. In Xiushui City, a team of 20 was besieging a gigantic sea turtle by the seaside, a level 12 bronze boss deep sea giant turtle. The 20 players coordinated seamlessly with a full range of classes, and what caught the eye was that all 20 were women, an array of beauties moving gracefully while attacking, creating a delightful sight. Among the crowd, a woman in a white priest robe with a white veil on her face resembled the most vibrant rose among flowers, drawing attention even amongst the beautiful women. With a casual wave, she cast a healing spell that fully restored a wounded warrior girl's health. The impressive healing amount of 8 or 900 would surely make all priests blush. This was the key reason why their team of 20 dared to challenge the bronze boss. The warrior girl stuck her tongue out and said, "Sister Qingwu, you're wasting your talent as a priest." Dreamlike Qingwu shook her head helplessly. Once she was recognized as the #1 mage. Her original intention upon entering the oracle was to play as a mage. However, fate had played a trick on her. Her talent turned out to enhance healing effects by 100, forcing her to change her class to priest, or else it would be a waste of such a good talent. Alright, enough about this. Being a priest isn't so bad, it helps keep you reckless ones from dying too often, Dreamlike Qingwu remarked. Who exactly is this Chen Feng? I've been playing online games for so many years, yet I've never seen this ID before. Another girl changed the topic, having also heard the recent server announcement. I don't know. I hadn't heard of Chen Feng before the oracle, or maybe it's a username change by some great player, a bowman girl said. At this moment, Dreamlike Qingwu also began to feel curious about this ID. In Jinling City, Ao Shi Tianxia's expression darkened as he said, "It's him again. We need to curb this Chen Feng's rise, or else it will surely affect our development." But according to Zaheo, this Chen Feng has been wearing a mask, which makes him hard to find, Ao Shi goofing said. "We have thousands of brothers in Jinling City. How can we not find him? Indeed, after we find him, let's see if we can bring him into our ranks. If not, let's destroy him. Jinling City is the territory of our Ao Shi group. I don't want anyone I can't control." Coldly, Ao Shi Tianxia said. At that moment, Wu Shaochen was oblivious to the outside world, his eyes shining with excitement as he gazed at the plethora of loot scattered across the ground, the most he had ever dropped from a BOSS, piling up like a mountain. With lightning speed, he gathered all the loot, and seeing his backpack nearly full, Wu Shaochen excitedly began organizing it. First, there were 8 gold and 52 silver coins, nearly rivaling the reward for the first kill of the wild Boar King. Then there were the items: 4 pieces of silver equipment, 6 pieces of bronze equipment, 8 pieces of black iron equipment, and no white bards picked up. Surprisingly, 2 skill books dropped, likely related to using the lucky scroll, otherwise it wouldn't be possible to drop 2. Then there were 2 special scrolls, 2 attribute fruits, a strange potion, a key, and a piece of parchment whose purpose was unknown, along with a head required for a quest. This truly was a massive drop. The player's backpack has 40 slots, and the same materials, potions, etc. can stack up to 1000 in one slot. Given that the drop rate for equipment in the oracle is low, it's rare for a backpack to fill up. However, Wu Shaochen's backpack was indeed nearing capacity, with this one boss drop occupying more than half of it. With an excited heart, he checked the equipment. Soul-biting dagger, silver level, physical attack 280, attack speed 10, lifesteal 10, additional attributes strength 24, agility 22, constitution 23, required for use assassin. Black wind leather armor, silver level, health 800, mana 200, physical defense 50, magical defense 50, damage reduction 5, additional attributes constitution 25, root 23, spirit 22. Required for use assassin archer. Black wind helm, silver level, health 500, physical defense 45, magical defense 45, critical hit resistance 8, additional attributes constitution 22, root 21, agility 20, required for use all classes. Whirlwind bracelet, silver level, physical attack 160, attack speed 10, ignore defense 10, additional attributes agility 22, strength 21, root 20, required for use assassin archer. Graphite ring, bronze level, health 300, physical attack 125, cooldown reduction 5, additional attributes strength 23, constitution 22. Required for use physical classes. Graphite belt, bronze level, health 400, physical defense 35, magical defense 35, additional attributes constitution 21, root 22. Required for use all classes. Graphite necklace, bronze level, physical attack 140, critical hit rate 5, luck 5, additional attributes strength 20, agility 22, required for use physical classes. Graphite boots, bronze level, movement speed 60, physical defense 30, magical defense 30, additional attributes agility 21, root 22, required for use all classes. Graphite helmet, bronze level, health 300, physical defense 30, magical defense 30, critical hit resistance 5, additional attributes constitution 24, root 25, required for use all classes. Graphite bracelet, bronze level, physical attack 130, attack speed 5, ignore defense 5, additional attributes strength 23, agility 24. Required for use assassin archer. Wu Shaochen blinked as he gazed upon the silver and bronze tier gear. This foe had been stripped bare down to his undergarments. Yet such a bounty was hardly surprising. His innate luck was already exceptional, compounded by the first kill bonus and a double drop rate scroll. This haul felt entirely justified. Most crucially, nearly every piece was usable by him. Truly a transformation from a crude musket to a refined firearm. Equipping it all would at least double his combat prowess. As for the Iron Tier gear, he didn't even deign to glance. After reviewing the gear, he turned his attention to the skill scrolls. Heavy Strike consumes 80 mana. Delivers a crushing blow with the weapon's pommel, inflicting 160 physical damage and silencing the target for 3 seconds, during which no skills may be cast. Cooldown 1 minute. Requirement Assassin. Weakness Penetration consumes 100 mana. Inflicts critical damage to the target's vulnerability, ignoring all defense and guaranteeing a critical hit. Cooldown 3 minutes. Requirement Assassin. Damn, both skills dropped. At last, I'm no longer an assassin who lives solely on poison, Wu Shaochen murmured awestruck. Ever since entering the Divine Edict realm, he'd scarcely pierced enemy defenses in combat. Now with upgraded gear and these 2 potent offensive skills, he could finally strike like a true assassin, swift, lethal, and unrelenting. Wu Shaochen immediately learned both skills, adding them to his skill bar. He then examined the remaining items, 1 used bodyguard scroll, granting invincibility for 10 seconds, and 1 random teleportation scroll, instantly transporting the user to a random location within a 1-kilometer radius. Both invaluable survival tools. Next were 2 agility fruits, each permanently increasing agility by 10 points. Without hesitation, he consumed both. More was always better. 3 unfamiliar items remained. The first was an ancient weathered parchment scroll. Upon unfolding it, its description read Treasure Map depicts the location of a hidden treasure. A schematic map marked with a single chest, unmistakably indicating the cache's whereabouts. Yet the terrain shown was utterly unfamiliar and no name or region was indicated. Discovery would require serendipity. The second item was a key. Its tooltip read Chest Key, used exclusively to unlock treasure chests. Could this be the key to the chest on the map? He mused silently, then stowed it back into his pack. Finally, there was a peculiar vial. Unfamiliar, yet instinct whispered that it was extraordinary. Seal Release Elixir removes usage restrictions from equipment and skills. Damn, it's truly a masterpiece. Wu Shaochen's pulse quickened instantly. At first glance, the elixir seemed modest. What use was lifting gear restrictions? Could an assassin wield a staff? But its true power lay not in gear alone. It nullified skill prerequisites. And therein lay the agony. Many elite skills remained forever out of reach. For instance, his inventory held Barbaric Charge, a warrior skill, but after applying this elixir, he could learn it outright. He dismissed that particular skill as beneath him, yet future encounters would surely yield coveted abilities he couldn't otherwise master. This elixir was his key. With reverent care, he returned the vial to his pack, then began equipping his new gear. Nearly his entire set was replaced. Only the Silver Wolf King ring remained on his left hand. He swapped out the newly acquired attack speed ring, prioritizing the Silver Wolf King ring's 200 maximum health over raw speed. A single chieftain from the Black Wind Bandit camp had yielded a complete set. Now, save for his trousers, every piece was silver tier or higher. Upon finishing, he found 40 free attribute points and invested them all into bone density. He then re-examined his attributes. Name Chen Feng. Rank Bronze tier. Level 16. Health 5487. Mana 1180. Physical attack 1245. Spell attack 84. Physical defense 543. Spell defense 533. Movement speed 430. Attack speed 104. Critical hit rate 5. Life steal 10. Damage reduction 5. Defense ignorance 15. Cooldown reduction 5. Critical resistance 8. Luck 15. Title 10. Gear 5. Experience 7406 80000. Strength 158 2189. Intelligence 35 2042. Constitution 174 2207. Bone density 303 2363. Spirit 67 2080. Agility 309 2370. Innate talent toxin damage 428 points stacks up to 4 times. Immortal body grants 577 maximum health. Equipment. Weapon Soul Devouring Dagger Silver Deer. Helmet Black Wind Helmet Silver Deer. Armor Black Wind Leather Armor Silver Deer. Legs Bear King Greaves Iron Tier. Belt Graphite Belt Bronze Tier. Boots Graphite Boots Bronze Tier. Necklace Graphite Necklace Bronze Tier. Bracelet L Gale Bracelet Silver Deer. Bracelet or Graphite Bracelet Bronze Tier. Ring L Graphite, Ring Bronzeteer. Ring R Silver Wolf King, Ring Bronzeteer. These stats had nearly doubled across the board. His physical attack alone now surged past 1,000. Yet stroking his nose he mused, does raw attack power even matter when my poison is this devastating? Alas, what good is such might to me, he sighed. He opened the auction house and reviewed recent sales of Iron Tier gear. In the past 10 minutes alone, 4 Iron Tier pieces had sold, each fetching roughly 4,000 to 6,000 credits. Though drop rates remained low, sheer player volume meant more iron gear would soon flood the market. Iron Tier gear prices would inevitably plummet. Once wealthy players completed their sets, casual players would balk at paying premium sums for obsolete gear. Wu Shaochen listed his discarded Iron Tier gear, the Wild Boar King armor and Wolf King helmet, at 2,000 credits apiece. Both were low tier. The armor dropped by a level 6 Wild Boar King offered abysmal stats, barely superior to common white gear. It was only due to sheer necessity that he'd clung to it this long. He needed to harvest this final wave of demand before the market dried up entirely. After 2 minutes, both items sold. He then relisted 10 pieces together: the Boar King bracelet, the attack speed ring, and 8 other Iron Tier drops from the Bandit Chieftain at 6,000 credits. Their stats surpassed current market offerings. Only the Boar King bracelet lagged slightly. The rest were all dropped by level 20 mountain bandits. There was no doubt they'd sell. Indeed, all 10 vanished in moments, depositing 5,400 credits into his account. The remaining items were bronze equipment, which currently had a value but no market. However, the attributes of the 2 bronze pieces dropped by the Silver Wolf King were comparable to the black iron equipment dropped by level 20 bandits. Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and listed the 2 items at a price of 6,000, each, only to have them snapped up instantly. Those who bought them probably didn't even check the attributes, just seeing bronze and purchasing immediately. Wu Shaochen looked at the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, the Black Boar King boots and graphite helmet. One was dropped by a level 17 Black Boar King and the other by a level 20 bandit leader, both having excellent attributes. He was considering whether to auction them or price them as before. Unbeknownst to Wu Shaochen, most players in Jinling City were eagerly watching the auction house, as it was the first time they had seen such a large batch of black iron and bronze equipment. At that moment, Wu Shaochen's private chat window chimed. Schwer, did you put all the equipment in the auction house? Shinfeng, yeah, what's up? Schwer, do you have more? Shinfeng, you want more? Schwer, yes. She felt this conversation had some ambiguity and quickly added, I only want bronze equipment, do you have any? Wu Shaochen thought for a moment and sent a screenshot of the attributes of the remaining 2 pieces, which were suitable for all classes. Schwer, how much? Shinfeng, same old rule, 1600 for each. Schwer, okay. The trade was quickly completed, and Wu Shaochen curiously asked, Beauty, do you have a mine at home? How come you have so much money? Schwer, yes, so you can work with me long term. Shinfeng, can't we keep a low profile? Having exchanged unwanted equipment for nearly 9,000, Wu Shaochen was in a great mood. He glanced at the house where the bandit leader lived and curiously walked inside, wondering why this guy hadn't come out even after all his subordinates had been killed. Upon entering the house, it was large but sparsely decorated with a few rooms besides the hall. Faintly, he could hear sounds of crying from one of the rooms. Wu Shaochen walked towards the source of the sound and opened the door, revealing 2 disheveled women with tear-streaked faces looking at the doorway in fear. Wu Shaochen glanced around the room and finally understood why the bandit leader wouldn't let anyone in. He truly knew how to enjoy himself. Was he engaging in a double affair? He realized he had interrupted something important for them. No wonder they looked as if they bore deep grudges. Looking at the 2 women's disheveled clothes, they appeared to be village girls that the bandit leader had abducted from some village. They were actually quite decent looking, showing that the guy had good taste. All right, you 2 should hurry home. The bandit leader of the Black Wind village has already been killed by me, Wu Shaochen said to them. As a result, the 2 women showed no reaction, still looking terrified. Oh, you don't believe me? Wu Shaochen had to raise his voice to emphasize again. This time the 2 finally reacted, with one of them weakly asking, Really? Really? What would I deceive you for? Just go out and see for yourselves. Hurry up, or you won't be able to leave. Wu Shaochen was uncertain if the bandits would respawn here, and if the 2 women took their time, they might not be able to escape. The 2 women arranged their clothes and cautiously walked outside. After a few minutes, they ran back and knelt in front of Wu Shaochen. Thank you, noble hero, for saving our lives. Thank you. Thank you. The 2 women cried while bowing, thinking they would spend their lives as the playthings of that monster, not expecting to see a day of escape. Wu Shaochen was flustered by the whole situation, quickly helping them up and saying, all right, you don't need to thank me, just hurry back. After quite a while, he finally calmed the two down. At that moment, one of the women suddenly said, noble hero, I know where that monster's treasure is hidden. Really? Wu Shaocheng's eyes lit up, not expecting there to be hidden rewards. Quick, take me there, he urged. Noble hero, please follow me. The woman led Wu Shaocheng to one of the rooms. The room looked like a storage area with various clutter strewn about. Honestly, if he were searching alone, he would have given up after just a glance. He saw the woman knocking around in the room, and after a while a stone door that one person could enter suddenly opened in one side of the stone wall. Pretty sophisticated. Wu Shaocheng was a bit surprised if this mechanism was well concealed, and it had been completely undetectable before. Noble hero, this monster has placed all the wealth it has looted over the years inside the chest. You can see it once you go in, but only it has the key to the treasure chest. Oh, Wu Shaocheng suddenly remembered the key that had just dropped, thinking it was for a treasure map chest, but it seemed to be for this one. Wu Shaocheng entered, finding a very small room with just a large chest inside and nothing else. Excited, Wu Shaocheng approached and saw that the treasure chest was locked. He took out the key from his backpack and tried it opened directly. At the moment the chest opened, Wu Shaocheng felt as if his eyes were about to be blinded. The room was originally very dim, but once the chest opened it revealed a dazzling golden light that made it hard for him to keep his eyes open. After a while he regained his vision and saw that the chest was filled with shiny gold coins, causing Wu Shaocheng's mouth to water. I'm rich now. He eagerly began to fill his backpack. After a while of packing, he finally emptied the treasure chest. His backpack showed he now had 673 gold coins. Originally, he only had 161 gold coins, which meant this treasure chest contained over 500 coins, leaving Wu Shaocheng extremely delighted. Thankfully, he had come in, otherwise he would have missed out. It's worth noting that although the value of in-game currency had significantly dropped due to players entering the main city and enhancing their abilities, it was still 1 yuan for 10 copper coins, meaning 1 gold coin could be exchanged for 100 yuan. Over 500 gold coins equated to over 500,000 yuan. Hey, gold coins are devaluing so quickly, should I sell some? After thinking it over, he decided against it, feeling that gold coins would be valuable later on. Besides, he didn't need the 50,000. After collecting the gold coins, he noticed a bead at the bottom of the box and hurriedly picked it up for inspection. Magic orb, carrying it restores magic points, continuously recovering 2 per second. While this effect rivals that of a divine artifact. Although the recovery amount isn't much, it's continuous, meaning it can restore during battles, so there's no need to worry about running low on mana. However, as an assassin, it feels a bit wasteful to hold on to it. If sold to a mage, it would certainly fetch a high price. What to do? Should I sell it or keep it? Perhaps I should use it myself first. The price of this item is hard to determine. I might find myself needing mana later on if I learn more skills. Seeing that there was nothing else in the house, Wu Shaocheng contentedly walked out. He saw the two women still standing outside and asked, why aren't you two leaving? Could we trouble you to take us back? One of the women said, showing a shy expression. We are from Lu Family Village, which is 10 kilometers away, but to get there we have to pass through the Tiger Roar Forest where there are many fierce tigers. We are not strong enough. Wu Shaocheng understood now and decided to help them out, thinking it was good karma. Plus, without them, he wouldn't have been able to obtain so much gold. Feeling good, he agreed without hesitation. Wu Shaocheng walked with 2 girls and a silver wolf, which had grown to the height of his knee, toward Lu Family Village as they had directed. Beyond the Black Wind Ridge was the Tiger Roar Forest, a place known for its many tigers, though their strength remained unknown. As the 3 and the wolf entered the Tiger Roar Forest, the 2 girls huddled together, fear evident on their faces, cautiously trailing behind Wu Shaocheng, who appeared completely unconcerned. With his significantly enhanced strength, he was eager to find some monsters to test his skills. A loud roar echoed, and a gigantic tiger blocked their path. The 2 girls, frightened, stepped back 2 paces, while Wu Shaocheng calmly cast a detection spell. Jungle Tiger. Level 21. Health 48000. Physical attack 520. Physical defense 280. Magical defense 220. Movement speed 105. Skill pounce attacks the target, dealing 160 physical damage, can knock down targets with lower attack than itself. Cooldown time 20 seconds. After examining the tiger's attributes and comparing them with his own, Wu Shaocheng touched his nose and thought, am I really this strong now? Level 21 monsters can't even break my defense. With a defense of 543, the tiger's attack of only 520 indeed could not breach his defenses. Even its skill attack could only deal over 200 points of damage, which was negligible for Wu Shaocheng, who had over 5,000 health. This was due not only to his equipment, but also to the nearly 200 points he had invested in his bone structure attribute. Players gain only 5 points per level from 0 to 10, totaling 50 points at level 10, and then 10 points per level from 11 to 20, totaling 100 points. Thus, even a level 20 tank would not have as much. This was also thanks to Wu Shaochen's various first kills and initial breakthrough rewards, which resulted in his attributes being far higher than those of players at the same level. Moreover, tanks primarily enhance their constitution, which yields significantly greater benefits than bone structure. Wu Shaochen possessed an indomitable body, so he had no worries about his constitution. He had now achieved his small goal to be a tough assassin. A smirk appeared on Wu Shaochen's lips. Can't break my defense. This is going to be interesting. I'm not going to play it safe today. I'm going to confront you, heathen. Wu Shaochen immediately activated his speed boost, charging towards the jungle tiger with astonishing speed, unleashing a series of skills: backstab, heavy strike, and weak point break. 1769 backstab ignores 50 defense, equipment ignores 15 defense. 1754 silence. 2490 critical hit. The three skills combined dealt over 6,000 damage to the jungle tiger while applying 3 layers of poison. Then Wu Shaochen began his normal attacks, with his attack speed reaching an astonishing 154, dealing 2 attacks per second. 1007. 1007. 1712 4 layers of poison damage. With a damage output exceeding 3,000, the jungle tiger, boasting 4/8 of his 0 health, succumbed after just over 10 seconds. Wu Shaochen licked his lips. This feels quite satisfying. After being cautious for so long, are we finally going to take the direct approach? Forget it. If I can solve it with poison, why waste my stamina? A couple of quick attacks will be much easier. Wu Shaochen ultimately felt that using poison was more satisfying. At that moment, the 2 girls standing at a distance looked at Wu Shaochen in shock. He's so amazing. He killed such a large tiger in just a few moves. Let's go, Wu Shaochen called, continuing forward. The 2 girls hurriedly followed, their gazes filled with admiration. Wu Shaochen led the 2 girls and the wolf through the dense forest, taking over an hour to traverse the Tiger Roar forest before arriving at Lu family village. If Wu Shaochen had been alone, he could have made the 10-kilometer journey in just over 20 minutes, but with the 2 girls, their speed was significantly reduced. Along the way, he had slain 24 jungle tigers, earning 180 experience points. His experience total reached LV 16, 174868000. Poison damage had reached 452 points, and his indomitable body increased his health by 24 points, bringing his total health to 5511. Wu Shaochen stored Silver Wolf back in the pet space and entered Lu family village with the 2 girls. Looking at the small village with only a few dozen households nestled among mountains, he noted that the only side without mountains was the Tiger Roar forest they had just traversed. Wu Shaochen felt something was off, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. Once back in the village, the 2 girls shed their earlier timidity, running and shouting, "Dad, Mom." Soon the villagers of Lu family village emerged, all very happy to see the 2 girls returning safely. The girls' parents were simple villagers. Upon learning that Wu Shaochen had rescued their daughters, they expressed their immense gratitude. Seeing them about to kneel and bow, Wu Shaochen quickly stopped them, thinking, why is it always kneeling and bowing? Can't we do something more practical? Originally, Wu Shaochen had thought he was simply completing a task by bringing the girls back, but it turned out he had not triggered any mission prompts throughout, meaning he had genuinely done a good deed. So why doesn't this game follow the usual script? The girls' parents insisted on pulling Wu Shaochen inside for a meal, but he declined. He needed to return to the city to complete a task, and then log off for lunch, as it was already noon after all the commotion. As Wu Shaochen was preparing to leave, an old man with a cane approached, limping. As he spoke, "Young man, are you heading back to Jinling City?" Wu Shaochen nodded. The old man hesitated for a moment and said, "Young man, could you do me a favor?" Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. "Is there a real task?" "Of course, I love helping others. What do you need assistance with?" The old man shakily pulled out an old parchment and handed it to Wu Shaochen, saying, "Young man, could you please take this parchment back to the city lord of Jinling City and tell him that the seal is weakening. I hope the lord can send troops to defend. Ding, the village chief of Lu family village has issued you a task. Deliver the parchment to the city lord of Jinling City and relay the chief's message. Task reward unknown. Do you accept?" "Oh, an unknown reward. This must be a hidden task. I'll take it." Wu Shaochen quickly accepted. After accepting the task, Wu Shaochen prepared to head back to Jinling City. After bidding farewell to the 2 girls, he shattered the return scroll under their reluctant gazes. Ding, special task in progress. Return scroll cannot be used. What the hell? I can't return to the city. It's over 20 kilometers to Jinling City. Do I really have to run back? Wu Shaochen was quite speechless. Previously, there were no return scrolls sold in the novice village, and he relied on his feet every day. Now that he was in the main city and had bought a return scroll, he still had to rely on running. He had never used the return scrolls he bought, which was quite frustrating. "Sai, I can't just return this parchment to that old man. This is a hidden task. The rewards must be good. Forget it, I'll treat it as physical training." Wu Shaochen sighed and reluctantly began running toward Jinling City. This time he didn't need to escort anyone, and he was too lazy to clear out the tigers he encountered, just wanting to return as soon as possible. Wu Shaochen finally returned to Jinling City after about an hour, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. As Wu Shaochen entered Jinling City, a young man opened his friend list and sent a message to one of his contacts' boss. That person has returned to Jinling City. After Wu Shaochen stated his purpose at the city lord's mansion, the guard did not stop him this time, but instead led him into the hall to wait for a moment before going to report. Soon the city lord of Jinling City walked in, and upon seeing Wu Shaochen, said, "Adventurer, didn't you go to find the leader of the Black Wind Gang? Did you encounter an insurmountable problem?" Without saying a word, Wu Shaochen directly presented the head of the Black Wind Gang's leader to the city lord, saying, "No problem at all, the leader of the Black Wind Gang has already been dealt with by me." The city lord was momentarily speechless at the sight of the head, clearly not expecting that Wu Shaochen had truly killed the leader of the Black Wind Gang. After a long pause, the city lord finally regained his composure and sighed, "Truly heroes emerge from youth. Adventurer, thank you for helping me solve a major problem. This is your reward." Ding, mission completed, gained reputation 1000 gold 50, acquired title hero of the bandit extermination. Oh, I actually got a title. Wu Shaochen was instantly delighted. Titles are timeless. Quickly checking hero of the bandit extermination, wearing it grants 10 to health and 10 to defense. Not bad at all. Wu Shaochen hurriedly equipped it, bringing his health to 6,062 points, physical defense to 597, and magical defense to 586, instantly feeling much sturdier. After receiving the reward, Wu Shaochen took out the parchment and handed it to the city lord, saying, "City lord, this is something the village chief of Lu Family Village asked me to pass on to you. He told me to inform you that the seal is loosening and hopes you can send troops to assist." Lu Family Village. The city lord seemed to have no recollection, took the parchment from Wu Shaochen, opened it, and soon his expression turned very grave. After a long while, the city lord said, "Adventurer, thank you for bringing such important news. I have nothing of value to give you in return. I can no longer use this, so I will give it to you." Ding, mission completed, received item dustless mask. Wu Shaochen took the item handed over by the city lord and was taken aback with joy. It was a mask made of an unknown material, thin as a cicada's wing, beautifully designed, far more attractive than what was sold in stores. Wearing it would absolutely enhance one's aura. Most importantly, this mask surprisingly had wearing effects, which was quite incredible. Dustless mask, wearing it can block all detection type skills and scrolls. The mask's form can change at will. This effect is undoubtedly impressive. Although the insight skill cannot be used on players, there will definitely be skills or scrolls in the future that can check players. With this, I won't have to worry about being spied on. Moreover, the fact that the mask can change form is a divine technique for hiding one's identity. This is definitely a great item for killing and stealing treasures. Wu Shaochen happily swapped on the dustless mask, putting the worthless mask he bought from the store back in his backpack, instantly feeling that his entire persona had changed. After donning the mask, seeing the city lord still looking heavy, Wu Shaochen asked, "City lord, is there anything I can help with?" The city lord shook his head and said, "I will handle this matter. You can return now." "All right," Wu Shaochen replied, bidding farewell and leaving. As he reached the door, the city lord suddenly said, "If possible, could you help me clear the jungle tigers in the Tiger Roar Forest? Those jungle tigers pose a certain obstacle to the army's advance." "All right, leave it to me," Wu Shaochen confidently promised. However, after a long time, there was no task prompt, and Wu Shaochen felt a bit gloomy, wondering if he was expected to help for free. At this moment, the city lord, seeing Wu Shaochen's quick agreement, praised, "Adventurer, your name is Chen Feng, right? I will remember you. You are the hero of Jinling City. When clearing the jungle tigers, be careful not to venture too deep. There is a jungle tiger king inside that your current level cannot handle. If you encounter it, flee immediately." Upon hearing this, Wu Shaochen's eyes brightened. Is there a boss? If that's the case, then helping out for free isn't unacceptable, especially since that place is currently the best for leveling up. If there's a big boss, it would be even more perfect. He quickly assured, "Don't worry, city lord, I won't act recklessly. First, I need to reassure the city lord, so he will allow me to go." Although this task has no rewards, building a good relationship with the city lord of Jinling City is absolutely beneficial. There will be many things to handle in Jinling City in the future. The city lord nodded in satisfaction, significantly increasing his goodwill towards the adventurer before him. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Wu Shaochen left the city lord's mansion and went to the warehouse, took out the skill book Brutal Charge, and listed it on the auction house. This book was perfect for selling right now, as he had seen many people in the public chat looking to buy skill books. In the bidding mode, the price of Brutal Charge skyrocketed, eventually selling for 5500, setting a new record for a single transaction at the auction house. Wu Shaochen looked at his account, which had increased by over 4600, with a satisfied expression. He had kept this skill until now just to sell it at a good price. This skill book did not disappoint him. He initially thought 300 would be about right, but it unexpectedly soared to 5500. It seems everyone has a greater demand for skills than for equipment. After all, skills are timeless. The more you have, the better, while equipment can become obsolete, hence the higher prices for skills. Looking at his balance, which had exceeded 3 million, Wu Shaochen's thoughts of buying a house stirred even more. He never imagined making money at this speed. It seems I still need to continue hunting bosses. In this city, this amount of money is not enough to buy a house, Wu Shaochen sighed. Wu Shaochen arrived at the pharmacy and checked the items available. Indeed, they were much better than those in the novice village. Red Potion Small restores 200 health per second for 10 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. Selling for 5 silver coins. Red Potion Medium restores 300 health per second for 10 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. Selling for 10 silver coins. Red Potion Large restores 500 health per second for 10 seconds, cooldown of 30 seconds. Selling for 50 silver coins. There are also Blue Potions Small, Medium, Large. The potions in the main city are indeed much better than those in the novice village, but the prices are also significantly higher. Even with Wu Shaochen's wealth, he felt a bit reluctant to buy. In the end, Wu Shaochen spent 10 gold coins to buy 20 large red potions, and then spent another 10 gold coins to buy 100 medium red potions. He bought so many potions to prepare for the upcoming boss encounter. According to the city lord, the boss in the Tiger Roar Forest would definitely be formidable, so it was wise to stock up on potions for survival. After purchasing the potions, Wu Shaochen disposed of all the red potions he had left over from the novice village, clearing out his backpack. The potions only dropped from the novice village monsters, as it seems they wanted to accommodate newcomers who couldn't afford potions. Since arriving in the main city, he hadn't seen a single potion drop and could only buy them. After handling all this, Wu Shaochen chose to log off, as it was almost mealtime, just in time to eat something before continuing. Wu Shaochen removed his helmet, entered the living room, ordered some takeout, and then began browsing the forum to see if there were any posts that piqued his interest. Upon opening the first post, he was relieved to find it wasn't about him. Instead, it was regarding various guilds published by a user named Wanyu Shaochen. The post, titled "The 10 Strongest Guilds in the Gaming World All Settle in Xinyu," caught Wu Shaochen's interest. In past online games, there were many powerful guilds, among which 10 were recognized as the strongest. Each had once dominated a particular game, and now they had all settled in Xinyu. What kind of sparks will they ignite together? Everyone is certainly looking forward to it. Next, I will share the information I have gathered about these major guilds. Heavenly Myth once dominated multiple online games with a peak membership of 5000. Their main members are currently based in Base City. Guild Leader Shinju, level 14 warrior. Dream Guild, an all-female guild with a maximum membership of 3000. Although entirely composed of female players, they possess immense strength. Their main members are currently based in Shaochen City. Guild Leader Dream Light Dance, once the strongest mage, now the strongest priest. It is understood that her choice to become a priest is due to her innate talent. Hell's Gate, most members are assassins with a peak membership of 2000. Their main members are currently based in Mabe City. Guild Leader Hell's Messenger, level 14 assassin. It is said that he holds a deep grudge against the first-ranked assassin Chen Feng, having once vowed to kill Chen Feng until he changed professions. Windflower Snow Moon, a well-known old guild with an excellent reputation. Although they possess dominating strength in multiple online games, they do not bully casual players. Their peak membership reached 8000, and their main members are currently based in Fengyong City. Guild Leader Wind Moon Indifferent has remained relatively low-key, and their strength is unknown. Aosher Kun Xiong, a rapidly rising new guild in recent years, supported by substantial funds and developing quickly. Although their highest previous membership was only over 1,000, they are willing to spend money in Xinyu, currently matching the strength of veteran guilds. Their main members are based in Jinling City. According to rumors, Chen Feng is also in Jinling City, making their encounter highly anticipated. Guild Leader AO Shaochen Xia Level 14 Warrior. Divine King Pavilion only accepts experts. Although its membership is the least, never exceeding 500, its strength has never been underestimated, and it has always stood out in any online game. The guild is filled with countless experts, and their main members are currently based in Julu City. Guild leader Shun Wang has an unknown strength. Cause and effect. Although this guild has not played many online games, it once dominated a large-scale online game, forcing all guilds, including the top 10, to withdraw from that game. Its peak membership reached over 4,000, and its main members are currently based in Jibing City. Guild leader Yuan Qi has an unknown strength. Casual Players Paradise, composed of countless casual players, it has the highest membership among all guilds, peaking at over 1,000. This guild was formed by casual players united against oppression from major guilds in a once popular nationwide online game. Their main members are currently based in Huangsha City. Guild leader Casual Players Go Crazy Level 13 Archer. Three Kingdoms Unmatched. You can see this guild in all Three Kingdoms themed online games. All members are enthusiasts of the Three Kingdoms with a peak membership of 4,000 and formidable strength. Their main members are currently based in Huangsha City. Guild Leader Dream of the Three Kingdoms Level 13 Mage. Solid Barrier. It is said to be a guild formed by a group of retired soldiers. The members of this guild are of high quality and their teamwork is impeccable, with a peak membership of over 2,000. Their main members are currently based in Julu City. Guild Leader Guardian Level 13 Shield Bearer. Did everyone notice something from this? Yes, several major guilds seem to have strategically separated to different main cities, with only two guilds in Julu City and Huangsha City. The two guilds in Julu City do not conflict with each other and remain unaffected, as one only accepts experts and the other only accepts retired soldiers, hence there is no significant hindrance. However, in Huangsha City, members of Casual Players Paradise and Three Kingdoms Chronicles often clash, though no large-scale battles have occurred yet. Many new guilds have rapidly developed in Xinyu, and numerous previously unknown experts have emerged, with Qinfeng being a prime example. With the emergence of Xinyu, players from other online games have been decreasing at a cliff-like rate. It is believed that soon only one game will remain in the gaming world. The simultaneous settlement of the top 10 guilds will undoubtedly bring extraordinary stories to Xinyu. Wanyu Bike Shaochen will continue to provide everyone with the latest news from Xinyu. Thanks for your support. This post was quite long. Wu Shaochen patiently read through the lengthy post of over 1,000 words. He had heard of the top 10 guilds in the gaming world, but it was his first time seeing such detailed information. It seems this game will only get more exciting from now on, Wu Shaochen said with a smile, finding it much more enjoyable. Soon the takeout arrived, and Wu Shaochen devoured it. He saved some in the fridge for dinner, as ordering takeout would be impossible if he logged off too late. Suddenly his phone rang again. Wu Shaochen saw it was a call from Wu Ziyin and slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to ask her what was wrong. His mind had been consumed by games lately, and he felt he was being a bit negligent as an older brother, so he quickly answered, "Brother." A weak voice came from the other end of the line. "What's wrong? Ziyin, did something go wrong?" Wu Shaochen asked. "Not really, the issue has been resolved. I accidentally broke a classmate's item, so I need to pay for it." Wu Ziyin quickly clarified, not wanting Wu Shaochen to worry, so she didn't elaborate. "All right then. If you broke someone else's stuff, you should indeed compensate. Is the money enough? If not, I can transfer some to you," Wu Shaochen said. "It's enough. Brother, you don't need to transfer me anymore. The last time you transferred was already a lot, and..." Wu Ziyin hesitated, afraid her brother would get angry. "And what?" Wu Shaochen asked, puzzled. "It's just, the money you transferred last time was a bit too much. After compensating my classmate, I still have more than 1,000 left. My roommate said Xinyu can make money, so I spent 1,000 to buy a helmet," Wu Ziyin explained anxiously. "That's it." Wu Shaochen was speechless, thinking it was something serious. He initially wanted to buy a helmet for Wu Ziyin, but since she had never played games before, he worried she wouldn't like it, so he didn't buy one. However, he was curious as to why she suddenly wanted to play games. "Ziyin, you never played games before. Why did you suddenly think of playing games?" Wu Shaochen asked. "It's just, my roommate said this game is very profitable. Some people have made hundreds of thousands in the game, so I thought maybe I could earn some money in the game to ease your burden a bit," Wu Ziyin said softly. Under a slight yet intense encouragement, she had just bought the helmet and hadn't started playing yet. However, spending so much money on a gaming device for the first time made her feel guilty about her brother's hard-earned money. That's why she called her brother. Upon hearing Wu Ziyin's words, Wu Shaochen smiled and shook his head. "Making money in the game is not that easy," Even though he had earned millions in just 2 or 3 days, that was because he was ahead of everyone else. It was questionable whether ordinary players could keep up. However, Wu Shaochen did not want to dampen Wu Zian's enthusiasm. It was rare for her to show interest in a game, and he was genuinely happy about it. As for the impact on her studies, he was completely unconcerned. Wu Zian had strong self-control and had always performed well academically. Even if her studies were affected, it didn't matter. He would support his little sister. This game is quite good, you should give it a try, Wu Shaochen said. Brother, don't you think I'm wasting money? Wu Zian asked curiously. Why would I blame you? I'm playing this game too. You should play as well, as staring at books all day will turn you into a bookworm, Wu Shaochen teased. Am I going to be able to see you in the game, no matter how far apart we are? Wu Zian asked. Yes, this game is exactly like reality. Once you arrive at the main city, we can meet just like in real life, Wu Shaochen replied. That's great. I haven't seen you in a long time. Wu Zian instantly became interested in the game. They chatted a bit longer before hanging up. After the call, Wu Zian looked at the game helmet in her hands, her face filled with curiosity. At that moment, Wei Wei walked into the room and smiled at Wu Zian. Are you interested now? You were so reluctant to buy it just a moment ago. Wei Wei, please teach me how to play this game. I want to go in and find my brother, Wu Zian said, her cheeks flushing. What is your brother's game ID? He must be a skilled player. Later I want to add him as a friend, and you have to make him guide me, Wei Wei said. I forgot to ask, Wu Zian said shyly. With Wei Wei's help, Wu Zian finally understood how to enter the game and put on the helmet for her first entry into the game. After ending the call, Wu Shaochen quickly re-entered the game, appearing in Jinling City. At that moment, Jinling City was bustling with activity. He strolled around casually before heading towards the south gate, planning to check out what level of boss the so-called Tiger King was in the Tiger Roar Forest. Upon reaching the south gate, Wu Shaochen walked straight towards the Tiger Roar Forest. There were people everywhere, making it difficult for him to move at full speed. However, Wu Shaochen soon noticed something odd, as people around him seemed to be deliberately moving towards him. He decided to stand still and observe the situation. Soon a large crowd surrounded Wu Shaochen, but they did not approach him, merely encircling him from a distance. Wu Shaochen spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, the rich player he had defeated last time. He knew that when players were killed, they were notified of the killer's identity. However, with his drastically changed equipment and new mask, he was puzzled about how the other player recognized him. Wu Shaochen was not in a hurry to leave. He wanted to see where the flaw was, so he waited patiently. Soon the main person finally appeared, a young man in his late 20s with an arrogant expression, slowly approaching Wu Shaochen with more than 10 followers. The group of over 10 people reached Wu Shaochen, and the leading young man extended his hand with a smile, saying, Hello, Chenfeng. Nice to meet you. I am from Ao Shitianxia. I've heard much about you. Wu Shaochen did not shake his hand, but looked at him with confusion, saying, The president of Ao Shitianxia. We don't seem to have any interaction, do we? And how did you know I am Chenfeng? Ao Shitianxia withdrew his hand, his expression darkening slightly, but he still smiled, saying, We have tens of thousands of players in Jinling City. Finding one person is not too difficult. Oh, is there something you need? Wu Shaochen did not deny it. Since the other party had come so boldly, it was clear they had confirmed his identity, so there was no need to deny it. After all, he would be exposed sooner or later. Nothing much, I just wanted to invite you to join our Ao Shitianxia for mutual development, Ao Shitianxia said with a slight smile upon seeing Wu Shaochen's lack of denial. Not interested. Wu Shaochen replied bluntly. He had no good feelings toward this so-called Ao Shitianxia. From the previous encounter with that rich player to now being surrounded like this, he hated their way of doing things. Regardless of any top 10 guilds, he was still a god in the game for now. I advise you to think it over before speaking. Jinling City is the territory of our Ao Shitianxia. A voice suddenly called out from behind, belonging to Ao Shigufeng. Ao Shitianxia pretended to block Ao Shigufeng with a smile, saying to Wu Shaochen, Brother, as long as you join Ao Shitianxia, I can give you the position of vice president. I believe you are a smart person and won't give up such a good opportunity, right? Not interested, step aside, Wu Shaochen said lightly. I only recognize 2 types of people, my own and my enemies. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Ao Shitianxia's eyes narrowed ominously as he asked, Have you thought about the consequences? Just because I don't join you means I'm your enemy. If that's the case, I'm quite interested in seeing what the consequences of being your enemy are, Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. It wasn't that he looked down on them, it was just that these people wouldn't waste much of his time. At that moment, the distant spectators had already reached thousands. They had come to see the legendary Chenfeng in action, although they weren't sure if the person before them was indeed him. However, seeing him stand up to Ao Shitianxia, they were all incredibly excited. The reputation of Ao Kun Xiong in Jinling City was not good. Their various oppressive tactics and boss thefts had caused countless grievances. However, due to their numbers, most could only endure in silence. Now that someone was finally standing up to them, the spectators were thrilled, and many immediately started recording the game. Miss Ao Kun Xiong has surrounded Qin Feng with hundreds of people at the south gate, and tensions are high, Lu Shu said as he approached Su Mu Shui. Are you sure it's Qin Feng? Su Mu Shui paused, her actions, her tone, lacking its usual indifference. I'm not certain, but it's highly likely. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to confront Ao Kun Xiong hidden, Lu Shu speculated. Take me to see. Su Mu Shui dropped the monster she was fighting halfway. Upon hearing Wu Shaochen's words, Ao Tian Xia's expression darkened. Since that's the case, I'll pull you down from your pedestal as a so-called god. With that, he waved his hand, and hundreds of Ao Kun Xiong members charged towards Wu Shaochen. Those who could attack from a distance did so as soon as they reached range, while Ao Tian Xia and Ao Gu Feng stepped back from the battle circle. Although they verbally dismissed Qin Feng, the reputation he had was significant, so they were cautious and decided to employ a strategy of overwhelming numbers. Wu Shaochen watched them leave without intervening. If he truly wanted to stop them, they wouldn't escape. He just wanted them to experience despair, and the best way to do that was to watch their subordinates fall one by one. Soon countless arrows and spells struck Wu Shaochen, but they dealt an overwhelming amount of despairing damage. One. What the hell? How can this be? Is this still an assassin? Ao Ju Qing exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, Ao Tian Xia and several other core members of Ao Kun Xiong looked equally incredulous. Wasn't it said that when Zi Hao and the others attacked him, they dealt dozens of points of damage? How come none of them are breaking through his defenses now? All the onlookers outside were equally astonished. Did the legendary Qin Feng allocate all his points to defense? Seeing the attacks landing on him, Wu Shaochen smirked. He had long anticipated this outcome. Otherwise, all those bones would not have been accumulated in vain, and his entire set of high-grade silver and bronze equipment would not have been given for free. Did they think that with their bare bodies and a few pieces of black iron trash, they could dare to attack him? Where did they get their confidence from? Seeing that most people had already turned gray, Wu Shaochen leisurely drew out his dagger and at an unbelievable speed charged towards the archer and mage who had just attacked him. Retreat! Someone shouted. Unfortunately, it was of no use. Wu Shaochen's speed was beyond their comparison. He quickly plunged into the crowd like a wolf among sheep, taking each one down with a single strike. The damage exceeded 1,000, causing these fragile archers and mages to fall to the ground as white light before their poison even activated. The battle presented a one-sided situation. The mages and archers had long lost their formation and were fleeing in panic. However, they could not escape fast enough as Wu Shaochen chased them down one by one. Meanwhile, a group of shield soldiers and warriors following behind him were utterly useless, merely watching as their fragile comrades fell one after another. In just a few minutes, over 100 mages and archers were reduced to white light, returning to the city for free. Looking at the ground littered with white gear, Wu Shaochen shook his head. So poor. After finishing off the ranged attackers, he turned to the shield soldiers and warriors trailing behind him, a slight grin appearing at the corners of his mouth. You had your fun chasing me, now it's your turn. Wu Shaochen charged directly at them. Initially, these melee fighters were quite enthusiastic in their pursuit, but seeing Wu Shaochen turn around to charge at them, they quickly turned to flee, not daring to confront him. It was known that even output professions could not inflict damage on him, let alone them. Wu Shaochen then chased after a group of melee fighters, turning the large-scale PK into a game of cat and mouse. Observing the relentless slaughter of guild members by the Reaper like Wu Shaochen, the few from Ao Tianxia were left helpless. With his extraordinary defense, terrifying speed, and absurd damage output, he was simply an insurmountable existence. Hundreds of guild members could not even manage to chip away at his health, as Wu Shaochen's attacks carried a lifesteal attribute. Boss, what do we do? Ao Jueching said, feeling somewhat at a loss. They had never anticipated such a situation. It had only been 3 days since the game launched, and someone could actually take on 100. This time we've really messed up. We did not consider this possibility. We didn't expect his strength to reach such a level. Our gear is too poor, we can't even break through his defenses. Let's retreat for now. Have everyone focus on leveling up and upgrading their equipment. I refuse to believe that one person can turn the tide. Aoshi Tianxia said angrily. All right. Aoshi Jueching replied, then issued the retreat order. Watching the retreat of Aoshi Chuanxiong, the onlookers erupted in boos which only darkened the faces of Aoshi Tianxia and his companions. This incident would have a significant impact on their guild. Trying to escape. I don't think I've given my consent yet, was Shaochen sneered. What did they take him for? Thinking they could squeeze him and then run away. Others could flee, but none of you would. Wu Shaochen abandoned the few shield soldiers he was chasing and charged straight towards Aoshi Tianxia and his companions. Seeing Wu Shaochen approach, a look of panic spread across Aoshi Tianxia's face. After all, the death penalty in the game was severe. However, escaping was clearly not an option. The opponent was several times faster, and they couldn't afford to lose face in front of their subordinates. Berserker charge. Aoshi Tianxia directly unleashed his skill and charged at Wu Shaochen, who seemed caught off guard and was hit squarely. He was stunned for a second. Damn, this guy hits pretty hard, Wu Shaochen thought to himself. He could naturally have dodged, but he was all too familiar with this skill. Furthermore, this guy's skill was likely one he had purchased. He deliberately chose not to dodge because the opponent was a white name. He needed the other to attack first to turn gray before he could kill them, thus avoiding increasing his evil value and incurring a heavier penalty. During the second that Wu Shaochen was stunned, Aoshi Tianxia unleashed another skill, which clearly had a higher damage output than Berserker Charge. Boss is mighty. Seeing Aoshi Tianxia instantly knock off over 700 health points from Wu Shaochen, the members of Aoshi Chuanxiong felt invigorated. However, their cheers were abruptly cut short when they realized that despite the loss of over 700 health points, Wu Shaochen's health bar had barely dipped a notch. It was hardly a concern for him. A second later, Wu Shaochen shook off the stun and struck Aoshi Tianxia with 2 daggers. The health he had just lost was instantly halved, and Aoshi Tianxia transformed into white light, vanishing before his eyes. 1076. 2152 critical hit. Not the best luck, huh? I only have a 5 critical hit rate, yet you triggered it. That's impressive. Wu Shaochen rubbed his nose. Then he looked at the remaining 4 high-ranking members of Aoshi Tianxia. They were in a team with Aoshi Tianxia, and now they were all gray names. Wu Shaochen showed no mercy, dispatching them with a few swift strikes. Looking at the black iron gear and 2 pieces of bronze gear that dropped to the ground, Wu Shaochen smiled as he stored them in his backpack. Finally, some rewards. It seems that in the future I should hunt bosses instead of random monsters and target leaders instead of the minions. Turning around, he saw that the rest of Aoshi Chuanxiong had already fled far away, leaving only a group of stunned bystanders in shock. Wu Shaochen couldn't be bothered to chase after those who had fled. Their gear was so poor that killing them wouldn't yield any benefits. He turned and walked away. So impressive. One person taking on an entire guild. This is too strong. It's a complete one-sided massacre. Haha, that felt great. Aoshi Chuanxiong, you arrogant fools finally got what was coming to you. God of Dust YYDS, I will be your loyal fan from now on. Me too. Haha, I just recorded it. I need to post it online immediately. It will definitely go viral. I recorded it too. I'll post it, so amazing. Meanwhile, Su Muxue, standing in the crowd, looked at Wu Shaochen's retreating figure, her eyes revealing a mysterious glow. Although they often traded and chatted, it was still the first time she had seen him in action. Indeed impressive. She then shook her head, thinking, no matter how impressive, it's just a game. Just then a message resonated throughout the entire area of Jinling City. Aoshi Tianxia, dust Aoshi Chuanxiong will not rest until we are dead. Wu Shaochen, walking along, rubbed his nose and thought, what a waste of money. After all, such a shout costs 10 gold coins, equating to 10,000 yuan. He couldn't afford to waste it, so he simply ignored it. As Wu Shaochen walked, he took out the 5 pieces of black iron gear and 2 pieces of bronze gear he had just collected from his backpack. 2 of the black iron pieces were the Boar King gear he sold, while the other 3 were low-grade black iron. 1 bronze piece was the black Boar King armor he had sold for 180, and the other was likely a weapon dropped by the Silver Wolf King. Glancing at the auction house, he saw that the price of black iron gear had dropped to 200 to 300. Not wanting to waste time, he directly listed them at 200 each. The 2 bronze pieces were listed at 1500 for the armor and 100 for the weapon, believing they would surely be bought back. Sure enough, a few minutes later, all the listed gear was sold out. Seeing the 31500 credited to his account, Wu Shaochen's mood instantly brightened. What a good deal! The sold equipment could be sold again. At that moment, the entire forum exploded once again. Mysterious god Dust appears single-handedly, taking on 100, causing Aoshi Chuanxiong to flee in disarray. The president and vice president are all killed. Dust versus Aoshi Chuanxiong. Analysis of Dust's strength. All posts were accompanied by videos with view counts remaining high. In the city of Mabe, the Hell Messenger watched the forum-posted video and sneered coldly. Merely a case of overwhelming attribute superiority. No skillful maneuvering whatsoever. He couldn't even dodge a simple barbaric charge. His early advantage stems solely from sheer luck in acquiring exceptional innate talent. It's only temporary. Once others gear up, he'll pose no real threat. In the city of Julu, the Divine King replayed the video several times. Standing beside him, the left hand of the gods remarked, "Your Majesty, this player relies entirely on raw attributes. His gameplay is abysmal. Surely such a figure warrants no serious attention from us." The Divine King smiled faintly. "In this game, attributes are the ultimate manifestation of true strength. And are you certain his skill is truly poor? What we see may not reflect reality. It could well be deliberate misdirection." In the city of Qiushui, Menghuan Qingwu watched the same forum video, her expression flickering with an inscrutable shade as she murmured to herself, "From start to finish, he used only one acceleration skill. Nothing but basic attacks. Is he deliberately concealing something? Or is it that none of them yet deserve to witness his full power?" Leaders of other major guilds likewise scrutinized the combat footage closely, offering divergent assessments of Qinfeng. Yet regardless of his prowess, he currently posed no tangible impact upon their own guild's growth. After all, what could a single individuals might achieve against the collective force of an entire guild? Instead, they found themselves pitying the Ao Shikun Xiong guild. Its members' strength had barely begun to rise, yet they had already clashed prematurely with Qinfeng, whose power surged far ahead of theirs. Their leader Ao Shitian Xia truly lacked foresight. Wu Shaochen remained oblivious to the external repercussions of this duel. At that very moment, he had already begun hunting jungle tigers en masse. Alas, jungle tigers were solitary creatures, requiring him to track and slay them one by one. Group farming was impossible, drastically reducing efficiency. Most of his time was spent searching for prey, yet he had no choice. After all, he had solemnly pledged to eradicate these beasts. Moreover, to locate the jungle tiger lord, the very creature the city lord had mentioned, he accepted slower progress without complaint. After all, leveling up held no urgency for him. Inside the largest tavern in Jinling City, within a grand private chamber, every high-ranking officer of the Ao Shikun Xiong guild gathered, faces grim and tense. Ao Shitian Xia, seated at the head of the table, spoke first. "Report the losses sustained in this battle. We suffered 236 deaths, including ourselves. Everyone lost a level. As for equipment, ordinary members dropped only common white-tier gear negligible in value, though our leadership lost higher-tier items. But those were swiftly relisted on the auction house and repurchased by us at a cost exceeding 300,000 coins." Ao Shijouqing erupted in fury. "The loss of levels and gear remains bearable, but the blow to our guild's morale is catastrophic. Even minor guilds we'd long suppressed now dare defy us openly. It's infuriating." Ao Shigu Feng added gravely. Ao Shitian Xia's expression darkened further. "Humph. What stray cats and dogs now presume to challenge Ao Shikun Xiong? It's time to make an example, to cull one and warn the rest. Tell me, aside from us, which other guilds in Jinling City hold genuine strengths? Based on our recent intelligence, 3 guilds stand out beyond our own: Cold Moon Pavilion, Chaos and Storm, and Sky Enshrouding Rain. Together, their membership exceeds ours, making confrontation unwise for now. Other guilds, however, are fair game." Ao Shifangyu, the guild's chief intelligence officer, concluded. Also, Shui Air, the first player to advance into the mage class, has appeared in Jinling City. Our members previously provoked her. She proved extraordinarily powerful. Clad in exceptional gear, our people were nearly all struck down instantly. Since our side instigated the conflict, direct intervention would be untenable, and thus I've quietly suppressed the matter." Ao Shifangyu continued. A mage capable of instant kills so early. Clearly Shui Air earned her pioneering status through genuine mastery. Can we recruit her?" Ao Shitian Xia asked. I'll attempt it shortly. Also, if we intend to reassert dominance through exemplary action, 2 guilds present ideal targets." Ao Shifangyu continued. "Which 2? Ao Shitian Xia pressed. "The Su Corporation Guild and the Madman Alliance. Both rank above average in strength, and crucially both have clashed with us before. The Madman Alliance especially has mocked our members relentlessly since this incident. They're perfect candidates for our demonstration," Ao Shifangyu affirmed. Ao Shitian Xia rapped sharply on the table. "Excellent. Let them be our first victims. It's time the world witnessed the price of defying Ao Shikun Xiong. And as for Qinfeng, track him relentlessly. Let him revel briefly. Once our members' gear and levels ascend, I'll grind him back to level 0. With the Ao Shikun Xiong leadership meeting concluded, Jinling City's first large-scale skirmish erupted across the wilderness. clashes flaring ceaselessly in open fields while resurrection points shimmered with constant bursts of white light. Damn, it's only been 3 days since launch, and this is how they operate. Are we even allowed to level up anymore? Exactly. You can't even hunt monsters in peace. Fighting breaks out everywhere. Probably because Shaochen got humiliated by the legendary Feng. And since they can't retaliate against him, they're taking it out on everyone else. Bloody rabid dogs. They bite whoever crosses their path. And the conflict disrupted countless players, inevitably provoking widespread resentment. Yet despite mounting discontent, Shaochen pressed forward unswervingly, as though determined to dismantle both rival guilds utterly. The battle raged from afternoon into night, showcasing to all of Jinling City the terrifying scale of a premier guild's might. Thousands from the Madman Alliance and Sioux Corporation were slaughtered back to the novice village, while survivors huddled within city walls too fearful to emerge. Though Shaochen also incurred losses, these paled against the vast numbers of their 10,000-strong roster. The guild's ruthless efficiency and sheer ferocity stunned many, silencing even the most vocal critics and restoring, at least temporarily, its tarnished honor. At Jinling City's Resurrection Point, crowds now thronged densely. Members of the Madman Alliance and Shaochen exchanged heated verbal barbs, but open combat within city limits was strictly forbidden. Violators faced arrest by the city guard and imprisonment for no less than half a month, a penalty that would leave them hopelessly outpaced upon release. Thus, even deep-seated hatred could manifest only in words. Meanwhile, senior officers of the Sioux Corporation Guild convened nearby. "And Uncle Lou, what do we do now? At this rate, none of us can even leave the city to level up." A young man addressed the middle-aged man standing at the center. Uncle Lou frowned, deeply baffled as to why Shaochen had suddenly targeted them. He'd envisioned steady, peaceful development in the game. Never imagined being singled out by such a formidable force. They were, after all, not professional gamers. Though they'd recruited skilled players, they stood vastly outmatched against Shaochen, a guild whose elite roster had been forged over years across multiple games. Perhaps we should inform Miss Sue. She'll learn of this soon enough upon logging in, and given her extraordinary strength, she may yet turn the tide. Another Sioux Corporation executive suggested. And Uncle Lou shook his head. Miss Sue stands alone. Her influence on the broader situation is limited, unless she possesses power akin to Qin Feng's. As those words left his lips, a sudden spark lit his eyes. I'll log off immediately and brief Miss Sue. For now, remain inside the city. Do not venture out. In a high-end villa area of HC City, an exceptionally beautiful woman in a white dress was sitting at the dining table having dinner when a middle-aged man walked into the dining room and said, "Miss, why don't you sleep a little longer?" "No need," the woman shook her head and replied. "A few hours of sleep is enough to refresh my energy. The game pod keeps me in a sleep state, so I don't need to sleep too long. I need to log in early and focus on leveling up." "By the way, Uncle Lou, why did you log off at this time?" the woman asked. Uncle Lou remained silent for a moment and recounted the events that had happened in the game to her. After listening, the woman's brows furrowed slightly, and after a moment's thought, she said, "Our purpose in entering the game is to develop our industry, not to dominate. There's no need to confront the proud heroes. We can have them hide their IDs and wear masks to leave the city, can't we?" "That's not possible. The proud heroes are currently guarding every city gate, and everyone is required to display their IDs when leaving the city. The in-game IDs cannot be modified. Even if we manage to escape, it would create a negative mindset for our people, since most of them are young and hot-blooded. Allowing them to wait like that would mean surrendering to the proud heroes, which many young people cannot accept," Uncle Lou said seriously. "So, Uncle Lou, what do you mean?" the woman asked, knowing that Uncle Lou must have a plan to log off and come to find her. "Miss, what is your relationship with Qin Feng?" Uncle Lou asked. Upon mentioning Qin Feng, the calm expression on the woman's face disappeared, replaced by a look of annoyance. "It's just a normal cooperative relationship," she said. Uncle Lou replied with a skeptical expression. "Miss, could you possibly ask him to cause some trouble for the proud heroes? That way they would be too occupied to pay attention to us, giving us more time to develop. Right now our development time is simply too short. If we had more time, we wouldn't necessarily fear them." The thought of Qin Feng's attitude when speaking to her and the need to ask him for help made the woman feel a headache. It was the first time in many years that she felt so insecure in front of a man. "They'll try my best," she finally agreed for the sake of the group's development. Wu Shaochen had been grinding in the Tiger Roar forest from the afternoon until evening, killing a total of 126 jungle tigers over 6 hours, earning 52920 experience points, with his talent and toxins reaching the cap of 480 points. His immortal body increased by 126 points, and his health grew to 727 points, bringing his total health, including title bonuses, to 6,200 points. Over 6 hours aside from Silver Wolf leveling up to level 15, he himself hadn't gained even a single level, and his experience remained at LV 16,700. This speed was far too slow for him. It only took him a few seconds to kill a jungle tiger, but finding them was a challenge. So far, he had found no jungle tigers in the entire Tiger Roar forest, and he wasn't sure if it was due to a quest, but these jungle tigers didn't respawn after being killed, or perhaps the respawn time was quite long. I wonder if the City Lord's troops have passed yet. I should have cleaned this up well enough. If they haven't passed yet and respawn later, don't blame me for not clearing it properly. Wu Shaochen complained. He was tired of grinding here, the efficiency was too low. If he continued, others would catch up in levels. Although he didn't want to level up too quickly, he couldn't let others surpass him or he would lose face. He put the only black iron equipment he looted from his backpack up for auction, setting the price at 20,000. After 6 hours, the price of black iron equipment had dropped to 1,000 each, and there were already several transaction records for bronze equipment. It seemed he couldn't underestimate anyone, or players were indeed leveling up quickly. Fortunately, the attributes of the black iron equipment dropped by level 21 monsters were high, and the 2,000 price was quickly snapped up. However, Wu Shaochen wasn't happy at all. He felt that after working so hard for over 6 hours, the reward was meager. He might as well have gone to kill a few proud heroes. Let's go deeper and see. It's been over 6 hours, and I still haven't seen the jungle tiger king the city lord mentioned. Does it even exist, or is it just a scam? Wu Shaochen thought to himself. Wu Shaochen continued deeper into the forest. At this point, he was already deep in the Tiger Roar forest. As he proceeded, it grew eerily quiet with no sounds at all. The further he went, the dimmer the light became, and the atmosphere felt a bit chilling. Why is it so quiet? Wu Shaochen swallowed hard, sensing that something was watching him from the shadows. Should I just turn back? Wu Shaochen began to reconsider. This scene was indeed a bit unsettling. Gulp. Suddenly, Wu Shaochen heard a very faint swallowing sound. Although it was quiet in this serene environment, the sound seemed quite jarring. Show yourself. Wu Shaochen shouted, looking towards the source of the sound, but he saw nothing. At this moment, Wu Shaochen felt even more anxious. Without hesitation, he turned and ran outside. Damn, this was far scarier than watching a horror movie. However, just as Wu Shaochen was running out, a figure suddenly pounced at him. Wu Shaochen reflexively rolled to the side, dodging the pounce, and quickly looked at the creature that had ambushed him. An enormous tiger shrouded in dark energy. Wu Shaochen quickly cast an insight spell. Demonic Jungle Tiger King Golden Grade BOSS level. Attributes. Skills. What the hell, everything is a question mark. It's more than 10 levels above me. Wu Shaochen was dumbfounded. The ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, one cannot provoke a tiger's rear. Without hesitation, Wu Shaochen ran towards the outskirts. He couldn't see the attributes, so he had no way to fight back, and the Tiger King clearly had no intention of letting him go. It pounced at him again. Wu Shaochen made a sharp turn to dodge and change direction to continue running, managing to create a considerable distance. The Tiger King missed again and quickly adjusted its direction to chase after Wu Shaochen. To Wu Shaochen's shock, the tiger's speed actually surpassed his own, and the distance between them was slowly closing. This speed must have reached 500. It's insane, Wu Shaochen complained, then activated his speed boost, drastically increasing his pace and widening the gap. Seeing the distance increasing, the Tiger King opened its mouth wide and let out a tremendous roar. Wu Shaochen was directly hit by an invisible attack. 5703 stun for 3 seconds. What the hell? What kind of damage is that? Wu Shaochen exclaimed, not hesitating to activate his nullify stun ability, and continued to flee frantically. Finally, just before the speed boost ended, he managed to escape the Tiger King's line of sight. However, Wu Shaochen was still uneasy and kept running for more than 10 minutes without stopping. It wasn't until he exited the Tiger Roar forest that he let out a sigh of relief, feeling completely drenched in sweat. Was this a joke? A level 21 jungle tiger, the boss, was an unseen golden BOSS. Was he sure? He wasn't mistaken. Wu Shaochen, still shaking, glanced back at the Tiger Roar forest, feeling as though he had been dancing on the edge of a knife all afternoon. He had been hoping to find the BOSS, and now that he had nearly lost his life. It seemed he should avoid coming back until he was stronger. Coming back to reality, Wu Shaochen suddenly noticed a message in his private chat, unsure when it had been sent. Upon opening it, he saw, "Schwer, can I ask you for help once?" Wu Shaochen's eyes lit up. Wasn't this just sending money his way? He quickly replied, "Who do we need to deal with?" "Schwer, the proud heroes." Wu Shaochen was taken aback. Why was this woman also in conflict with the proud heroes? Soon Mu Shui explained the situation to Wu Shaochen, and he learned that it was actually caused by him. After thinking for a moment, Wu Shaochen replied directly, "I can help, but the fee is 500. Even though this matter was initiated by him, he still needed to earn the money, especially since this woman was wealthy. Mu Shui agreed, without hesitation, saying deal. At the southern gate of Jinling City, hundreds of people were stationed at the entrance, checking the IDs of players entering and exiting. All players had to display their IDs to come and go. At that moment, a man wearing a regular mask bought from a shop swaggered towards the city gate, concealing his ID. The onlookers glanced over. This person is so arrogant. He doesn't seem to regard the members of the Alliance of the Proud World at all. Many such individuals have appeared before, only to be sent back for free and never return. The members of the Alliance of the Proud World are indeed domineering, but they have the strength to back it up. Yeah, but it's just a matter of showing your ID. As long as you are not one of the madmen or from the Sioux group, they won't make things difficult. It would be unwise to go against them. Everyone watched as the man boldly approached the members of the Alliance of the Proud World at the city gate. Stop, show your ID, and take off your mask. A youth from the Alliance of the Proud World shouted. How, what if I don't? The man replied with a smile. Then we can only assist you in returning to the city for free. The youth said coldly. Oh, that's fine, come on then, the man replied, still smiling. Damn it, you refuse to heed advice, brothers. Let's take him down. The youth was enraged, and in an instant hundreds of people rushed towards this side, launching various attacks at the man. Damage numbers that couldn't be resisted appeared above the man's head, and in an instant everyone realized who this man was. Oh crap, it's Chen Feng. Everyone stop, run. Someone from the Alliance of the Proud World shouted, and many turned to flee. Despite being arrogant towards others, they instinctively feared Chen Feng. Unfortunately, since it had already begun, Wu Shaochen would not let them escape. He directly initiated a massacre, feeling no psychological pressure in dealing with these men who bullied the weak. Oh wow, it's the great god Chen Feng. Really, I can't believe I see the great god Chen Feng. I'm so excited. Go Chen Feng, take them down. How wasn't the mask of the great god Chen Feng from the previous video a thin and beautiful one? Why has it turned into a regular one from the shop now? I couldn't recognize him right away because of that. Are you foolish? Doesn't he know how to change it? That's true. The battle came quickly and ended just as fast. The members of the Alliance of the Proud World hardly dared to fight back, only knowing to flee. In the end, half of them were killed while the rest all escaped into the city. Wu Shaochen did not pursue further nor enter the city, but turned towards the east gate. This situation was sparked by him, and the actions of the Alliance of the Proud World were indeed disgusting. He needed to teach them a lesson. At this moment, the chat channel among the high-ranking members of the Alliance of the Proud World was in chaos. Since they had not yet formally established a guild, and there was no guild chat channel, all messages were concentrated in a few high-level chat windows. By the time they received the situation and issued orders, Wu Shaochen had already arrived at the east gate and was clashing with the guards there. After dealing with the guards at the east gate, Wu Shaochen slowly made his way to the north gate. He knew that the members of the Alliance of the Proud World must have prepared. Either all the guards at the north gate had fled, or they were all there. Sure enough, when Wu Shaochen arrived at the north gate, he found it filled with members of the Alliance of the Proud World, densely packed with over 10,000 people, most of whom were archers and mages. They were now on high alert, watching the direction from which Wu Shaochen approached. Clearly this time, they were not prepared to back down, and with over 10,000 ranged attackers, even if not all could hit him, the vast plaza in front of the city gate allowed thousands to attack him at once. Even if they could not break through his defenses, a few waves of attacks would be enough to overwhelm him. Seeing this formation, Wu Shaochen felt somewhat intimidated. This was a bit excessive, wasn't it? Wasn't this just cheating? In the face of such a formation, unless he could rush into the crowd, the enemy's ranged attacks would be rendered ineffective. However, it would take at least 23 seconds to cover the distance from the enemy's attack range to the crowd, which was enough time for him to experience what it meant to be pierced by 1,000 arrows. But at this moment, he could not show fear. Wu Shaochen calmly glanced at his backpack and walked towards the enemy. Standing at the front of the crowd, Ao Shi Tianxiao saw Wu Shaochen and coldly sneered. Chen Feng, I truly admire your courage to come here under such circumstances. Wu Shaochen casually replied, a multitude of ants are still just ants. Then I want to see what confidence you have to face over 10,000 ranged attackers from the Alliance of the Proud World. I will ensure you cannot survive in the realm of the divine. Damn, over 10,000 against one. Aren't the members of the Alliance of the Proud World too shameless? Someone in the onlooking crowd remarked. You only just realized. They've always been this shameless, okay? You're right, but why is the great god Chen Feng still coming? No one can withstand this kind of situation. Maybe the great god Qinfeng isn't afraid at all. I will always support him regardless. Wu Shaochen leisurely approached the members of the Alliance of the Proud World, the nearest archer only a meter away at their maximum attack range. He glanced at Ao Shirtianxia and said blandly, "You should keep your eyes wide open, as sometimes having many people doesn't necessarily mean anything." With that, he suddenly accelerated towards the crowd. "Attack!" Ao Shirtianxia issued the command, and countless arrows flew towards Wu Shaochen. In this open space, Wu Shaochen had no way to avoid them. However, he had no intention of dodging. Without hesitation, he took out a protective scroll from his backpack and activated it. As the countless arrows were about to hit him, a faint golden light emerged from Qinfeng, blocking all attacks. "Damn, a protective scroll!" Ao Goofing exclaimed. "Shit, he actually has that thing. Quickly tell them to disperse." Ao Tianxia urged. Unfortunately, mobilizing over 10,000 people was not so easy. Before their orders could be issued, Wu Shaochen had already charged into the crowd, leading to a one-sided massacre. The ranged attackers up close posed no threat. Wu Shaochen moved seamlessly through the crowd, leaving trails of white light in his wake, defeating them without a fight. With his high attack power of over 1,000 and the speed of delivering 2 strikes per second, none of the fragile ranged attackers could withstand even a second. Even though many tried to retaliate, the damage they dealt was less than the health he regained with a single swing. A force of over 10,000 was indeed massive, but the disadvantage was clear. Once he broke into their ranks, only a few could attack him. The entire formation descended into chaos, and as time passed, the number of deaths increased, while Wu Shaochen remained at full health. This force of 10,000 posed no threat to him at all. Seeing this situation, Ao Shirtianxia could only issue a retreat order. Although this would plunge their guild's reputation to new lows, there was no other choice. In this situation, fighting back was impossible. Continuing would only result in more casualties, having no impact on Qinfeng. Ultimately, this force of thousands escaped into the city at the cost of a few hundred losing levels, and once this incident spread online, the reputation of the Alliance of the Proud World indeed plummeted, becoming a subject of ridicule for countless people. In the city of Jinling, Wu Shaochen sat down at a tavern, ordering a lavish spread of dishes. Having played the game for so long, he hadn't yet dined within it, and he was eager to experience the culinary delights. However, the food in the game was not any cheaper than that in reality. In fact, it was even more expensive. This banquet cost almost 1 gold coin, equivalent to about 1,000 yuan. To be honest, Wu Shaochen had never eaten such expensive food in the real world. Though the prices were steep, the taste was truly exquisite, far surpassing that of any restaurant outside. The dishes in the game were entirely organic and consisted of exotic beasts he had never even seen before. The meat from these creatures was of a quality incomparable to anything in the outside world. Moreover, eating in the game wouldn't cause weight gain, which was an enormous temptation for players who loved to eat but feared putting on weight. It was no wonder these taverns thrived with business. At that moment, the tavern was bustling with patrons, both players and NPCs, but players were in the majority. Some people played not just to level up and defeat monsters, but to experience life. One could only say that the world of the wealthy was beyond our understanding. The tavern had a hall on the first floor and private rooms on the second. Wu Shaochen, feeling too lazy to go to a private room, simply sat in the hall. The hall was loud and lively, filled with the sounds of eating, drinking, and boasting, a common scene in life. This was also why so many chose the expensive private rooms. The noise in the hall was simply unbearable. Wu Shaochen had inquired, and the minimum consumption for a private room was 10 gold coins, roughly equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Definitely not something an ordinary person could afford. "Did you see the battle at the entrance just now? It was absolutely exhilarating," a player in the hall was discussing. "Of course I did. It got my blood pumping. Qinfeng, the god of dust, was truly incredible, defeating thousands with ease, sending the proud heroes of the world fleeing in disarray. Indeed, the proud heroes were far too arrogant. They needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they'd think Jinling City was their playground. I just want to say that Qinfeng did a fantastic job. From now on, I'll be a loyal fan of Qinfeng. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him will face my wrath." Wu Shaochen smiled slightly as he listened to their conversation. At that moment, he appeared unmasked, but in reality, he had merely altered the form of his Juechen mask. Now it clung to his face like a layer of skin, giving Wu Shaochen a new appearance. He had even specially visited a clothing shop to buy several outfits. These outfits did not occupy equipment slots, nor did they have attributes, but they could replace the appearance of his gear, a favorite among many women, as equipment appearances were often quite unflattering. Now with a new outfit and face, Wu Shaochen sat confidently in the hall, and no one recognized him. The skin transformed by the Shaochen mask was rather rigid and did not provide the complete transformation of a disguise technique. Nevertheless, Wu Shaochen was very satisfied. At the very least, no one could discern his true appearance. Just as Wu Shaochen was indulging in his feast, a woman dressed in white with a veil approached his table and softly said, "You seem quite relaxed. How did you know it was me?" Wu Shaochen asked, puzzled since he had completely changed his appearance. "You appeared in public, and naturally many people would follow you secretly. No matter how much you change, those who know you will still recognize you," Su Mushue replied. "Well, after all that effort, it seems it was all in vain," Wu Shaochen said with a hint of helplessness. "But at least those who weren't following you closely would certainly not recognize you, otherwise you wouldn't be so carefree dining." Su Mushue looked seriously at Wu Shaochen, who appeared completely unrecognizable. "You make a valid point. Next time I'll change my outfit when going into the wild, and then no one will recognize me." Wu Shaochen nodded, and then said to Su Mushue, "By the way, would you like to try some of this food? It's really quite good." Looking at the mess of dishes on the table, Su Mushue shook her head and said, "I'll pass. I mainly came to thank you. The proud heroes have all retreated and are no longer targeting us. Well, as long as they're gone, that's all that matters. If they hadn't retreated, I'd have gone and dealt with them again," Wu Shaochen replied nonchalantly. "Only you could remain so indifferent when facing the proud heroes." Su Mushue shook her head. "You all should focus on leveling up. With tens of millions of players in Jinling City, the proud heroes are only a few thousand. Everyone has a chance. Once you all level up, you won't have to fear them anymore," Wu Shaochen encouraged. Su Mushue nodded and said, "Regardless, thank you again. It's just a matter of mutual benefit," Wu Shaochen replied. Wu Shaochen was unconcerned. "Well, I need to take my leave now. I have to guide them for leveling up." "You enjoy your meal," Su Mushue said as she stood up. As she left, Wu Shaochen continued to feast. He couldn't let all that food go to waste, but just as he was enjoying his meal, another voice suddenly called out, "Hello, may I sit here?" Wu Shaochen looked up and was taken aback. A very beautiful woman stood before him. In her 20s, with long hair cascading down her shoulders and a somewhat cold gaze, she looked like an ice-cold beauty standing there. "Feel free," Wu Shaochen replied. "Thank you." The woman gently sat across from Wu Shaochen and after sitting down remained silent, simply staring at him. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Wu Shaochen felt somewhat uncomfortable under her gaze. The woman replied, "It's nothing, I'm just a bit curious about you." "Curious about what?" "I'm just an ordinary man. I have everything a man should have. I'm not missing any limbs," Wu Shaochen said casually. "We all start from the same starting line. How could you be so much stronger?" The woman finally asked the question she had been wanting to know. "Maybe I'm the main character?" Wu Shaochen chuckled. "I'm Lung Yue, the president of Lung Yu Pavilion. Can we be friends?" The woman suddenly stood up and extended her hand. Lung Yu Pavilion. Wu Shaochen felt like he had heard of it before. It seemed to be a well-regarded guild in Jinling City. "All right," Wu Shaochen nodded. Currently, he had little influence in Jinling City, so having her support might come in handy in the future. The power of a guild should not be underestimated. Besides, having one more friend might mean one more opportunity to reap some benefits. He promptly sent a friend request. Before long, Wu Shaochen's friend list added one more person, Lung Yue, LV-15 archer. Wu Shaochen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this girl to already be level 15. This level was already beyond that of mainstream players, truly befitting the president of Lung Yu Pavilion.